Okay, good afternoon. We'll call this regular board meeting for Wednesday, December 14th, 2022 to order at 4:46 p.m. Thank you all for joining us this evening. In the middle of the holiday season, we do have executive session at the top of our meeting. We will start with roll call first. And joining us today is Ms. Melissa Olson, as she is training to be the backup for Maricela. So thank you for being here, Melissa, and helping out. Roll call, please.
Director Bankus?
Here.
Director Daniels?
Present.
Director Jorgensen?
Here.
Director Loma?
Director Loma is walking
in. The
in.
hallway. Yep.
Director Loma?
Director Loma? Here. Here, he's here.
Director Malpacum?
Here.
Director Nelson?
Here. Director Ott is also here.
Director Ott.
Okay. So we have full attendance. All the board directors are joining us in person on the board dais. Thank you. Please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you. Director Ott, can you please make the motion to adopt the agenda?
I move that the Board of Education adopt the agenda as amended by removing action items F1, contract awards, and F2, budget transfers, appropriations, and F to E approvals, as there are no contract awards or budget transfers, appropriations, or F to E approvals.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Melissa, roll call, please.
Director Bankus?
Aye.
Director Daniels?
Aye.
Director Jorgensen?
Aye.
Director Loma?
Aye.
Director Malpacum?
Aye.
Director Nelson?
Aye.
Director Ott?
Aye.
The ayes have it. The agenda has been adopted. So as I said, we do have executive session. Vice President Jorgensen, can you please make the motion to enter into executive session?
I move that the Board of Education convene into executive session to discuss legal advice per CRS 24-6-402 4B, particular matter, teacher dismissal process.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Roll call, please. Melissa.
Director Bankus?
Aye.
Director Daniels?
Aye.
Director Jorgensen?
Aye.
Director Loma?
Aye.
Director Malpacum?
Aye.
Director Nelson?
Aye.
Director Ott?
Aye.
The ayes have it. We will enter into executive session for about 30 minutes and we'll reconvene in the boardroom for a regular session starting at around 5:30 p.m. Thank you. We have returned from executive session. It's good to see all of you here this evening. It's been almost a month since we had a regular board meeting. Made me almost want to miss all of you. So, but all kidding aside, taking time in the middle of the holiday season is always challenging. So appreciate all of you being here. So we do have a very exciting evening planned today, celebrating Mitchell High School students, staff, and community. And you see all of them lined up out here. But before we get there, I do want to clear up some local reporting and the communication between a board director and a single constituent. First, speaking for myself, when given the respect and professional courtesy of time, I'm happy to answer any questions from the media, never shied away from it. Now, in this person-to-person dialogue, the board director and the constituent exchanged some specific religious references, and the board director also used a signature block not consistent with board practice. The board has been consistent in its response in such instances in the past, handle it through one-on-one counseling or collectively as a board in executive session. I addressed this matter in one-on-one counseling session with the board director. As the board president, I do not have the unilateral authority to sanction anyone as a single board member. I understand some in our community want forceful and punitive consequences. knowing fully well the power of the board in these circumstances is very limited. The true power lies with the people wanting those forceful consequences, and they have chosen not to use it. And the beauty is we live in a country where we can engage in this healthy discourse and dialogue and sometimes agree and sometimes agree to disagree. Collectively, the board as a body has indicated the seriousness and the urgency of the board business at hand, which is to provide opportunities and resources to every single student so they can thrive and exceed their potential. Increase enrollment, which in turn will help us secure more funding to support our staff and program and ensure our schools are safe, welcoming, and inclusive environment for all students. The primary reason every board member on this dais got elected is to provide excellence in education for all our students. That's the critical work of the board that you will see happening at every single meeting, including this evening when you will see the will of the board in action as we move as a body with innovative and transformational investments in Mitchell High School, providing supports and resources to those that are furthest removed from reaching their full potential. I thank our community for being here to help celebrate all things Mitchell. Moving on, for those of you who did not see the start of the meeting, the agenda was adopted by removing action items F1 contract awards, F2 budget transfers and appropriations, and FTE approvals, as there are no contract awards or budget transfers, appropriations, or FTE approval. Following discussion during our executive session, there is a need to modify the agenda, and I'm going to make the motion. I move that the Board of Education modify the agenda to add as the first non-action item, recommendation for teacher dismissal and acknowledgement of receipt of recommendation.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Melissa, roll call, please.
Director Bankus?
Aye.
Director Daniels?
Aye.
Director Jorgensen?
Aye.
Director Loma?
Aye.
Director Malpacum?
Aye.
Director Nelson?
Aye.
Director Ott?
Aye.
The ayes have it. The motion has been amended. The agenda has been amended and adopted. Today we have the pleasure of the JROTC Mitchell High School joining us in leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance and our national anthem.
Right shoulder, arms. Forward, march. Mark time, march. Colors. Color guard, halt. Present, arms.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming,
Okay, that was amazing. I want to thank the Mitchell High School students for joining us and the JROTC. What an amazing way to start this evening. All things Mitchell. And spotlight is
Yes.
all things Mitchell. So,
Hi. Hi, everyone. Superintendent Gall, thank you for being here. It is great to see the orange and blue, the Marauders. If you are a current, former, wannabe, or somehow one step away from Mitchell, let's give a Let's Go Marauders out there. Let's get everybody up there, all the Marauders. If you didn't see it on the way in, as you see the JRTC go on the way out, but on the way in, there is the aviation sciences team from Mitchell High School. They've got a rudder that they're building and a picture of an airplane that they will be purchasing and constructing. I have obligated to be one of the first pilots to fly that airplane. That's how much trust and faith I have in Mitchell High School. We're breaking a little bit of protocol. We normally do a school spotlight where we ask a school leader to come forward and talk about the one or two things that makes their school special. And we've been trying to make that short and tight and get on with the work of the district. But tonight we have a very unique opportunity to make this the work of the district. Many of you have heard me say, as goes District 11, goes downtown Colorado Springs. And you've seen me say, we are the heart of the city here in District 11. As goes Mitchell High School, goes District 11. Now, this has been some years, and I am fortunate to inherit the opportunity and just be a student of the past to understand what some of the challenges have been. But Mitchell High School is, and will forever be a prominent part of District 11. There are many members of our community who remind me of this every time they see me. A mentor of my own, retired General 4-star Robin Rand, who could not make it tonight due to an illness in the family, is a graduate of Mitchell High School. He is on the Wall of Fame. If you've not had a chance to walk through Mitchell High School and see the other prominent leaders of our community, both locally and nationally, who have been on that Wall of Fame, you should. And there are future members of the Wall of Fame who are in the hallways of Mitchell High School today. So I'm very excited tonight with the support of many partners who are here to introduce what we are calling the Mitchell Promise. A promise to students, a promise to staff, and a promise to community. So we're going to break these down in little pieces of segments, and I'll start with the promise to students, which is centered first and foremost with our brand new relationship for scholarships with Pikes Peak State College. If President of Pikes Peak State College, Mr. Lance Bolton, can come forward.
Board President, Superintendent Gall, board members, thanks for the opportunity to be here this evening. I really appreciate a chance to just inform you a little bit about our partnership. So looking forward certainly to working with George Smith, the team of leaders that you've got at Mitchell High School. I think you've got the right team of leaders. You've got some great folks there. And it's been a real pleasure to work with the leadership of the district as well. I'm Lance Bolton. I've been the president of Pikes Peak State College. We were previously Pikes Peak Community College for 12 years now. And one of the dreams that I've had is to bring Promise scholarships to young people in our community. And just as a quick definition from higher ed, Promise scholarships we view as being a scholarship that is a place-bound scholarship. So it might be a particular school, a particular district, a particular city or town. There's been a great deal of very good research out there about the impact of Promise scholarships in increasing high school graduation rates, increasing college attendance rates, even increasing property values in an area when Promise scholarships are in place. And so we're really excited about the partnership and opportunity to work with District 11 to bring Promise scholarships to Mitchell High School beginning with this year's seniors. And so we're making a promise to them that if they attend Pikes Peak State College, that their tuition and fees will be covered. The magic in a Promise scholarship, like the one that we're talking about, and it's a last dollar scholarship. So that means students apply for Pell Grants. If they are awarded a Pell Grant based on need, it'll cover the full tuition and fees to be able to attend Pikes Peak. But if they don't, then we're going to cover it through this Promise program. We have two partners, philanthropic partners, who are part of this program. It's the Legacy Institute and the Dakota Foundation. We're really grateful for the philanthropic partners who are coming alongside us to make this a reality. The magic in a Promise scholarship is that we promise we gotcha. It's really different than talking to a young person and saying, there's financial aid, there are scholarships, there are different ways to be able to get to college. Come and fill out these forms. They're very complicated forms. The FAFSA form is ridiculously complex for young people. The magic is we promise we gotcha. We'd love for you to work with us to fill out forms and go through this process. Regardless of what happens through that process, we gotcha. And so the difference that we see with Promise programs like this is 50% and more increase in college-going rates out of schools that adopt Promise scholarships. So we're really thrilled with this. I appreciate very much the partnership with you, Michael, and looking forward to working with Mitchell High School. And the dream, as we just shared, is that one day this will be all across our city and all across District 11.
Thank you, President Bolton. I just want to comment on what a great friend Lance has been. I believe you were at my actual first meeting after my arrival in early July. Lance was certainly opportunistic and saw that there could be a potential partnership here, and to do it the right way here, to start with a promise, and a promise that's not about you and it's not about me, it's about the kids at Mitchell High School. So we are super excited for this burgeoning opportunity and really grateful for your partnership through the Dakota Foundation. So thank you, Lance.
You bet. Thank you.
I'm going to talk a little bit about the staff at Mitchell now. Teaching and working in schools is hard. Teaching and working in schools that are on the turnaround, the priority list, is harder. Teaching and working in a school that is on the state turnaround list for several years, that is the most understaffed building by ratio, is nearly impossible. We have tried to hire specifically. We have tried to ask for volunteers. We have been as creative as possible to play to the strength of the why that most people come to this work. And so before I talk about our incentives, I want to make sure that I thank every person who is currently and or has ever taught in any of our schools that has been in that situation. This is thankless work. But for those of us that do it, we understand the power of changing a child's life. And so I just want to thank and acknowledge all those members of the Mitchell staff that have done the hard work to get us to where we are today. So a round of applause for that staff. As shared as part of the Fund Balance Task Force for some of the monies that have been left over in our system due to open vacancies and other savings through COVID, the board had approved what we had called the Mitchell Stipend. The original idea of the Mitchell Stipend was to pay incentives for teachers in classrooms to ensure that we could stabilize the teaching force at Mitchell High School. In further conversation with both our staff and our community in around Mitchell, we and my staff were reminded that a school is not successful just simply because of the strong teaching and learning, but by the collective work of the entirety of the team. And so we have recalculated those numbers and will be rolling out that staff initiative to all members of the Mitchell team. So that is great news for all the Marauders. So thank you for those who brought it forward. The other thing I'd like to comment on is Mitchell is not alone in this endeavor. It's hard in this small room to be able to group people the way I would like to, but we have a very strong contingent of our other high school leadership in the room. So if you're a high school leader in District 11 on the administrative team, please raise your hand and be acknowledged. We even have some outside. Darren Smith, more outside. Principal Disney. They are here in solidarity to also show that Mitchell is a priority for them as well. And so our high schools band together and they lean in together and they work together to bring opportunities that are transferable and scalable to all our students. And so everything we're doing tonight about Mitchell are things that we intend to be able to do for all of our high schools. We just want to get laser focused on Mitchell. And my goal after Lance's conversation about a scholarship is that there's a family, that there's an 8th grader at home right now that says, I want to go to college. And maybe there isn't a financial opportunity in that family to go to college. But they're hearing this and they'll see our social media campaign. And they'll say, I heard if I go to Mitchell High School and I graduate, that I get to go to Pikes Peak State College for free. And then a parent says, you know what? Let's go to Mitchell next year. So hopefully there's one new 9th grader next year that sees this as a pathway and an opportunity to get to a space that maybe their life was not going to afford them. So this can really change the outcome of not just the individuals who have that opportunity, but the collective way that we talk about Mitchell High School. Mitchell High School is a comprehensive high school in District 11's portfolio. They're building airplanes at Mitchell High School. I don't think any of our other high schools are doing that. Okay, so shifting now to our promise to community. I have several members of the community here that I would like to be able to bring forward. So if I can get my United Way rep, Heather Steinman, if Peak Vista, Megan Volk, if Friends of Children, Judy Cara are here, if they could come forward to the podium. No school succeeds on its own. No school succeeds even with the strongest staff if it isn't wrapped up around by its community that it serves. And yes, we are a school system of choice, but Mitchell High School happens to be in a neighborhood, and that is a neighborhood that has needs and needs supports. So I'm going to ask if excuse me, Heather, if you can be the first to talk a little bit about United Way and its partnership opportunities with Mitchell.
Definitely. Thank you all for having me. Cindy, our CEO, sends her regrets. She just had hip surgery. Mitchell grad.
There you go.
So, big deal. Grew up in D11, so very important. But what we would like to talk about is a couple things. We have a long history with Mitchell from a Colorado Springs promise over the years. And as leadership changed and things have changed, we've readjusted what that opportunity looks like. And so we're excited to engage again at a deeper level. So some of the things that are happening is we are from a Mitchell standpoint, we have a pop-up food distribution on the 22nd. And there will be I think we can serve about 300 families, and we will see that come out. We may or may not have some goodies if a company comes through with toys. We're really trying hard to make that come happen.
You put them on the spot now.
I know, right? Here you go. And so that people can come and grab something for their little ones. Tomorrow, we are at Adams Elementary, where we will be starting at 7 a.m., loading a truck full of wants and needs. Each child in the entire school received a want and a need gift adopted from our emerging leaders, which are young leaders in our community that are allowing us to fundraise and sponsor, and we had a gigantic wrap party at Trainwreck. I don't know if anyone was there. 200 people came and wrapped all these presents for these students. So it was pretty fantastic. Trainwreck opened the space, donated the food. It was amazing. So we are incredibly ecstatic to continue this great relationship. I would be remiss if I didn't talk about how fantastic Melissa is and how closely we work together, and appreciate the staff that you have and what we can do in the future. So
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Megan?
Hi, I'm Megan. Thank you for inviting us today. We really appreciate the opportunity to be here. Sorry, some of our upper leaders at Peak Vista could not be present today. We're getting ready for our accrediting body audit. So we have been just as busy with the holiday season and all the things going on, but we are so excited. We've had a lot of change in leadership at Peak Vista at the Mitchell location. I myself am new at Peak Vista. So we are super excited building relationships with all of our administrative staff and our teachers and nursing staff over at Mitchell. So it's been wonderful getting to know everybody over there and building those relationships and kind of breaking down those barriers when it comes to health for the community. We've had a wonderful time, not only with Mitchell and Mitchell High School, but also some of the feeder schools, and being able to be present for some of their parent-teacher conferences nights, and letting the community know that we're here, we want to see you, we want to help you. We have lots of services. We do everything from primary care to pediatric care, behavioral health, dentistry. We have it all right there at Mitchell High School, and we are open for the community and excited to see everybody. So
Great.
by all means, if you guys would like information, see me before you leave,
Thank
because
you.
I have lots of flyers.
And Judy, I'll just introduce Judy briefly. Judy is with Friends of the Children, and although not going to be housed at Mitchell, we will be bringing an MOU to the board for potential housing for her nonprofit over at Swigert. We have some room over there, and we think there's a great opportunity for it. And Judy has been very kind to invite me in to learn more about her organization. I'd love for you to share how it is that you're helping to impact the community as well.
Thanks, Mike. I appreciate that. And thank you, everyone, for inviting me to be here. I'm very proud to say that I have a long relationship with the district, over 20 years, because when I headed up public affairs for Intel on Garden of the Gods, I gave numerous grants to the district, primarily for STEM education. So I am thrilled to renew that relationship now when we're talking about Friends of the Children. And I'm sorry, I'm going to read some of this stuff because I don't want to miss anything out. I just want to give you 6 key points about our program, since so many people don't yet know about us. We intentionally enroll children challenged by multiple adverse childhood experiences. We hire full-time, highly trained professional mentors who have the knowledge and skills to work with families who have experienced significant trauma. And that's really key. A lot of people ask us why we're different than some of the other organizations in town. A lot of other organizations rely on volunteers, whereas we have staff members who are mentoring the children. And we start working with the children when they're in kindergarten, and we commit to them for 12 plus years. We stay with them until they graduate high school. We're involved in all facets of a child's life, both at school, at home, and out in the community. So our mentors spend 4 hours a week with each child. Each mentor has 8 children that they're responsible for. And 2 of those hours each week are in the school, either helping with homework, sitting alongside the child in lessons. We have one little boy right now who keeps trying to bite his teacher. And so when the mentor is alongside him sitting there, the biting doesn't occur and the teacher can focus on the teaching. So that's a great relationship. We simultaneously, though, we have a 2-gen program, so we simultaneously develop trusting relationships with the caregivers, whether it's the biological parents, the foster parents, grandparents, or whatever. And we work hard with them to really promote the child's social, emotional, and physical health. And we are part of a national network. So that network is almost 30 years old now, and they have a lot of evidence-based data, and we have been approved by the California Evidence-Based Clearinghouse for child welfare. A bit of a mouthful, I'm sorry. So although we haven't been going long in Colorado Springs, I want to just quickly give you the stats for this program nationwide, and this is what we can expect here in Colorado Springs. 83% of the program graduates earn a high school diploma or GED, even though more than 60% have a parent who didn't have the necessary support to complete high school themselves. 93% of the children who graduate from our program avoid the juvenile justice system, though 50% have a parent impacted by the criminal justice system. 98% avoid early parenting, even though 85% were born to a teen parent. And 92% go on to achieve one of what we call the 3 E's. They enroll in post-secondary education, so Lance will be pleased to hear about that, enlist in the military, or find living wage employment. So we are just thrilled that this program is available here. Right now we have 4 D11 students in the program and 1 on our waiting list. So we're hoping those numbers are going to increase with this renewed relationship.
We're hopeful for the opportunity. I think we all hope that we don't need to increase those numbers, but hopefully we'll work you right out of business.
Well, at least you know we're here if you need
That's
us.
great. I
have
would be remiss if I could keep my community partners up there. Mike Williams from Project Citizens not able to be here. He's at a board meeting right now. But they are very deep in Mitchell High School. They come in, they talk every day to the students. Very simple, what I call positive-based reinforcements. If you do this, then I will come with that. And so sometimes it's just a little thing of French fries from McDonald's that it takes to get a kid invested in their own education. So to those that we're talking here at a very macro level of our commitment to community, we are deep in Mitchell High School and have been there. And so much of this is a celebration of relationships that already exist and a double down of the effort for us to continue it forward. Thank you to the community. And we all know it's about the kids. So Principal Smith has asked several students to come forward. If I could get Fernanda as the student body president to bring forward all of the students at once, and you can all introduce yourselves as you come to the microphone and speak. Okay.
Okay, hi. My name is Fernanda Carrillo, and I am a senior here at Mitchell High School. I am student body president this year. And so, yeah.
Do you want us all to go together?
I'd like you each to say what you introduce yourself and then say what you'd like to say about Mitchell.
Oh, okay, then I'll go. The only school built in D11 in 1965 was the beautiful new Mitchell High School. Colorado Springs had become very air-minded in the mid-1960s with 3 major Air Force installations in the region. As a result, the community chose to honor the pioneer aviator Gen William Mitchell by naming the school after him. As far back as 1921, Gen Mitchell predicted that air supremacy would win the next war, advocating for the establishment of a separate military academy to train commissioned officers for the Air Force. Congress later authorized the Air Force Academy project in 1954. Distinct architectural features of Mitchell include our copper roof and a planetarium that has been used by many students in D11. The students are held at a high but realistic pedestal at Mitchell High School, and we are expected to follow our accept core values, which are achievement, courage, caring, excellence, perseverance, and teamwork. I believe that these core values are not only crucial to practice at school, but also have an impact today. Since I have started this new school year, I have tried to demonstrate at least one of these values in my everyday life. I can confidently say that doing so has pushed me to be a better me. I have shown courage by pushing myself out of my comfort zone for opportunities such as applying and getting accepted into the Youth Documentary Academy, applying and getting accepted to attend the Rocky Mountain Youth Leadership Conference, getting the opportunity to be the only student to represent Mitchell High School at the Lorenzo de Zavala Youth Legislative Session this year, and coming home with a trophy for Best Legislator, and being Mitchell High School Student Body President. I have demonstrated perseverance and excellence in everything I do through the countless activities I am a part of, such as being a softball captain, tennis captain, and being a state qualified swimmer, all while being a part of the National Honor Society and being an officer in JROTC, which is one of the best corps. By saying hello to everyone, I encounter and helping plan events for our community like Marauder Toy Nation, Toy Drive, I have shown kindness and care. So many of my peers have gone to accomplish a list of achievements just as impressive as mine over our years at Mitchell, and we have all become better together, demonstrating the power of teamwork. Just like my classmates, I have pushed myself to accomplish all these things to help inspire future Marauders to guide their lives and their principles and leave a legacy to be proud of. Thank you.
Thank you. That was great. But I'm going to have to stop for a couple of minutes. You guys can get seated, and I will call you back again. At 6 o'clock, we had a public hearing. You can sit down, and we'll bring you back up. At 6 o'clock, we had a public hearing for charter schools. That's part of our action agenda item, and I'm a couple of minutes late because I did not want to interrupt the eloquent speech that the young student was sharing with us. So I do have a couple of public comments, people that have signed up for public comments, and I'm going to call them up first. The first name is Joel Sorensen.
Hey, good evening, board. My name is Joel Sorensen. I'm a resident in D11 and a former student here. Just wanted to say how encouraged I am that you guys are considering these two new charter schools. I think that it's an incredible decision. It goes in line with everything that you have done, all this incredible work you've done so far, in the district in the past year. Every single school board meeting includes some sort of new initiative or change that you guys are bringing to the district to help improve it in a truly positive way. And it seems to me that this goes right along with that. James Irwin is one of the most successful school branches in all of Colorado. I recently, a few months ago, had the opportunity to go tour one of their campuses, not the one you're considering tonight, but and I was just blown away at how unique and different it is, and what they're able to do to help kids succeed. So would strongly encourage allowing that one and both of them, because you all are doing a great job. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Stacy Adair.
Good evening. I'd like to say thank you to Superintendent Gall for directing D11 towards having a spirit of collaboration with charter schools. The addition of new choices for D11 families should always be a priority for the district. We know that parents have the right and responsibility to make the right decision regarding their students' educational needs. If we continue to develop new options for families, then we can ensure that parents have the opportunity to find a school that meets their students' needs. And when you find a school that meets your students' needs, you're more likely to graduate, stay engaged, and there's just so many different types of students that it's great to be looking, especially like the school where they can take flying lessons. It's so exciting. It's so exciting to add that. So thank you so much for this spirit of collaboration with charter schools. It's a great change. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all I have for public comments. That was supposed to happen at 6 p.m. for charter schools.
So, do I get the floor back?
Yes, we get the students
Can I
back.
bring the students back up? I just want to explain to the audience, the way the laws are written, school laws are written, for those non-action items associated with the charters, we have to stop at 6 o'clock for that commentary, for those public comments to come forward. And first of all, we never comment on public comment, and I understand that folks have the right to do that. But if we want to change public education, let's change public education. And when we're celebrating Mitchell, let's find a way that we don't have to run the risk of being sued for not stopping at 6 o'clock, especially for two comments that happen to be positive about the opportunity for the initiatives that are going forward. We did the right thing by doing that, so I'm not asking anybody to do the wrong thing. But when you go to bed at night and you think, what can we do better as a country, we can say that when kids are up here talking about their schools, that all adults would be willing to say, I hold you harmless against that. Let's let the kids finish, and then let's get on with the work. So back to the kids at Mitchell.
Yes, sir. Hello, everyone. My name is Malachi Dorsey. A while ago, I was told to pick one word to describe Mitchell High School. And in all honesty, it was really hard. But I decided to choose the word tenacious. Mitchell High School is tenacious. Our student body has endured a global pandemic, the firing of our whole staff, building new relationships with the new staff we didn't know, multiple tragedies, and yet we still keep showing up to school each day, determined to do better. Mitchell High School, as a student body, is a lot of things, but we never quit. And even losing a football game, 83-0, we still were out there giving everything we got. Sorry, I lost my spot. Say what you want, but that's inspiring to me. Recently, our student body has raised, and community has raised over 1,200 toys for our elementary schools in D11. I have also recently had the honor to speak about the partnership D11 is doing with the Common Black College application. And we are only going to keep doing bigger and better things at Mitchell. When our community believes that our school won't amount to anything, we turn around and prove them wrong every time. This is what makes Mitchell special: our strength, our determination, our fight, and our tenacity. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight.
Hello, my name is Hannah Owen, and I'm a freshman at Mitchell High School. The word I chose to describe Mitchell is trust. People around the city do not think of Mitchell as a trustworthy school, but I trust that the adults, staff, and the students at Mitchell are going to make an impact in the next few years. I trust the teachers at Mitchell are the right teachers for Mitchell, including my dad, who is the art teacher. When I had the option of going to another school, I trusted in my heart that Mitchell was the school for me. I also had to trust in myself that I could make a difference, an impact at my school. I trust the D11 school board to not only help Mitchell, but help all D11 students in schools. I trust that in the years to come, that Mitchell is going to continue to become a better school. Thank you.
And while Mitchell has suffered enrollment challenges over the last several years, the incoming ninth grade exceeded our expectation, and our retention of last year's ninth grader to 10th graders was very strong. We are rising at Mitchell. I'd like to just give the floor to just a couple of more voices very quickly. A couple of alumni, if I could get Shay Dabney and Valerie Jordan to come forward. And whoever gets there first gets to talk first, so it's a race.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you very much. Good evening, Superintendent Gall, President Mel Packham, and the rest of the board. I'd like to thank you all for the opportunity to speak about a school that is so close to my heart. Tonight, we'll be hearing about the district's dedication to Mitchell kids, and I could not be more honored to be amongst the alumni. Mitchell has always been a place where greatness is cultivated, and there are several examples of Mitchell graduates who have gone on to do great things in our community. The people that we've already listed, as well as Amy Sanchez, who was a vice principal when I attended Mitchell, is also an alumni who was a former student council president and is now the principal at Sand Creek High School. DeAndre Thomas is a former football player at Mitchell High School who has now gone on to teach and coach in Atlanta's KIPP school system. The Mazik brothers own a barbershop and a roofing and gutter company within 5 miles of the Mitchell campus. Antoine Austin has owned a real estate company for the last 10 years in the same complex as the Mazik brothers. And Mike Williams was in student council, wrestling, and various other after-school activities. He helped to create the peer counseling program at Mitchell and has gone on to receive international acclaim. And we've also seen him rise to be the executive director at Citizens Project. I count myself to be very lucky amongst these individuals. And I also say all of this to say we can no longer allow misconceptions about our community to persist, especially surrounding Mitchell. Mitchell will be, is, and has always been a great place to get an education. Upon entering college, I was not required to attend any general education, English, or math classes, and half of my science courses had all been completed. This was accomplished by my concurrent enrollment classes I attended at Mitchell, and we see they continue to expand on this programming to this very day. I am proud to be a product of Mitchell High School. I am proud to continue to serve the Mitchell community. It was the first place anyone else had validated that I could pursue my dreams, that if I was willing to do the work, I could change the world around me, and that the sky was truly the limit. As the SAC chair, I walk the hallways of Mitchell quite frequently, and yet I can't recall a single economics, pre-calculus, or biology lesson I attended, but instead, I'm constantly reminded of the lessons I could never take for granted. I learned the importance of community. I learned what it meant to be quiet and listen while someone who is not of my background brings me to understanding about their lifestyle. It's where I learned to face my challenges head on, where I learned to say what I mean and mean what I say, where I learned that family is more than the people that bring you into your life. With students, staff, and alumni present, I would like to say that Mitchell has served as an institution that not only educated me, but equipped me with the tools to go out into our community and be a functional, well-rounded, and involved citizen. My heart glows with pride that our kids at Mitchell, many of whom are facing multitudes of outside factors that may have otherwise prevented this kind of access, now have a gateway to another path that they may have thought was outside of their reach. Thank you so much for this time, or your time this evening, and go Marauders.
Hi, I am Valerie Jordan. I am not a Mitchell alum, but I am the project director at Mitchell High School. And what can I say? You've already seen what's going on at Mitchell. I'm happy to be a part of that process, bringing these partnerships into fruition, enhancing the ones that are already there. And I will just leave you with these words: look out. The marauders are on the move. We're only going up. Thank you.
And an evening about Mitchell would not be complete if we didn't give the final word to Principal George Smith. And as he's walking forward, I just have to scream at the top of my lungs the incredible support that Sherry Callback and all of the rest of Central Office have given. But Sherry becomes an unsung hero to so many of the things that happen at Mitchell High School. I wanted to give you that acknowledgement right here. So thank you, Sherry.
Good evening, everybody here and at home. I want to start off by saying thank you to Superintendent Gall and the board for having this moment tonight to highlight Mitchell and all of the hard work that is being poured into that school and that community. So thank you for the opportunity. I also want to thank the staff. We heard about the promises that have been made tonight. I want to start off by thanking the staff who support me, accept constructive criticism, guidance, hopefully good leadership, and just do the work day in and day out in very difficult times for various reasons. I want to thank the community partners that have spoken tonight, but also there are so many community partners, and we're continuing to build various partnerships that are not here represented tonight. So if you are listening, you're out there, I just want to say thank you. Very humbled to partner with you as we move forward. I want to say thank you to the families, the parents and guardians for allowing us to influence and once again, work with the young people at Mitchell High School. I am so humbled to be the student's principal. They have welcomed us, the admin team, and the staff through a very difficult reconstitution, and we just appreciate the families for allowing us to influence their little ones. And then finally, the students. Thank you to the students because they are the driving force. They are the reason why we get up. They're the reason why we have entered into this profession, why we do the work. And so thank you to the students for responding. The students here tonight who demonstrated the accept core values through your different demonstrations tonight. And just couldn't be more honored to serve as your principal. So thank you to the students. I wanted to go into the promises. We talk about trust quite a bit, and if you go onto our website, if you go into a meeting, you're gonna see the vision of our school, and it talks about building, restoring, maintaining trust. One of our students, Ms. Owens tonight, the student who spoke about trust, couldn't be more true. When you make a promise, that's risky business because you can build or you can damage trust, and that's exactly what we have to continue to build in this district, in this community, and build that trust back at Mitchell High School. So those three promises to the students through the Mitchell promise, to the staff through incentives and stipends, and then to the community to make sure that we maintain partnerships through the United Way and other partnerships that we have established is very important. If we break those promises, we're gonna damage trust. So thank you for making those promises, Superintendent Gall and the board, and I look forward to you fulfilling those promises as I have made promises and continue to make promises on a daily basis to deliver results at that school. And then finally, I would like to say that as we move forward, our mission, our vision is to prepare all students for college or career readiness, post-secondary readiness. We have a great amount of data that shows that not only are we doing just that, but we are also, students are also learning and we are closing learning gaps. So we are not cooking books at Mitchell. On-track rates are going up and growth rates in reading and math are going up. And I have the data to prove it right now, but I'll spare you that for now, okay? thank you so much for being here tonight, and thank you so much for supporting Mitchell High School.
Okay,
Go Marauders.
Don't leave, George. We'll do a couple of photo ops. So if I
Okay.
get President Malpacum, and then we'll do these in the order. If I could get Lance up, and we'll get a photo. Lance left? Okay, great. No, if I can get the community members, the Peak Vista, United Way. Everybody left. Okay, George, you're off the hook. We'll put him in the mail.
Just a wonderful evening of celebration of Mitchell. I'm going to look at my board and see if you have any quick comments or feedback that you want to provide. Otherwise, I can summarize a couple of thoughts that I have. Director Loma.
Well, I've been to Mitchell last year, and I was just looking at the plane, the airplane they're looking to build, and so I'm gonna try to find an engine to put in that thing, because that's what they need. They lack an engine. Without an engine, you're not going anywhere, right? But I was just really impressed by that, and you know, growing up in Northern California, I could never come to appreciate orange and blue. I'm a Raider fan, and that's Bronco colors, right? Well, she has one of those as evidence around her neck. But I can say now, because of Mitchell, I do, and I have worn orange and blue. Amen. So you keep doing what you guys are doing. Amen. Go ahead.
Yeah. So thank you, Director Loma. I do have a couple of thoughts. First of all, I want to thank all the high school principals who are here. When Superintendent Gall is talking about leaning in and supporting, you are here supporting Mitchell today, and all of us are in this together as a team. And like Superintendent Gall mentioned, as goes Mitchell, so goes D11. So thank you all for being here. And even though our community partners and Dr. Bolton has left, I was talking to Dr. Bolton at the beginning of this meeting. This is going to be the beginning of a beautiful partnership that we have. Not only have what we have at Mitchell, but hopefully expand it throughout District 11 and throughout this community. Our students deserve that opportunity. And in conclusion, I want to share some thoughts that I have. And this was alluded to by some of the students that stepped up here. Mitchell has undergone a lot of transition and upheaval in the last couple of years. And most of it is not of their own choosing. And I'm reminded of the evening a couple of years back, maybe it was approximately a couple of years back, when it was a bleak and grim night when the board discussed about the dissolution of the Mitchell and the message that it sent out to the community at that time. It caused a lot of heartaches and long-lasting consequences to that community. And over the past couple of years, I've had the opportunity to step back, engage with that community, and truly listen to their honest feedback, talking to the staff, both current and previous staff, and the students and the community. And during those conversations, it was obvious the community was hurt, devastated with how things transpired. There was a realization, honest realization, some change was necessary, but the way it was brought about without communication, compassion, and empathy, that damaged the relationship out there, and that lost the trust of that community. So people have invested their time and hearts into that community, and to hear the stories back on how that was handled. And I was part of the board at that time, and if things are not handled properly, I'm the first one that is going to step up and say that was not right. So we did not do right by Mitchell then, but today is the dawn of a new day. High hopes and aspirations. Today, we are doing right by Mitchell, putting our money where our mouth is, leaning in, supporting, and providing the resources that school needs for their students, staff, and community. Principal Smith, you stepped into a difficult situation a year and a half back. I applaud your leadership out there, that you have stepped up, become such a prominent part of that community, welcoming all those community groups and parents and past alumni in there, rebuilding those connections in the community, rebuilding trust. That's going to be paramount in turning Mitchell around. You are not alone. Everybody in the board dais are strong in solidarity, strong standing in solidarity behind you. So collectively, we are all in it for the restoration of Mitchell to the way it used to be, and probably even better. So that is our promise to you, as you made the promise that you are going to achieve results. And by achieving results, our students are the ones that are going to be most impacted by what you're going to be doing. Looking forward to hearing more success stories from Mitchell in the coming weeks and months. Thank you, sir. The next item on the agenda is public comments. And most of you know the board protocol by now. Each of you have 3 minutes for your comment. A clock will be displayed on the screen to help you through that. Please monitor the clock so you can get through your comments in those 3 minutes. Please be respectful of our speakers and maintain the expected decorum in the boardroom. Communicate your thoughts in a professional manner. If you want to show support or solidarity to a speaker, please stand as the speaker is talking or use a silent applause. Lastly, the statements made by the public do not reflect the views of the board or the district. With that, Ms. Olson. First, I have a student from Palmer High School, Zoe Hobbs.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Zoe Huskin-Hobbs, and I'm the Secretary of Treasury at Palmer High School and a member of the Snow Day Committee. Tonight you will hear from several students who are in the Snow Day Committee regarding the decision made this year to replace snow days with remote learning. After hearing the thoughts of our friends and having a discussion, we decided to take action. In order to collect data that reflects the opinions of those in the district and who are impacted by this decision, we created surveys for our community, and the results show that our concerns and disapproval are met by many others. One survey sent out to students at Palmer received 454 responses, and the parent and teacher surveys received 40 and 62 responses respectively. We asked questions such as how reliable their internet is, the distance they live from school, student engagement or likelihood of attending remote learning classes, and the effect of remote learning days on mental health. As part of our surveys, we also asked if there was any additional information they thought the district should know related to this topic, along with how they felt about replacing snow days with remote learning days and what their favorite part or memory of a snow day is. Our hope tonight is to give you the opportunity to understand the student perspective. I would like to begin by touching on the importance and nostalgia of snow days. I know many of you remember that snow days when you're younger and even when you're a senior in high school are magical. Perhaps it means being able to catch up on some much-needed sleep, go sledding with friends, make a snow fort, spend time with family, go outside, or even just get a break. So many kids relate to the same precious feeling of waking up to a snow day with endless possibilities. In Colorado Springs, we get a fair bit of snow, but not enough to diminish the novelty of going sledding. The days where we might get enough snow are already lacking, and the likelihood of those days being on a weekend is small. A large number of the responses to the survey also mentioned the importance of family time. Students are busy. Between school, homework, and extracurriculars, having quality time with family can be difficult. One student said that their favorite memory was going to their parents' bedroom where they would all get under the covers and cuddle with their cat and watch the snow fall. Another student said, "I've grown a little apart from my family these past couple years, but a snow day is one of the few days where I feel closely connected to them." In an age of rising concerns over the amount of screen time children have per day, isn't having a traditional snow day the perfect way to let kids be kids? Snow days are a great way to get kids outside and building relationships with friends and family, something that is extremely important, especially after the isolation of COVID. Even as a high schooler, my friends and I go sledding every snow day. Doesn't this generation and the next deserve to experience the joy of a snow day? Isn't it important to preserve these cherished memories? These instances of connection and pure childhood joy are essential for the development of the kids in this district. Thank you.
Thank you. No applause, please. Jada Lukens.
classmates is with me to present some of my data. Good evening. I am Jada Lukens, a senior at Palmer High School. I am the senior class president and a member of our student council's snow day committee. Traditional snow days are an integral part of our culture and childhood experience here in Colorado. Not only are they fun and magical, but they provide an unexpected yet much needed break. As one student said in our survey, I quote, "Snow days are, to quote a friend of mine, mental health days from God. They are a pleasant surprise and a welcome chance to take a break from school or to get some independent work done," end quote. That independent work could be schoolwork, homework, housework, or any other personal activities. This opportunity to take a break and use the day as we please allows us to preserve our mental health. E-learning days eliminate that opportunity. In our survey, 56.5% of teachers and 69.4% of students reported that e-learning days negatively impacted their mental health. This could be for several reasons. From the responses we received, we learned that there are negative emotions attached to not just e-learning days, but the era in which we experienced e-learning. This negative impact on mental health can be linked to bad personal experiences that happened at the time, but more universally, the home environment at the time. The stress caused by a lack of internet access is all too common. 8.1% of teachers, 12.5% of parents, and 27.8% of students reported that they did not have consistent internet access outside of school. A teacher pointed out, quote, "Some of the systems we had in place that made remote learning work when it worked aren't really as substantially supported now. The hotspots kids had easy access to still exist, but they aren't as consistently used," end quote. Also, for those who did report that they have consistent internet access at home, severe enough weather to close school can cause power outages and property damage. Not every student who does have internet access has a home environment suitable for online learning. When asked how they feel about e-learning days taking the place of snow days, one student reported, quote, "I don't like them because I'm not in a focused environment," end quote. Personally, I was able to focus and be successful most of the time during online school. I was fortunate enough to have my own room that was quiet enough for me to focus and get my work done. I have learned that that was an uncommon luxury. No matter how many resources the district provides, they will not be able to ensure that every student is in a quiet, safe, and engaging environment suitable for e-learning days. 79% of teachers reported that their students will be not engaged at all, and 19.4% of teachers reported that their students will be somewhat engaged, leaving only 1% of students very engaged in e-learning. 37.7% of students reported that they are not at all likely to attend e-learning days, and 43.4% of students reported that they are somewhat likely to attend, leaving less than a fifth of the student population likely to attend e-learning days. Rather than getting discouraged by the lack of engagement and attendance, see this data as proof.
Thank you, Ms. Lukens. Your time is up. Please, no applause, please. This is the second time if you continue that, then security is here. Ms. Aisling McConaughey.
Hello, I am Aisling McConaughey, a senior at Palmer High School. I'm in the Student Council Cabinet. This group of students and I have been doing extensive research and collecting data to present this issue. Specifically, I'm a part of the Snow Day Committee. I'm here to aim for change and make a difference. We have collected over hundreds of parents, students, and teacher responses to express the voice of our community and, most importantly, our student body. Responsibility during online learning is straining, exhausting, and extremely difficult. We have a rising concern that students and staff have shared that when we have snow days, there isn't anyone to watch their little kids or little siblings. They have expressed throughout our survey that it feels impossible to be able to focus and dial in on class when you are obligated to take care and provide all your attention to their younger siblings or children. It is impossible to teach or learn because you have to help them log in or get them going and engaging in class and care for them while you are also trying to engage during school. My aunt has to take off work to help her first and second graders sign into class because they're unable to do this on their own. No parent should have to take off work, and no student should be left hopeless because they're unable to sign in, causing this, leaving them at a disadvantage in their education. It is overwhelming, and it's hard to stay accountable when you have to care for them. It is stressful and hard and we have to take those situations into consideration. We shouldn't have to strain students and put their learning at a disadvantage and add unnecessary stress to kids and teens. It uprises trauma when we have built-in snow days in the year, and we should allow kids to have a mental health day. It is not fair to leave kids at a disadvantage in their education. Some quotes I have used from our survey is, "It will be extremely difficult since I have little kids and they won't have access to daycare on snow days." Students have legitimate reasons for not participating, either the lack of internet or the need to take care of younger siblings. Another one is, "I feel like this is an equity issue. I have duties when I am home with my 2 young children, so having e-learning days while trying to take care of them is a challenge." Another one is, "Students with younger siblings will likely be watching their siblings and trying to help them with e-learning while simultaneously attending their own classes online." As another quote states, "I think it's not equitable. Students with no internet or parental support do not have the same access as others. It is pretty tough. I have to decide whether to drive my 2 young children to daycare on the treacherous snow days or have a day of work time, or I can decide to keep them at home and try to get work done around the constant need of 2 toddler-aged children." One from a student that stuck out to me was, "Not only do I struggle to properly do school, it is very buggy, and I usually have to look after my brothers simultaneously." As another one states, it says, "I have duties when I'm home with my 2 young children, so having an e-learning day is a challenge, and it's hard when not every student has a parent to help to supply them with support at home." Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Christian Pettigrew.
Good evening, District 11 board members, President Mel Peckham, and Superintendent Gall. My name is Christian Pettigrew. I am a senior at Palmer High School and a young driver, having only received my license a year and a half ago. I have seen firsthand the dangers that young, inexperienced drivers face while on the roads, especially when it comes to Colorado's extreme weather conditions. The terror that drivers have to face on that Friday, November 18th, was immeasurable. Even with 3, 4, or even isolated amounts of 6 inches reported throughout the city and district, multiple accidents occurred on that day. After talking with various students, the majority told me that they were so worried while making the commute to school that they were going to get into a serious crash or even spin out. Believe me, I had those same scenarios running through the back of my mind as I made the 6.5 to 7 mile drive to my school in a front-wheel drive vehicle. Distance is also a major point of discussion when it comes to transportation and getting students to school. According to the student survey, the Snow Day Committee released to the entire student body, the majority of students live within that 1 to 5 mile range at 45.6%, shown here in red. But another 33.5%, shown here in yellow, are placed in that 5 to 10 category, with one of them being me. There are even students that live more than 10 miles away at 13.4%, shown here in green, who commute to and from school every day. This may seem like a small percentage, but compare that to the entire population of the district. You are looking at about 3,200 students that must drive this distance just to receive their education. Imagine what that would be like if you were a parent of a D11 student that had to make this type of dangerous commute on a day when the roads are icy, but school has not been canceled. I cannot fathom what that would be like at all. As we wrap up our time here, remind yourself who you are representing as elected board members of this district. Those who transfer to our public schools from abroad, those who live a great deal outside of our boundaries, those who have little to no experience on the roads, and their parents. We hope that November 18th serves as a lesson learned. Let us not make that same mistake again. I yield my time.
Okay, thank you. I have 2 more student comments, but I will circle back to the student comments. The first 10 minutes are reserved for students. Mr. Anton Schulzke. And while Mr. Schulzke is coming up here, some of the board members requested the data sheets that you were presenting, so maybe you can email it to the board. Thank you.
Good evening, President Mel Packham, members of the board, and Mr. Gall. Tonight I stand before you as a proud member of CSEA, but more importantly as the immediate past president of the National Council for the Social Studies. On December 2nd through the 4th, NCSS held its 102nd annual conference in Philadelphia. Over 3,500 social studies educators met for the first time face-to-face since 2019, engaging in over 500 sessions, increasing their own social studies professional development. I am honored that two teachers from District 11, Jessica Gilliam from Stratton Elementary and Christy Howard from Steele Elementary, who along with their colleague Jill Cross from the Colonial Williamsburg Foundation, presented a session called Unleash the Power of Objects in Your Classroom. They showed how object-based inquiry encourages observation, critical thinking, by teaching students how to be curators with museum-integrated learning. Over 90 people attended this session and were amazed and learned so much from this 30-minute presentation. Had the opportunity to visit with several teachers after the conference who were returning to their several states who were still buzzing about that session. It should be noted that both Christy and Jessica received little to no support from the district other than the ability to use leave that had been negotiated in the master agreement to attend professional learning. They paid their own way to the conference. Both represent the best of D11 educators in promoting not only the district, but also social studies as an important aspect of a student's education. Now, I'd like to think that D11 supports social studies as an important aspect of students' education, but sometimes I'm left to wonder. I couldn't help but notice the lack of social studies materials in the approved materials up for board approval. I can't help but notice that there's not a designated social studies facilitator for the district. I can't help but notice that social studies as a subject is often ignored in our elementary schools. This despite the fact that the Thomas B. Fordham Institute, a noted conservative education think tank, noted in 2020 that, quote, increased instructional time in social studies, but not in ELA, is associated with improved reading ability. Now, I was elected to serve as the 2021-22 president of NCSS, an organization of over 8,000 social studies professionals in over 30 countries. During that time, I was fortunate to lend my voice on both national and international stage discussing topics in the press, ranging from the election of 2020, the insurrection that followed, academic freedom, book banning, and more importantly, the manufactured outrage by those who seek to deny students a full and wide-ranging social studies education. There can be nothing more insidious than the eradication of a subject from the curriculum because of fear, intimidation, intolerance, or political indifference. Yet I wonder why I've never been included to add my voice in D11 social studies conversations. I'm left to wonder when the board and administration will do more than give lip service and support not only social studies as a critical discipline, but also recognize that the students speaking tonight are actually engaged in something that we call in social studies action civics. I'm left to wonder why the administration and the board continues to ignore the experts in the building, the teachers of social studies. I'm left to wonder when this will change.
Thank you. Joel Sorensen.
Hey, good evening, board. Ben, a minute. So again, my name is Joel Sorensen. I'm a former D11 student and a resident in the district. I'm here with the D11 Achievement Alliance tonight. I just want to thank you for this fantastic year. Your first year in office has been nothing short of a staggering success. There's been an optimistic electricity in the air since the very first board meeting of this year, and it stayed throughout the semester. To give a very incomplete list of your accomplishments, disbanding the equity department, parting ways with a superintendent that didn't share your vision, unanimously hiring Superintendent Michael Gall, which has proven to be an absolutely fantastic decision, considering 2 charter schools tonight, including James Irwin, re-emphasizing academics in the district, changing policy LC on student surveys to build trust between the district and the community. There isn't a single board meeting I've attended that hasn't introduced some new initiative, partnership, or effort that is improving the district. Stand strong. Don't be discouraged by detractors. The Colorado Springs community that overwhelmingly elected you is watching you do exactly what you said you would do. And we stand with you. You're doing an incredible job. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Cheryl Saylor.
Good evening, board and community members, and Merry Christmas to everybody. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, this is the season to celebrate And we are all here to celebrate our children and to keep our board focused on our children and their academic education. Thank you for our board who continues to focus on our children. In Jesus' name we pray, amen. Last week, I attended a D11 school board work session where Superintendent Gall gave his proposal for getting our school district back on track regarding academic achievement. This is the primary goal of our current board members, and they hired Superintendent Gall to implement a plan to accomplish that. During the discussions that evening, a statistic that District 11 has the worst graduation rate in Pikes Peak region at 70% astonished me. Now, I don't know about you, I thought it was shocking. Why isn't everybody in the community outraged by that number? Don't you worry about the 30% who don't graduate? I sure do. I worry about what happens to the rest of these children. I worry about our most vulnerable children. It isn't the naturally bright kids who are not graduating, the kids with parents at home who can help and coach their kids. No, the kids who are paying the biggest price are our most vulnerable kids. Those who don't have both parents at home, who don't necessarily speak English as their first language, and who have other disadvantages. Do they end up in jail on drugs or with unwanted pregnancies or even homeless? It just isn't fair. What are we doing to ensure that every child is successful and able to graduate? This, after all, is equity, is it not? You know, lifting differently talented children from where they are to realize their fullest individual potential. Isn't that what we are all here for? I'd like to share a story, if I may, that Director Loma shared at this same work session. He recalled growing up in a poor family, and he spoke from firsthand experience of family members who had trouble in school and couldn't necessarily read. They became embarrassed about not being able to read, leading them to not want to go to school and eventually dropping out of school. That totally makes sense to me, and I don't think any of us want that happening to any of our children at D11. Director Loma also talked about the importance of focusing on this situation. He said, and I quote, "If they can't read, they can't do anything." His message is that we as a community need to focus on achievement. I happen to agree. Let's come together as a community and celebrate our children in this Christmas season by focusing our time and attention on their academic achievement. School board, keep up the good work you're doing. Keep it coming, and thank you for your time. Merry Christmas.
Please, hold your applause, please. Susan Bolduck.
Yes, good evening. I'm a resident of D11. I'm also a grandmother raising somewhere between 4 and 5 grandkids, depending on when they move in and out. I wanted to share about a grandson I have who was bullied in a D11 school, and he was verbally bullied, but he was also physically assaulted. He's not able to really engage in a fight because he has a disability. But he was primarily targeted for bullying because he's from the LGBTQ community. And he did not feel safe on campus. And so he finished his senior year this year at the digital school. So he missed all that socialization of the senior year and walking with his graduating class. And I also want to share that I'm a member of the Colorado Springs Faith Leaders Table. And we know that all of our faith traditions call for us to love our neighbor and care for each other, but especially those who are most marginalized in our community. And it is my deepest, deepest hope for this board that you not only rigorously enforce anti-discrimination policies, but that you also become champions for being in an inclusive community so that everyone can feel safe in our classrooms. Teachers, staff, and students can feel safe no matter what they look like or what's in their wallet or where they come from or who they worship or who they love. And that is my hope for this board, that you become champions for inclusiveness. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Rebecca Kelty.
Hello, board members. My name is Rebecca Kelty. I'm a D11 resident. I may not be a parent of a school kid anymore, but that doesn't mean I do not have a voice of what's going on in our schools. I'm a former U.S. congressional candidate, and all of these schools reside in my CD5 district. I stood to protect our kids for years, and that isn't going to stop now. Just so you know, this is not the first time I've addressed a school board. Usually we address these boards with things that are wrong or things that need to be addressed, fixed, and or updated, and of course, complaints. Today, I'm addressing you to thank you. A lot of people do not understand the hard work and the selfless dedication that goes into this completely unpaid position. The hundreds of hours of personal time, miles driven, devotion, time away from your own families, and emotional roller coaster you have to endure. You volunteered to be a beacon of strength and fight for what's right for all children. You listen to parents to best gauge what are the right decisions based off of what they want for their children, and not your own personal feelings. I get it. It isn't easy most days. There's a lot of work to be done to clean up D11, and working together with these great groups of parents like D11 Achievement Alliance, I am confident that you will be able to accomplish greater things for our kids. Let's make D11 great. Our kids and our future generations deserve it. I have much confidence in you as I have seen how hard you work. Thank you again. And please have a blessed and wonderful Christmas. You deserve it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Daniel Smith.
Good evening. My name is Daniel Smith. I'm a D11 graduate, a D11 parent, and a D11 resident. I serve on the SAC for Audubon Elementary. Go Blackhawks. I'm also a pastor of a local church that partners with Audubon. I'm here to speak about the irresponsible email sent by Director Loma following the Club Q shooting. Following the shooting, our city witnessed strong, compassionate, and responsible leadership by our mayor, police chief, and many other leaders. They attended vigils, they spoke with care and eloquence at press conferences, they named the victims by name and were sure to uphold their memory. It made me proud. And then I saw an email in which Director Loma mourned the dead and wounded at Club Q in one paragraph, and then insulted them and other LGBTQ neighbors in the next, calling their sexuality and identity a perversion and mental disorder. Director Loma then claimed it is his right to believe such things. Director Loma, being on the school board is a matter of responsibility, not a matter of rights. You have a right as a citizen to believe whatever you want. You have a responsibility as a school board director to represent and serve every student, every parent, every staff member of this district, no matter their sexuality, their gender, or what you may think of them. When you so quickly lean on your rights while shirking your responsibility, you lose the trust of so many and you abandon the office which you have been elected to. Quite simply, asserting one's rights without accepting responsibility is childish and in this case hurtful. Beginning in kindergarten, our students learn and are taught every day the importance of responsibility. I hope you consider heeding those same lessons, and if not, I hope you consider resigning from this office. Finally, if there are any students, families, or staff listening who are gay or transgender, I hope you know that Director Loma's statements do not represent our district, my faith, nor the city that has been rocked by this attack. Our community's support for you will not be thwarted by this attack, and our district's support for you will not be thwarted by irresponsible emails about you. Put simply, you belong here. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Melissa Russo.
Good evening, board members. My name is Melissa Russo, and I'm the program director for Parents Challenge. Parents Parents Challenge has been in the El Paso County community for over 22 years, serving low-income families around their educational choice, be it private, traditional public, charter public, or homeschool. We create partnerships with parents to encourage them to find the educational choice that works best for their children and to advocate for the academic success of their children. So Parents Challenge, in partnership with National School Choice Week, will be sponsoring a free school fair on Saturday, January 21st from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the Colorado Springs Event Center. We appreciate your past support of this event and certainly hope that your district and schools will once again join over 100 vendors. This is going to be our largest event ever. To showcase what your district provides to families in the Pikes Peak region, we expect over 1,500 attendees to visit this school fair and look forward to your participation. So some questions you might have: how do we register? Go to our website, register at www.parentschallenge.org. Can we have more than one school represented? Yes, you can register as many as you would like. And is there any cost associated with the event? No cost for vendors. We're giving away backpacks, having bouncy houses, carnival prizes, and face painting. And we do ask that maybe you bring a door prize. And I did bring some flyers and some scarves for all of you. So again, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Joseph Shelton.
Bet you know why I'm here. Thank you, President Malpacum, Superintendent Mr. Gall, and D11 board members. As all of you know who I am, but for those who may not know me, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Joseph Shelton. I'm 26 years old. I use he, him pronouns. I'm a former candidate for the District 11 Board of Education, both in 2019 and in 2021. I'm a former candidate for the State Board of Education over Congressional District 5 in the recent midterm elections, and I'm an LGBTQ+ activist here in El Paso County. In 2019, I was the first openly gay person to run for office in El Paso County. I'm sure by now you all have heard about the tragedies that took place on November 19, 2022 here in Colorado Springs. If you are not aware of what I'm talking about, allow me to explain. On November 19th, an individual made his way into Club Q here in Colorado Springs and took the lives of 5 individuals and injured about 25 others. After the shooting, I emailed Reverend Loma, my mistake. I put that in there on accident, even though I was the one who wrote this. I meant Director Loma and Jorgensen. I emailed them stating that although they did not send the shooter, the words that they have used to make jokes or comments against the LGBTQ+ community have showed it is what is some way okay to target and or harass the LGBTQ+ community because our elected officials can do so. Director Loma emailed me back with the same old religious mumbo-jumbo that he uses to say that his beliefs are more superior thing in the world. He also concluded his email with the title, Senior Pastor, Victory Worship Church. CC'd on this email was President Malpacum. I emailed President Malpacum asking him how he would hold Director Loma accountable, and the only consequence that Loma apparently got was a slap on the hand, again, for about the 9th time, maybe even more. Parts stated that Loma put his title in his church in his email on accident, even though it is kind of hard to put 5 words into the same sentence on accident. He also pretty much stated that it's okay for Loma to quote the Bible because I mentioned Jesus in my email. Funny thing is, I never asked my elected officials to send me some religious words that no one really needs to hear. I would like to close these words today to those who continually target the LGBT community. You weren't the gunman, but you didn't want to see gay people kissing in public. You weren't the gunman, but you don't like gay characters on TV. You weren't the gunman, but you think gay people are sinful and need saving. You weren't the gunman, but you were upset when gay people gained the right to marry. You weren't the gunman, but you used slurs for gay people. You weren't the gunman, but you would vote against legal protections for gay people. You weren't the gunman, but you're the culture that built him. You're the bullets in his gun. I hope you keep those words in mind and the 5 killed and 25 injured next time you choose to make homophobic comment or joke. Lastly, for anyone who gets their feelings hurt by people living their life, please read my shirt. If you can't read it, it states why be racist, sexist, homophobic, or transphobic when you could just be quiet. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Shannon Springs.
Good evening, Board. I'm reading this on behalf of another concerned member. These comments are twofold. Yes, sorry, I'm short. My comments are twofold. First, on the non-action items of G1 and G7, as well as the congressional oversight hearing that happened today that a few of our board members were mentioned in. District 11 has struggled with performance and attendance for at least 2 decades. Part of the reason is that charter schools popping up in neighborhoods and in many cases taking resources from public schools that are still underperforming. What sense does it make for our district to add the Colorado Military Academy Charter School to its portfolio when it's a priority improvement school? The state has told the Colorado Military Academy that they needed to spend more time teaching children how to read and write. Given how many on this board have ran into getting back to the basics, why is it the logical reason to add this grossly underperforming school to our portfolio? If this school was a public school in our district, it would have had resources cut, threatened with potential closures and other ramifications. Is enrollment now such a priority that the district will add any school to its portfolio to jeopardize performance of the district as a whole? The district cannot hold this or any other charter accountable minus taking away buildings, so what is the proposed solution to turn this school around? This school will only take resources from other charters in the district, and what evidence do we have that it will turn around? This addition seems very one-sided. The Colorado Military Academy will benefit more money from District 11, while current District 11 schools will receive now less. It has been shown nationally that investing more into schools instead of cutting resources is a major factor in an improvement and turnaround. Mitchell is an example of gains that can happen with the proper amount of investment into the school. Don't other schools, including Swigert, which is in the most direct competition with the Colorado Military Academy, McAuliffe, Rogers, Wilson, and Monroe, deserve that same investment as well? It'd be more appropriate for the district and the students it serves to invest into the current schools and not add schools like the Colorado Military Academy and James to the portfolio that rob resources from the current D11 schools. This morning, our school district was also on national news, not for the good things such as the Mitchell Promise, Doherty Marching Band, or teachers making an impact, but for the bigotry spoken by 2 of the current board members. As quoted from this morning, words have consequences, especially coming from our elected leaders. We have board members who are actively halting the progress the district is making and the potential positive progress because of their priority is not in our children. It's feeding ego, making sound bites, and intentionally furthering other members of students.
Thank you. Mr. Joseph Boyle.
Good evening, board members and D11 community. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of the El Paso-Teller County chapter of FAIR, the Foundation Against Intolerance and Racism. As members of FAIR, we believe that true diversity lies in the unique humanity of each individual human being, and we deeply mourn the loss of any human being, but especially when the loss comes in such a horrific way as it did several weeks ago here in our city. At the same time, we're saddened that the urge to assign guilt by association has become so irresistible to some in our community. This practice is divisive, corrosive, and counter to the atmosphere needed to truly heal after such a hideous event. Casting guilt by association is a fallacious construct, even when some thread of connection can be found between an undesirable entity and a person or group being argued against. For example, A, Volkswagen cars were designed and built in Nazi Germany. B, person X owns a Volkswagen car. C, therefore, person X supports Nazis. This is clearly a fallacious statement. Regrettably, today we're being asked to accept a similar line of logic that holds that those who have legitimate concerns about the introduction of LGBT ideology to young children in public schools are responsible for the murders of those innocent people. It's understandable that such a heinous act as the one at Club Q would drive passions in some to such a degree that facts and logic, or lack thereof, are outweighed by the impulse to cast blame. It's even understandable that some with a more cynical outlook might interpret that hideous event as an opportunity to be leveraged for ideological advantage. Still, for those whose inclination towards critical thinking has weathered the shock of that horrible event, questions must surely persist despite the impulse to blame. Community members, deep down, does it truly feel okay to you that parents whose greatest concern is naturally the protection and well-being of their children are being equated to murderers for expressing their concerns? Sincere, open discussion of serious matters is required for true healing to take place, and it cannot take place in an atmosphere of demonization and recrimination. For a few, that may be seen as an advantage for themselves, but as our nation witnessed during the McCarthy era, guilt by association is a destructive, pernicious, and grossly unfair way to conduct public discourse. We think our community can do better. We must do better. Board, thank you for your dedicated service to our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. John Sutton.
Hello, thank you.
Thank you.
I wanted to,
Get closer to
my name is John, and I'm a District 11 parent and resident. We heard from Joseph Sheldon about this letter that was published yesterday, and I can't believe, I want to support the board being accused of things. It's not teaching sex to children is not promoting shooting. It's not putting a bullet in a gun. It's just not teaching sex to children. What happened here is horrific, but the perpetrator, pronoun they, was stopped by some heroes, Richard, who called himself a dad, who was there protecting his friends and family, and that's awesome. Thomas helped, and he was injured. Also injured, there's parents of young children that go to Rock Family Church that were there for a birthday party. They were both shot and survived. The bartender, Michael, who spoke to Congress in Washington, D.C. today, said, next will be church or Walmart. 3 days later, it was Walmart. I work at Walmart, and they were targeting associates. I'm an associate. And that's not the first shooting at Walmart. 15 years ago, last week, there was a horrific shooting at my church. And they were targeting Christians, just like you are targeting Christians. There's been 70 million Christians killed. At my church, Christians were killed as a target. That isn't good. This needs to be a safe place, and it's not. We need to stop all this. We need to love. We need to stop it, and thank you. I'll yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Richard Brown.
Sorry, it's cold and I get back pains when it's cold. Thank you. Good evening, Superintendent Gall, President Mel Packham, and the rest of the board. My name is Richard Brown, and I'm one of the children's pastors at Radiant Church. I attended quite a few District 11 schools as a child, and our church is conveniently located off of Maysland, which is surrounded by quite a bit of District 11 schools. So I appreciate the opportunity to speak on behalf of the families I serve, as well as the communities I work in. I'd like to pose a question to you guys, and that is, what's your role? What's your job? I looked online at a website called Colorado Association of School Boards, and under the section, what does a board member do? It states, good school systems begin with good school boards. And the quality of a school board depends on considerably the interest taken by the citizens. Just like municipalities, community service agencies, and other worthwhile nonprofit institutions, public schools depend on effective citizen leaders for their success. And right under it, it says, times have changed, but the basic function of a school board today remains the same, and that's to provide local citizen control over public education. And that means the school board represents the citizens of the school district, all of them, not just some of them. So in hearing that, can we truly believe that all of that's being done? The school board is representing all of the local citizens. Or is it catering to a specific narrative and trying to shut down views that they don't agree with? The question's not rhetorical, it's literal, and we see it every day. And I'm thankful for the changes that D11 School Board has made, a lot of them that they've made already. But I'd like to remind you that you're just getting started. Are you going to spend the time that you have divided amongst yourselves, fighting to see what you think is right, or are you going to spend the time working together for the greater good of our children? Because you see, that's what it boils down to, is our children. They are the future, and what we teach them now will either propel them towards finding a solution or trap them with controversial ideology. And I am thankful for the teachers and educators that we have, and I understand that it's difficult doing a good job. But the teachers are hired by the schools to teach courses and curriculum that the school board and the Department of Education have agreed on, that there is an alignment with the teacher in the school that they're working for. But lately we've seen there's a shift, and a lot of times the teachers do what they want to do with disregard to maybe what the board considers. So, I apologize. You guys were put in a position to ensure that the schools were working with parents and the community to achieve results that interest everyone. Now, I'm aware that some of you aren't Christians, and that's totally fine. It'd be wrong of me to force you to believe in something that I believe in just because I believe in it. But that same question is being posed on the other side, and it's not considered unfair, that we have to believe what they believe, even if it goes against everything that we've been taught. I heard the superintendent mention that community and team is very important. Well, there are a lot of churches within the community of these schools, and I'm not saying that we have to mix ideology or any of that, but a lot of these churches would love to partner with the schools and impact the communities in big ways. I understand that there's divisive things going on all around us, but instead of trying to keep it divided, why don't we work in ways that'll bring unity? And churches are one way that really do have a heart to build for the community. So thank you guys for all that you do.
Thank you. Mr. Ryan Sperling. Mr. Ryan Sperling. Okay. Ms. Sabina Rath. Sorry about that, it's Sabina. Yeah. Rath, R-O-T-H.
Good evening. My name is Sabina Roth, and I'm a wife and a mother to 3 children. 2 of my children attend a D11 elementary school, and the youngest can't start there soon enough. I'm not here today to represent only myself as a parent, but also other parents who could not be here today. So many parents want to be more involved in their children's schools, but it can be overwhelming to know where to start. Many do not know where to go to voice their thoughts, beliefs, and concerns. I was one of those parents until I found a person who was well-informed and willing to point me in the right direction so I could be here today. Although I'm just one voice among thousands in our local community, I have felt compelled to make my voice heard, and I am thankful for the opportunity and forum in which I can do so. Parents are so critical to the Colorado Springs community. We are raising the next generation of leaders and public servants. And of course, we want our children to love Colorado Springs as much as we do. My husband and I are Colorado natives and have seen so much change with the growth and development of our region. With that growth has come both opportunities and challenges. I'm convinced that when opportunities benefit children, our community will thrive. But we've unfortunately seen challenges at the national, state, and local levels that distract us and come mainly at the cost of our children. My husband grew up attending D11 schools, and it's difficult not to compare our children's school experience to our own. So many issues now at the forefront of the education system are hindering the education of our children. We want to be able to discuss current issues. We want to be involved. We want to come alongside our leaders. We want those leaders to be humble, servant leaders who are invested in our community, because that's exactly who we are to our kids and neighbors every day. I'm here today because I can no longer be a passive spectator to such an influential aspect of my children's lives, and want to do what I can to ensure that District 11 focuses reading, writing, and arithmetic, protecting and empowering our young ones, and providing them with the life skills that will lead to contributing members of society. I thank you for the opportunity to speak today and encourage you to keep our kids' best interests before your own, and to continue to seek to hear from people like myself. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. James Saylor.
President Mel Packham, Mr. Gall, members of the Board of Education. I am a Mitchell relic. I was a teacher at Mitchell High School of the German and Japanese languages for 15 years, ending in 2012. About 2 years ago, I went back to Mitchell while I was getting my car repaired, and I think Principal Smith was brand new, and he let me walk through the high school on my own. And it was pretty drab. I went back a week ago today, and I saw colorful academic displays. And I saw a serious counseling office where students used to skip their class and go down and sit on the long bench in front of the counseling office to be with their buddies. And I saw adults in the hallways getting students to class. So I want to thank Mr. Smith. I want to thank the Board of Education for making that happen. By the way, a student ambassador named Vinny led me through the school. I'm grateful for that. I think that Mitchell adults are confident now, the teachers, but now it's time to get the parents involved. And I agree totally with Miss Sabina, who just spoke. She said so many parents want to be involved in their children's schools. So why not get them all up to the high school? All of them, as the highest priority of the school district. Once a month, homeroom teachers could call 20, 25 parents apiece. I volunteer to help. I'll call many parents. I did when I was a teacher at Mitchell. And Mr. Smith could call companies and say, your employees who are Mitchell parents, pay them for 2 hours to come up to Mitchell once a month. All the teachers and all the parents will meet together to establish good school-wide adult procedures and student rules, and you will have a better employee because their mind will be at ease. I want to mention the 2 best school rules. No hats. Excuse me, Mr. Lowen. It would have stopped the Columbine massacre, I think, because hats were a big part in forming the cliques. Another wonderful rule that used to be done in every American country school, stand to greet the teacher. If D11 will stand to greet the teacher, hats off to education, and get the parents to the school, all of them, once a month. The only district in the country that does that. Mitchell will be the best school in Colorado.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Rebecca Kenterdine.
Good evening, Board. There isn't a sane person that doesn't grieve for the innocent lives taken by lunatic mass murderers, whether at Club Q, Uvalde Elementary, or a Buffalo grocery store, among others. That's why I'm offended by the allegation that because I oppose the sexualization of our students and pitting them against their parents, all amid a stunning decline in their mental health and academic achievement, I am a bigot with blood on my hands, not the deranged gunman. To shed some light On our divided times, I want to share this story. A husband suspects his wife is deaf and decides to test her hearing. While she's cooking, he stands afar and asks, "What's for dinner, dear?" Hearing no response, the husband gradually moves closer, repeatedly questioning his wife until he's at her back. "What's for dinner, dear?" He repeats, to which his wife testily replies, for the 5th time, "Meatloaf." The point is, too often we think others are deaf when we're the ones with the hearing problem. Thanks largely to social media's curated tribalism, where one can turn a deaf ear to information challenging our bias and be all ears to whatever confirms it. So, what might our accusers be deaf to? The growing evidence that social media is not just distorting our children's brains, but sorting society's most vulnerable into echo chambers where they're susceptible to social contagions and incitements to violence. Recent research shows that people are more willing to commit violence when they are immersed in a community they perceive to be morally homogeneous. This finding was borne out in Buffalo, where an 18-year-old gunman killed 10 Black Americans at a supermarket. He confessed that he got his racist beliefs from the internet and that there was little to no influence on his personal beliefs by people he met in person. He could not have found such an extreme yet homogeneous group to be a part of in his small town, 200 miles from Buffalo. But thanks to social media, he found an international fellowship of extreme racists who jointly worship past mass murderers. Why wouldn't we draw the same conclusion about the Club Q shooter, rather than seek to further traumatize our D11 community? The perniciousness of social media is why we should get phones out of elementary and middle school so that our kids can better grapple with puberty, their insecurities, and their identities, and so they can focus on learning to read, write, and do math. My hope is that everyone can truly hear this appeal for common ground, helping not only cultivate healthier and wiser youth, but a more socially cohesive community. Una opinión diferente a la suya no es desinformación. Una opinión diferente a la suya no es discurso de
Your time is
odio.
up.
I'm going to leave it with.
You can, email to the rest of the board. Ms. Stacey Adair.
Hi again. Once there was an old rabbi who recalled that when he was young, he was determined to change the world. As he got older and saw the world was a big place, he realized that you have to start small. So he said, "I'll start with my city." But it's actually not so easy to change a city. So as he got even older, he realized that the place to start was in your own home and family. But by then, his kids were older and they didn't listen to him. That's my experience as well. Now an older and wiser man, he realizes that if you truly want to repair the world, the place to start with is yourself. We all have to become better listeners in order to earn the trust of those we want to influence. Spreading outright lies not only undermines trust, it erodes mutual understanding, community relations, social solidarity, and friendships. One false narrative plaguing our community in the wake of the devastating Club Q mass murders is the repugnant and grossly unfair allegation that Back to Basics education advocates have blood on their hands. Instead of focusing on the one deranged person responsible for the unthinkable bloodshed, an unstable individual who was already known to law enforcement, the perpetrators of this false bloody hands narrative ignore the facts as they blame ideological adversaries for violent acts, as if we don't live in a society founded on due process. Must the Back to Basics education advocates wear scarlet letters for the crimes of worrying about crisis levels of student underperformance? Don't we all want students to be academically prepared to flourish in their lives and participate in our democracy? A taxi driver from Sarajevo's war-torn hellscape recently told Bill Maher that what's happening in America is what I saw in Bosnia. Next-door neighbors who despise each other, prompting Maher to conclude, hate on this level can only be sustained for so long before becoming actual war. Here's the truth. America is human history's greatest experiment as the only multiracial, multi-label, self-critical democracy that hasn't descended into tribal chaos. How do we keep it that way while addressing society's biggest problems? We can start by not demonizing those who disagree with us. The line separating good and evil passes through every human heart. Alexander Solzhenitsyn. And we have to remember that disagreement is not hate. Hopefully it is self-evident that stating strong differences about education's purpose is not the same as encouraging action against any individual or group. If we're to learn the lesson that we must focus on ourselves, shouldn't we endeavor to love our neighbors as ourselves? In an effort to be better individuals, what if we granted each other the right to an opinion about how to achieve a better society? During other divisive times, we've had leaders who helped advance this idea by encouraging us to have charity for all and malice for none, Abraham Lincoln, and to learn to live together as brothers or perish together as fools, Martin Luther King Jr. Might that bring us closer to achieving a more perfect union and a better future for D11 students? I hope so. Thank you.
Thank you. So we are at the end of our public comments. We have reached our 1 hour time limit, but I'm going to look at the board. We have 2 students' comments that I've left, and if it's okay with the board, I'm going to encourage them to come and share their thoughts with us. And I also got a note while you guys were the citizen comments were going on that you guys have finals tomorrow, so I apologize for keeping you here this long. But at the same time, the board wants to hear your comments. And one other thing I would strongly encourage our students to do in the future is, if you are talking on the same subject matter as the board operating manual calls, you can sign together as a group and sign up for a total of 5 minutes to talk. With that, Paulo Almeida.
Good evening, District 11 board members and Superintendent Gall. I hope you all are doing all right tonight. My name is Paulo Almeida. I'm a sophomore from Palmer High School, and I'm a representative of the Palmer High School Student Council. I'm also a part of the Snow Day Committee that we have here. As you all know, my time to speak was unfortunately pushed back, so I apologize if this is a bit out of sync with my committee members' presentations. Similar to my committee members, I'm here speaking to promote a change in the district regarding our Snow Day policy. What I aim to address is how this policy and the COVID-19 pandemic are closely and negatively related. As you may or may not have already learned or already heard, our committee sent out a Google form, which is a type of survey, to our students, teachers, and parents of our school. One question in our survey was, based on past experiences, how do you feel about replacing snow days with remote learning days? Many of the responses to this question were a comparison of the e-learning from quarantine and the e-learning we are to experience during a snow day. Of course, responses varied, but nearly all could be tied to the conclusion that e-learning is extremely inefficient and bad for students' mental health. The thought of an e-learning day is extremely upsetting to a plethora of the students at our school for almost any reason one can think of, and the pandemic is what caused these fears to be created. Students, parents, and teachers alike all understand how frustrating it was over the pandemic and how e-learning created bad student habits. The lockdown had a very negative effect on education as a whole. State and national test scores are still recovering and returning to what they once were. Just like test scores, students are still recovering academically and emotionally. Putting students back into these situations will not help learning and will not help mentally. Any good that may come out of e-learning days is heavily overshadowed by the negative. If we all can agree that COVID learning didn't work well, why would we try the same thing again? Despite not being effective, I understand that e-learning was the best option at the time during COVID because it's simply unacceptable to keep children and teenagers from learning for long periods of time. But 1, 2, and rarely 3 days is not a long time, and it's perfectly fine to give students a break like that. The pandemic showed us that e-learning is now an option, but not a good option. And we do not have to keep using that technology because the pandemic is behind us. There was nothing wrong with snow days before COVID, and there would be nothing wrong with having a couple today. That's all I have to say. Thank you for your time, board members and Superintendent Gall.
Thank you. And a final comment, Mr. Ian Schreiner.
Good evening, President Malpacum, Superintendent Gall, and Board of Directors. My name is Ian Schreiner, and I'm a freshman at Palmer High School, and no, I am not part of the Snow Day Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I have been hearing people, including members of this board, say outlandish things about teachers and teacher unions, so I thought you all might like to hear about some teachers from the perspective of a person who spends time with them all day, every day. First, my world history teacher, Mr. Ferguson. Mr. Ferguson, due to health complications, has been out for a good portion of the second quarter. However, despite that, the lessons he taught and the concern and care he showed for his students rivaled no other. Even while he was sick, he sent letters and gift bags to his classes, telling us all how much he wished we were there. And encouraging us to do our best during finals. My next teacher is my ELA teacher, Dr. Barquette. Dr. Barquette is a newer teacher in Palmer and wasn't there during the first few weeks of school due to difficulties finding a candidate for the class, all that. And in short, Dr. Barquette is a man who expects a lot, and he realizes this. And so he expects us to have expectation for him, so that he can give help and aid to us, and in turn we can live up to his expectations. He has a fun and calm demeanor, yet is aware that it is important to get stuff in a timely manner. And he realizes the potential of students, and he wants to help those students realize their potential for good. And my third teacher I've chosen is my math teacher, Mr. Joyner. Mr. Joyner has shown in class that he is knowledgeable and an understanding teacher. He tries his best to ensure his students are ready for the world ahead, and his passion and concern are not hollow. Mr. Joyner, currently, could be an engineer, making far, far more than the current teacher's salary, which is disappointingly low, might I add. And yet he chooses to remain a teacher. He chooses to help the community and act as a guide to future engineers, teachers, and everything in between. My final teacher is Mrs. Allison Eustace, my mother. Although she isn't my teacher, I have witnessed for many years the love she's shown to her students and her fellow staff. She advocates for equity in schools, inspires others to do the same. She has played a large part in raising me and making me who I am today, and for that I will always be grateful. I have spent all my school years in D11 and have had amazing teachers, so I implore you, trust the teachers. They are doing all the hard work and making sure all students are seen and valued. Well, they aren't doing all the hard work, however, they are pitching in a good deal. You need to trust the teachers, because when it comes down to it, the whole purpose of this school district is to ensure that kids in Colorado Springs get a good education, and that purpose cannot be fulfilled if the teachers are not trusted to perform to the best of their ability to ensure a brighter future for all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Appreciate it. And to the Palmer students, thank you for hanging in here. I see even the students that spoke earlier, you stayed here in solidarity. Now make your teachers proud and ace your finals tomorrow. So good luck. So that's the end of citizen comments. Thank you for being here, sharing your thoughts and comments. The board appreciates hearing from each of you. Your feedback helps us better do our work. If you check the box asking a district admin to contact you, someone from administration will follow up and contact you. Moving on to special reports, and first under special reports is board member reports, and I look to my board. Director Bankus, you're up first.
Thank you. I want to start with this quote. Peace is not the absence of conflict, but the presence of creative alternatives for responding to conflict. And this comes from Dorothy Thompson at Restorative Practices. So how do we as a school district support school communities where students can thrive and learn the academic, social, and emotional skills that need to succeed as adults? As many of you know, education has been my career, some in this district and some in other districts in El Paso County. During that time in my classroom, during that time as an assistant principal, during that time as a principal, I've been trained and I have practiced Student Assistance Program, Tribes, Say No to Drugs, that's how old I am, Second Step, Boys Town, and then there were many others. What is it then that we as a school district, a board, and a board member are we doing to explicitly give our students, our staff, and our families the training and the support needed to think of creative alternatives for responding to conflict. So I delved into District 11's current practices. Our students, as you well know and has been represented by tonight, our students and families present a broad section of community in which we live, so our interventions have to be site-specific, in my opinion. In a study that you may have read, and somebody used the same phrase tonight, I don't know if they had read it as well, more in common. It's a study, and the lead author was Stephen Hawkins. And this study makes the case that school districts and others can take concrete steps to foster more understanding of people's positions with the goal of reducing animosity and strengthening common ground. Interventions meant to reduce animosity worked. In this study, almost all of the interventions that were studied worked. I think that's very encouraging. So how is District 11 providing training and support? In a brief overview, I found the following. Capturing kids' hearts is a popular one. It's in 7 of our schools, 7 schools. It's in many of our schools, but 7 schools were highlighted on the National Showcase Schools for 2021-22. And some of you may be familiar with those schools. The National Showcase Schools for Capturing Kids' Hearts are James Monroe, Grant, Queen Palmer, Rudy, Wilson, McCullough, Henry, and Jenkins Middle School. And then there's Rachel's Challenge. Many of you know about Rachel's Challenge after the shooting at the high school. Then there's Random Acts of Kindness. And if you were at an earlier board meeting, my memory escapes me on whether that was this school year or the end of last school year. But Luann, who Del Vecchia, heads our community engagement program and department. And as you may know, she has created across the city listening circles so that we can hear from our community off campus in a way convenient in the neighborhood to gain information about what it is that the school district can better do to engage our community. I do have some information on capturing kids' hearts that I'll share if you're interested. A fourth program that's available in District 11 is Second Step. That program, and I've used that in the school that I was in, is designed to improve students' social emotional skills, such as emotion management, impulse control, problem solving, and empathy. The program is designed to help students both in and out of school. As recently as last week, I sat in a 6th grade classroom in a District 11 school where the counselor was in teaching exactly these skills. And during those lessons, students were highlighted and complimented and recognized for the fact that one safely extricated a student from a conflict, another safely supported a student out of a conflict. So we know that those things are going on, and I want to thank the young man that came and recognized his teachers at school, and then earlier, thank you to Mr. Gall for allowing students to come in and congratulate their teachers in a public forum for the work that they do. None of us have gotten into this because we don't like kids. We've all gotten into this so that we can do the best that we can to provide our kids with the skills that they need to be not only academically prepared, thank you, academically prepared, but to be kind people, to understand that humanity supersedes anything else that comes along. The last one is restorative practices. Restorative mindset is a way of thinking. It describes how as a person understands community and one's role in that community. It also places emphasis on healthy, respectful relationships among adults and children as central value. Let me also share with you that in my opinion, it takes time and patience to put restorative practices into consistent behavior. And as a board, we have all come together since we were elected, the newest ones. We've just passed our 1 year, for good or for ill. We've all been here a year now, and settling in. We have all worked together with views that we all come that are not all the same views, just as we reflect views in our community. I hope, my hope, and I think the hope of all of my colleagues is that we represent an opportunity for the public, for our caring students, to see how it is that people can come together as reasonable adults, not in conflict, but in a matter to resolve conflict, because we're not all going to agree. I want to thank the people who come to our meetings. I want to thank the people who are taking the work seriously. When I looked up random acts of kindness, I did take a look at, there's also a random acts of kindness for work. And they've got this matrix that they've put together, and I was looking through this, and I bet if I read half a dozen of these, you can, out of the many, you, just like me, can find how it is that you are kind each and every day to the people that you're around. And that kindness is contagious, just as Mr. Gall has talked about success being contagious. As we've heard, as goes Mitchell, as will go District 11. As your kindness continues to grow, it will spread, and we'll see each other in a light that says, we all have our kids' best interests in heart. We all want our kids to be safe. We all want our kids to be prepared to leave District 11 in grade 12 and be prepared to be resilient and know that they have a community that they can rely on that's going to give them the support to be who they are, to make mistakes that they can recover from and grow from and add to our collective sense of who we are as a community. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Nelson.
I would like to take a second just to stress the importance that we as a district must place on our students and staff. Every single person is valuable, worthy of dignity and respect. Recognizing there are differing views and beliefs on a variety of topics, this does not alter that as a human being, we are each valuable. As we interact with others, let's ask ourselves, is what I'm about to communicate loving and respectful? Certainly, we can disagree and not align with someone's opinions, but think twice about the way we share our own thoughts. Each board member is elected by the community. Specific board members have no power over another and have no control over what individual board members say or do. Board members are allowed their opinions and rights to free speech. I am a big proponent of freedom of speech, and with that freedom comes responsibility. Ask yourself, is what I'm about to communicate loving and respectful? Would I say this to a student standing in front of me or individual standing in front of me, teacher, staff member? Email and social media make it easier to dehumanize each other. Instead of focusing on our differences, let's remember we are here to support students. How can we unite in this shared goal? We as a board will not allow distractions to stand in the way of our common goals. Collectively, the board's current focus is to improve academic outcomes for our students, increase student enrollment to secure funding for our staff and programs, and build transparent and authentic community engagement. The board has reviewed 15 school improvement plans over the last few months, spending over 20 hours in meetings, not to mention the time outside studying and preparing beforehand. I have teared up multiple times as I've reviewed school data showing we are failing kids, seeing schools with 3 or 7% of students meeting or exceeding grade level expectations. This is regrettable and causes me so much, I just mourn over this. Our staff at all levels are working hard to rectify this, and I am confident that we will see progress with the systems and resources that are being established through Superintendent Gall's leadership, guided by the board priorities. Thank you to the schools that are doing well. We talk a lot about the ones lately that need the extra help, but we do need to recognize we have a lot of good things going in District 11, and I want to thank those schools that have been working really hard to help kids be successful. You know, the Mitchell students were sharing their word for Mitchell, and mine for Mitchell and District 11 is hope. I have so much hope for our district, and I just want to say that as we head into winter break, for some much needed rest for us all, I want to thank everyone for their incredibly hard work to help us turn the district as a whole around. I celebrate Christmas and I want to wish you a Merry Christmas. And for those that celebrate a different holiday, I wish you and your family a blessed time full of joy and peace as you celebrate. So thank you for your commitment to District 11 and the students that we are serving.
Thank you. Director Jurgensen.
Well, while it's been nearly a month since the tragic event at Club Q, I'd like to offer my sympathy to our community that was impacted and for those lives that we did lose. Our community has suffered great. There's no need for this kind of violence against anyone. No one should feel unsafe visiting or enjoying life with others in any establishment in our nation. Everyone deserves to live peacefully here. In the days after the event, the board received emails similar to the narrative pushed by the media, placing blame where it does not belong. I'm disappointed that some of our District 11 community have used this tragedy to further promote divisiveness and political agendas. While some would rather take this moment to infuse divisive rhetoric that only exacerbates fractures in our community, this diverse board has been unifying in strategy and mission with our new superintendent. Disagreement is not synonymous with hate. Moreover, this push from some that disagreement equals LGBTQ hate, or that disagreement equals transphobia or hate speech, must stop if we're to come together for the good of our community and our students. The ability to live together in community while maintaining our individual views, even in disagreement, is a staple of this great nation. Here in the United States, every one of us has a God-given right to exist as we want, worship as we want, work as we want, speak as we want, and raise our kids as we deem fit without having to worry about personal safety. What happened at Club Q was horrific. Not for just that select group of people. It hit all of us because we are a community. Even while some may disagree with the lifestyle or choices of that group, no one wants violence or death to come upon anybody. Hurt people hurt people. This is yet another reminder to check in with each other and our loved ones to show some love and make sure we are all doing okay. Now is the time to dismiss this hateful tact taken by some and instead mourn the loss of those taken too soon and focus on the hope we have ahead. I implore everyone to take this time, as D11 has done, to bolster emotional support, aid impacted individuals, and focus on taking care of our community in and outside of our schools. We are D11, and we are all in this together, and we must strengthen our common ground. With that, I do wish everyone a very Merry Christmas and holiday season, and a restful break from school for those that have been working very hard. Thank you.
Director Loma.
First of all, I wish this was not the topic that was brought into this board. It has little or nothing to do with the goal of this board, which is to improve education for all children. Nonetheless, I find the need to respond to an article that was coordinated to come out today, right before this board meeting, which is pretty obvious what's going on. Before I continue, Club Q was a tragedy. In fact, we call it the Turkey Bowl on the bowling alley right next to that club that weekend. And we've seen the mourners and nobody took any kind of joy in that tragedy. It was awful. As a former military man, although I was discharged many years ago, when you raise your right hand, you take an oath. So although you're discharged, that oath never leaves you. And that oath was to be a willingness to die for the right of everybody to live free in this country. And I live by that today. So in an attempt to silence me, some put on the show to come up here and I call fake news, write a story, try to convince unwitting people to join the charade. And as I looked at that, they are practicing bullying at its worst. Bullying is the use of force or coercion, hurtful teasing or threat to abuse, aggressively dominate or intimidate. The behavior is repeated and habitual. When people think they have the right to intimidate or aggressively dominate, especially me, I'm here to tell them that my pronouns are aquí para. This is the ideology that damaged our children by shutting down schools, mandating masks, This ideology said vaccines were safe and we all need to take them. You tried to bully me then for disagreeing with that your belief, and I still don't agree with you. And today, science is proving me right, and those of that ideology are wrong. Dr. Merrill Nass stated that more vaccine deaths were reported in the last 20 months than all vaccines in the last 30 years combined. Dr. Asim Malhotra, a highly published cardiologist and one of the most well-known doctors in Britain, said, "Once I had spent time critically analyzing the data of the COVID-19 vaccines, it became very clear to me that the efficacy of this particular novel technology was very, very poor, certainly in comparison to traditional vaccines, and the harms were unprecedented." In this room, I have been approached by Satan worshipers who said they are praying against me. At this dais, I received notification from allies that they will donate to the Church of Satan and Planned Parenthood supporters who chose to, and they did this, and they chose to donate in my name. And I sent that email to the board. And this was a bullying tactic. When I addressed them, I go, "Well, how much are you giving?" They said $5. I go, "Well, you're a tightwad. Put a couple of zeros to make it mean something." But that was another conversation. So you're the same group that bullied me today. I did not email you. You emailed me. I did not attack you. You attacked me. You stated that my comments in disagreement with the LGBTQ community and how current identifying teachers are changing our students tells the community that Club Q shooting is okay. This is an absurd bullying tactic. You said that my comments in disagreement with how LGBTQ inclusivity isn't an important focus that tells people that shooting LGBTQ plus community members is okay. This is ludicrous. You said that mine and Jason's comment have made people see that the LGBTQ plus community doesn't matter and that the shooting was okay. Once again, a nonsensical statement. Lastly, you said that when I preach from the dais about my faith, it directs me, how my faith directs me and my belief in the Bible is the strongest word in the land, tells people that committing heinous acts against LGBTQ people today is okay. Well, I say to you all, your bullying tactics cannot ever silence me. So what I did, took some time, and I went to the Colorado Department of Human Services, and it recognizes gender dysphoria. In fact, to access gender health services, the Transgender Expansive Youth Bill of Rights requires a diagnosis of gender dysphoria. Gender dysphoria was first called gender identity disorder. News Medical Net states that it was traditionally thought to be a psychiatric condition, meaning a mental ailment. Some say that chromosome abnormalities may lead to gender dysphoria. They state this with no evidence to back the claim. Most agree that defects in normal human bonding and child rearing as a contributing factor to gender identity disorder. Undoubtedly, one can see that this group of people have special needs that need to be taken care of. And I would be the first to help them. Chloe Cole, remember her name, held a sign during a demonstration that read, "Gender nonconforming teens need love, not mastectomies." Billboard Chris wrote, "Children cannot consent to puberty blockers." Fortunately, the 8th Circuit Appeals Court is the 2nd Circuit to block the transgender mandate after the 5th Circuit ruled similarly earlier this year in Franciscan Alliance and Becerra. Quote, "The federal government has no business forcing doctors to violate their conscience or perform controversial procedures that would permanently harm their patients." Beckett, Vice President and Senior Counsel Luke Goodrich said in a press release, "This is a common sense ruling that protects patients, aligns the best medical practice, ensures doctors can follow their Hippocratic oath to do no harm." In the same vein, public schools have no business counseling children with advice that could permanently harm their students. Imagine a 13-year-old girl permanently hurt. Harmet Dillon tells us that the Center of American Liberty is now actively engaged in legal action against Kaiser Permanente Hospital for physically mutilating and destroying the health of an innocent girl, Chloe Cole, after convincing her that she needed to be a boy to survive. When Chloe Cole was 13 years old, listen, 13 years old, doctors began experimenting on Chloe to transition her from a boy to a girl, or from a girl to a boy. She should have been able to trust her doctors when she told them about her anxiety and gender dysphoria. Instead, these medical professionals coerced Chloe and her parents into irreversible, life-altering treatment. Sadly, I do not need to imagine one very clear reality. My opponent in this audience today is striving to do the same to D11 children. That brings my faith. As a habit, unlike my naysayers, I answer my attack with facts and reference where I gain my beliefs. The reference I use was Romans 1:21 through 27. And I will read this so that you understand and you don't have to go to the article that they posed against me. For although they knew God, they neither glorified him as God nor gave thanks to him. But their thinking became futile and their foolish hearts were darkened. Although they claimed to be wise, they became fools and exchanged the glory of an immortal God for images made to look like mortal man and birds and animals. Therefore, God gave them over to those sinful desires. Verse 26. Because of this, God gave them over to shameful lusts. Even their women exchanged unnatural relations for unnatural ones. In the same way, the men also abandoned natural relations with women and were inflamed with lust for one another. Men committed indecent acts with other men and received in themselves the due penalty of their perversion. I only brought up religion because their attempt to silence my faith, saying that I cannot share my opinions on an email, private, person to person, that somebody brought to the public, so I have no choice but to defend myself. Moreover, I am convinced that faith is in every institution, whether one accepts or not. John Adams, 1798, first U.S. Vice President and second U.S. President, commented, "We have no government armed with power capable of contending with human passion unbridled by morality and religion. Our Constitution was made only for a moral and religious people. It is wholly inadequate to the government of any other." I end this portion of my discussion with a quote from President William Jefferson Clinton. The Morning Edition, September 24th, 1994. Sometimes I think the environment in which we operate is entirely too secular. The fact that we have freedom of religion does not mean we need to try to have freedom from religion. Doesn't mean that those of us who have faith shouldn't frankly admit that we are animated by that faith, that we try to live by it, and it does affect what we feel, what we think, and what we do. In closing, one last thing regarding the end of your bullying. A bully's essential prerequisite is a perception of imbalance of physical or social power. You think you have the power, but you don't. The silent majority has risen and will stop your bullying tactic. Lastly, my job is to improve the education of every child. I'm not here to convince any child to be a Christian, Muslim, Jew, Gentile, boy, or girl. That is the role of the parent. I'm here to defend every parent's right to raise their child and to assist them in the education of their child. To that end, every child must have a safe learning environment. I will not impose my beliefs on any one of you. I don't expect anyone here to believe like I believe. I only ask that you stop trying to impose your beliefs on me. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Loma. And as I've often repeated from the board dais, the views and thoughts of a board director or a public that's commenting does not represent the views and thoughts of the board or the district. Director Ott.
Thank you. I hope that any students who identify as LGBTQ will find a supportive adult in their life, a supportive teacher, parent, family member, and realize that you are valued and that not everyone up here shares the same opinions and belief that it is a lifestyle choice. It is who you are and who you have to be. So I want to mention, away from all these topics, that the Educating Children of Color folks are having a conference, a summit, that is January 14th, and there are scholarships that will be awarded. I apologize if I'm mentioning this too late. We might have missed some of the deadlines, but there are over $150,000 worth of scholarships. And so it's a great opportunity for staff and parents to go and learn, and for students as well. And I want to give a shout out to our own West Middle School students who are part of a peer mediation class that will be presenting that day. So hope you can check it out and visit with those students. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Ott. And seeing no further comments, I will finish the board member reports while Ms. Olson is pulling up the slides that I want to share with the community. And I'm going to go into the board work here a little bit. Last week, as requested by the board, Superintendent Gall shared his performance report out to the board. And if you have not already taken a look at this, I highly encourage you to go look at the document on Board Docs and watch the board discussion on video. The most important responsibility that elected board members have is to ensure that there is accountability in the system through our one employee, the superintendent. And in my time on the board, I have consistently advocated for such a report, never received it until last week. So it is a comprehensive roadmap in D11's journey to excellence in education and service to our community. Clear goals that are articulated in our collective work towards ensuring every student has the opportunity to succeed. We will encounter successes and failures along the way, and we will course correct accordingly. But I'm a strong believer that when accountability is used positively, it will foster excellence, improve performance, and a cohesive work culture. Our students deserve nothing less, and I thank Superintendent Gall for setting the vision, which aligns with the board priorities behind me. I'm not going to go into all the details today, but please take the time to look at it. It shows transparency, where the district is today, what Superintendent Gall inherited. We collectively own that data now, no excuses, and our path forward. Okay, and now going on to school visits, and this won't take long. It seems like a year back that I visited Edison. Actually, it was only 3 weeks back. Director Ott and I were there to celebrate Thanksgiving out there. So there were several people from administration, including Mr. Relic out there, who is looking at the video up there on top, serving our students and community. It was great to see our community back after all the restrictions of the past couple of years. There was a principal transition at Edison too, and the last picture out there shows Mr. Kevin Willis and the new principal out there, Mr. Donald Potter. I want to give a great shout out to Mr. Potter for stepping into the role out there in the middle of the year. And the picture that you have out there of the ladies all dressed in black, I found out that day that they were all dressed in black because they were, as a sign of respect for Kevin Willis, who was leaving, they were quote-unquote mourning. So I call them the women in black out there. So, but huge appreciation to Ms. Jennifer Bosler, Ms. Carrie Skeens, and Ms. Caroline Dicken. All of you stepping up, leaning in, and filling the hole left by the principal transition. And I know Kevin Willis is going to do some amazing things at Human Resources with our Chief Bailey. In the next picture, I have a parade of lights, and it was about a couple of weeks back. I want to start by thanking Deborah and Paige and her team. They organized and decorated that school bus out there, put everything together. The students from Edison were out there. We had the Dorothy Girls Palms team out there cheering us on. It was just a perfect night to be out there and celebrate by the way, we are still in sesquicentennial year, even though it again feels like we've been, it's been 2 years back. It was. We are still celebrating 150 years of excellence in education. So thank you for all that put that event together and being out there that evening to participate and with our community. And quick shout out to Ms. Trudy Toole out there. This boardroom just a few days back, the top picture out there was turned into a holiday festive setting with and we were able to celebrate all our central admin folks out there. Things that haven't happened in a couple of years, again, because of restrictions and social distancing. We were able to bring back an appreciation of our central admin staff. So thank you for Trudy Toole organizing that and celebrating our staff. In the spirit of Christmas and the holiday season, I was at Russell Middle School yesterday, and their middle school choir and Miss Sarah Chandler, the music teacher out there, they just brought the house down, so to speak. Such an entertaining show to the community. And lastly, the board members were able to participate a week or so back at GASB, which is the Colorado Association of School Board Meetings for professional learning opportunities for the board. Some of us were able to attend. I especially enjoyed the sessions when other school districts shared their success stories on how they were able to approach the community to support a bond measure to rebuild and renovate their facilities. And the critical takeaway for me from those presentations was you have to rebuild trust within the community by living up to your promises. And our promises are in the superintendent performance report, and that's what is going to earn the trust of our community when we circle back. And last thing, again, I want to give a shout out to Mitchell. We celebrated Mitchell all day today, and I'm going to close by celebrating Mitchell again. I was there at their 3 or so weeks back at the performance that the students put together. What an amazing group of students that put together that performance. The two teachers out there on the left, Ms. Holly Abercorn, she was a Mitchell drama teacher, and she put together the script for that play, and she's no longer at Mitchell, but the new Mitchell teacher, she took that script and made those students rise up and perform. We even had the North Middle School Drama Club in there watching that program, so it provides the pathway for schools that are interested, for students that are interested in pursuing that path. Mitchell has got an amazing program out there. And last couple of things I want to give a quick shout out to the man that is wearing that festive hat in the corner up there, Mr. Scott Mendelsberg. I shared my visit to Coronado High School about a month or so back when they had the post-secondary pathways out there. This is an amazing program that the school district put together, which showed all the free opportunities that our students have access to go to Pikes Peak State College or other pathways where they can get a 2-year or a 4-year even college degree out there. And we are going to have more of these programs based on the board feedback that was given at all of our other high schools. So the dates are shared on your screen. Please take your time to attend one of these things, especially if you are a middle school student, 7th, 8th grade student heading into high school, or high school students, parents, please circle one of these dates on your calendar and attend. And finally, happy holidays to all of you. This has been a long semester, and I know our staff has done some incredible work out here. And I see you every day at our schools. Sometimes I want to come and talk to you here. Your offices are completely empty, so which means that you are at school supporting our students, leaning in, supporting our building. So thank you for responding to Superintendent Gall's expectations and what he set as the vision for the district that we need to lean in. So thank you. Happy holidays. The board will send out a communication to the community tomorrow. Expect that board letter tomorrow, and hope you all have a peaceful and joyous holiday celebration. Connect with your friends and family and get back refreshed for the new year. With that, board member reports are done. And finally, I turn it over to Superintendent Gall for his.
Thank you, President Malpack, and the board and the community. I have the best job in America, and I know it doesn't always feel that way in this room, But we have a couple of student shout out for teachers that we're going to get to. You can bring the slides up, Melissa. And I can't wait. I've been giving a thumbs up to one of the students out in the hallway who has so patiently been waiting. He keeps looking at me with anticipation, and I give him a thumbs up, and he leans in as if it's time to come in. And I said, no, it's not that kind of thumbs up yet. It's just the kind of, I'm excited for you to come in here as well. And so I'm going to go through just very quickly what I just call my GSD awards for getting stuff done. Very quickly, I'm going to start here with Victoria Interiano. Victoria is at the Bijou School. She did a little bit of high school shopping over the last couple of years until she found her home at the Bijou School. And she's focused here for getting stuff done because she's the first student at the Bijou School to actually earn college credits through our CLEP program, which is College Level Examination Program. She wasn't sure if she had a college future. She was told that she didn't, that people had told her that she wasn't college material, but she was able to test, and she's the first student at Bijou to actually earn those college credits. And that's a real savings for her as well. And so that we are now, I'm highlighting Victoria, but to expand upon this program, we've had 5 out of our 6 students who took CLEP pass, and that's likely a savings of about $10,000 to those students. Now, if we are anticipating 50 to 60 students this year alone, that could accumulate 420 to 450 credits, which could be a savings to those students in second semester alone of their future post-secondary plans of up to $60,000. So I want to give a huge shout out. You've heard Scott Mendelsberg get called out first, and then to MC, our principal at Bijou, and to every one of our other secondary principals who are affording these opportunities to showing our kids that you don't have to wait to get to college. You can start college in high school. You can win now. So getting stuff done for Victoria, thank you so much for that work. Secondly, this is, I want to make sure I try and pronounce her name correctly, Tani Eel. And Tani Eel is part of our STRIVE program, which stands for Students Transitioning to Reach Independence, Vocation, and Education. This is our transitions program for kids 18 to 21. Tani Eel, along with Zane, Caleb, John, and Alex, made these tote bags, these District 11 tote bags, as part of their skill set to transition into the workforce. And this is what the thing I will be using to give my gifts to my staff and to the board. And so many of you have heard me talk about STRIVE before. They served the Special Ed Advisory Committee that I was able to attend in late September. And so I just want folks to know that there is incredible work happening to prepare our students for their future, and not just in the ways that many of us often think about what that work looks like. And so hats off, I took President Malpackham's away. I'll give it back to him to be able to showcase that. This is Mike Willis. Mike Willis is our Assistant Director of Facilities, and we had a series of what I'll call cold-related issues. If people understand when water freezes, it expands, and so it will bust a pipe, but you don't find that out until it gets warm again. And so people always expect that you're going to have water damage on a cold night. Nope, you have water damage when it gets warm after the cold night. We all know that we had some cold weather right before Thanksgiving, and it got a little warmer over that Thanksgiving break. Mike Willis was, I call this the Where's Waldo Award, because Mike happened to be in about a dozen different schools at the same time over Thanksgiving break, and every school was open with no lost instruction when we returned that next Monday. Mike wanted to make sure that I said he is only the hub for communications, that facilities, transportation staff deserve the recognition and the thanks for their hard work. So I appreciate his humility, but I know when I need to get it done, I pick up the phone and call Mike, and that's where all my principals do as well. So thanks to Mike Willis for that work. More getting stuff done. I have Naomi Lopez here, who was so gracious to invite me into her speech pathology room at Midland. Naomi splits her time between Midland and Holmes, and this is Eli. And Eli and I became very fast friends. A very quick personal story. I met my best friend in elementary school in speech pathology. I couldn't say my S's and he couldn't say his R's. And we walked home from school every day with me tracing snakes and him chasing rabbits. And we're still best friends today. I told that story to Eli and he smiled very brightly. And he's come a very long way according to Naomi. And both Naomi and Eli were very clear in reminding me the lessons of the day, which is that we need to be brave, we need to be honest, but we shouldn't be mean. so I appreciate them for that time. Thank you so much. Okay, now to the second stars of the show. I'm going to bring in, this is part of our teacher shout out. If you remember the sequence that we've done here, we started with high school students coming forward and shouting out their teachers. And then we did middle school students coming forward. And tonight we're having elementary school students come forward to thank their teachers. I've asked our principal at Martinez, which, remind everyone, is one of our Art Pathway schools, to come forward with a piece of performance art in a way for elementary schools to thank their teachers, because sometimes it's kind of scary to be in front of the microphone. I want to give a special shout out to Laura Lee McDaniel, who leads our visual and performing arts program at the district, for helping to coordinate this as well. Your floor. Tara.
While they're sitting up there, just love your T-shirt out there. That's all I wanted to comment.
Hello, everybody. We are Martinez. And my name is Gavin Sharon, and I am in the 5th grade. And I was able to interview several students at my school, and they had some great and amazing positive things to say about our teachers. So let's roll the clip and check it out.
While we're waiting for the clip to come up, Gavin is my thumbs up guy in the front. Clearly a future leader, if not already a leader. And there's the thumbs up.
May you have auspiciousness and causes of success. May you have the confidence to always do your best. May you take no effort in your being generous, sharing what you can, nothing more, nothing less. May you know the meaning of the word happiness. May you always lead from the beating in your chest. May you be treated like an esteemed guest. May you get to rest, may you catch your breath. May the best of your days be the worst of your tomorrows. Whoa. And may the road less paved be the road that you follow. Whoa. Well, here's to the hearts that you're gonna break. Here's to the lives that you're gonna change. Here's to the infinite possible ways to love you. I want you to have it. Here's to the good times we gonna have. You don't need money, you got a free pass. Here's to the fact that I'll be sad without you. I want you to have it all. Oh, I want you to have it all. I want you to have it. I want you to have it all. May you be as fascinating as a slap bracelet, and may you keep the chaos and the clutter off your desk. May you have unquestionable health and less stress, having no possessions though immeasurable wealth. May you get a gold star on your next test. May your educated guesses always be correct, and may you win prizes shining like diamonds. May you really own it each moment to the next. May the best of your days be the worst of your tomorrows. Whoa. And may the road less paved be the road that you follow. Whoa. Well, here's to the hearts that you're gonna break. Here's to the lives that you're gonna change. Here's to the infinite possible ways to love you. I want you to have it. Here's to the good times we gonna have. You don't need money, you got a free pass. Here's to the fact that I'll be sad without you. I want you to have it all. Oh, I want you to have it all. I want you to have it. Well, I want you to have it all. Oh, I want you to have it all you can imagine. Oh, no matter.
Hi, my name is Drew Moore, and I am in 5th grade at Martinez Elementary, and I'm going to be playing Jingle Bells on the cello.
Hi, I'm Kaylin Kanab at Martinez Elementary School.
Hi, I am Brooklyn Jacobs. I am in 4th grade in Miss Sunada's class.
We are going to be singing Cover Me in Sunshine by Pink.
Sorry, technical difficulties.
I've been dreaming, friendly faces. I got so much time to kill. Just imagine people laughing. I know someday we will. Even if it's far away, get me through another day. Cover me in sunshine, shower me with good times. Tell me that the world's been spinning since the beginning, and everything will be alright. Cover me in sunshine. From a distance, all these mountains are just some tiny hills. Wildflowers, they keep living while they're just standing still. And I've been missing yesterday, but what if there's a better place? Cover me in sunshine, shower me with good times. Tell me that the world's been spinning since the beginning, and everything will be alright. Cover me in sunshine, shower me with good times. Tell me that the world's been spinning since the beginning, and everything will be alright. Cover me in sunshine. La la la. La la la. Cover me in sunshine, shower me with good times. Tell me that the world's been spinning since the beginning, and everything will be alright. Cover me in sunshine. Hi, my name's Maya Sobodzinsky. I am a kindergartner from Martinez. We learned how-tos. We made mosaics in Mrs. Olson's class. We make mosaics by taking little pieces of paper and making them into a big piece of a big picture. Here's my mosaic.
Oh, nice. All the way around. See the people over there? Look at you. Yeah. Did you see? Thank you. Nice job.
And this year I made 2 pieces of art. Art is my happy lights, and these are the 2 pieces I made.
Yeah.
Hi, my name is Lauren Knab, and I'm in 4th grade at Martinez Elementary School. This semester, we learned how to make Mexican Talavera tiles. This is the one that I made.
Wow.
So I think you can see why I'm so proud to be the principal at Martinez Elementary. We've got amazing students. We gave them the idea, and they brought it together. We just needed a little guidance and some room for some creativity. And then Ms. Hart, if you would pass these down, our students also wrote some thank you cards for you guys. Thank you. Thank you, Mustangs. I'm so proud of you.
We all know that engaged students in relationships with their teacher are much more likely to succeed. And part of that you saw here expressed in the arts. I'm going to ask Principal Julie Johnson from Spark Online to come forward with Carter Johnson, a 4th grader, and a 5th grader, Nicolina Greco, who will actually be just sharing a different way to say thanks for their engagement by talking about their student-led conferences. So being on the receiving end of feedback or owning your feedback is a big differentiator in how students grow. Okay, you guys want to come up here and talk at my seat? Come around.
Sure do.
Come around. Just sit right there and talk right into the green light.
Hello, everybody. I am Carter Johnson. I am a 4th grader from Spark Online Academy. My teachers are Mrs. Berry and Mr. Nossinger, and I just am a student from elementary, from Spark Online Academy.
Do you want your notes? Are you okay? You're good.
What I like best about Spark and teachers is that I like working in groups with other kids, and I like my teachers a lot because they're always nice and they help me when I don't have a question. Like if I ask them right now, what am I doing? They might answer me. So, yeah. What helps me my student-led conferences and became a leader was the student-led conference helped me focus on things I can do better to help me improve my reading, writing, and math. I like setting goals and reaching them. So I will explain my goals, and my goal is probably my goal is I've been reading a lot and Dibbles and yeah, and one goal that I need to get probably better is retelling the information from the story. So yeah. What skills I was been learning for an Income-based project is that I'm learning how to answer questions that I have by researching the answer using multiple sources. Anything you're excited about my learning was that I've been in this school for a little while, so I like learning new things, especially in science and math. I really like my teachers, Mrs. Berry and Mr. Nossinger, because I've learned a lot from them. Like, I learned like math, place value, and science. Like, I learned from science was the early Colorado hunters and the Apaches, the Plain Indians. So,
are you ready to let Nicolene finish up so Nicolene can go? Okay, you got one more sentence, okay? You got it, you're doing awesome.
So, I really appreciate for you guys to listen to what I have here, and thank you.
I don't think he doesn't want to give up the seat.
It's the best part of the job.
Hi, my name is Nicolina Greco, and I'm a 5th grade student at Spark Online Academy. I started at Spark at the beginning of 4th grade. Some things about Spark that I love are having choice throughout the day. Spark Hour, student-led conferences, learning online, and our in-person events. Student-led conferences are great because they help me understand exactly how I am doing, and it gives me confidence and the ability to keep pushing forward without giving up. My parents also like the student-led conferences so they know how they can help me improve. My teachers also provide a lot of choices when we are doing a project. This makes it fun and gives me the chance to try something new. For example, learning about the early history of the United States of America, I was given a choice to which region I wanted to study and do my research on. I chose Rhode Island because I'd lived there and I wanted to learn more about how it started. I also chose to present my learning through a poster. Some of my classmates did painting, Minecraft, and more. Spark Hour is also something I love about being at Spark. This is when you get to choose an activity to do on Wednesdays. Some of my favorite Spark Hours that teachers have done are baking, cooking, art, holiday traditions around the world, and foreign languages. Last, I love learning in person when I get the chance. This gives me the opportunity to meet with my classmates and make new friends. Some of my favorite in-person activities have been Skate City, Garden of the Gods, and Red Rock Open Space. Thank you.
Okay, just a bit of variety there for us to see the many different ways that we're educating our children through the arts, and to remind folks again, these two young children are in our Spark Online program, and so this idea of being in physical space is probably not where they're spending most of their time. So just another huge round of applause to our students for their shout outs and their thanks. And now I'd like to invite our Chief of Communications, Deborah Ashby, to come forward. Also in keeping with the idea of communicating to the board and to the community how it is that we're working, we bring divisions forward periodically to be able to talk about their work. I, for one, as a new superintendent, could not be more satisfied and pleased with the support that I'm getting from Deborah and her team. If you don't see us and you don't hear us, she's getting that scared look like I give her when somebody puts a microphone in my face. And so I say, here you go. Deborah has been there and she has followed me and she has heard my words and be able to craft them very specifically. And so, Ms. Ashby, the floor is yours.
So, well, Ms. Ashby, I just want to thank all the parents and students who were here. That was amazing. I know it's 8:30. Probably they need to go to bed to go to school tomorrow. But if that doesn't put a smile in each one of your faces and brings this community together, we are all in the wrong business. So, over to you, Ms. Ashby.
Thank you, President Malpacum, and good evening, board. I can't follow kids. I don't think anybody could follow that. So bear with me because my presentation is not nearly as engaging as what they just did. But I do have to say that our team gets the pleasure of taking what they did tonight and putting it out on blast so that our community can hear and see and experience the great and wonderful things that are happening in our schools, because we see them every day. And so it is our pleasure to be able to go out and put that into our community for them to be able to see. Tonight, I just want to talk about how we're halfway through the school year and wanted to update you on a few projects our communications and marketing team has done to help connect our students, staff, families, and the community. The work of the D11 Engage team is not mentioned in this brief because they just joined our communications team, but I will have to say I'm pleased and honored to lead this incredible team of people. We have wonderful experienced, knowledgeable media production, graphic artists, photographers, designers, content managers, social media managers on our staff. And I would hands down put them against any other communications team in any other school district across the country. They are that good. On our team, we have Paige Karn, who's here tonight. She is our marketing coordinator. We have Rex Garrison, who is, I believe, across the street running this meeting. That's a prime example of how we're able to get the board's work out to the public through our stream. Justin Crosby, who is also in media production. Pat Kleichman, who is our esteemed webmaster, and if you did not know, she invented the web. She is the only webmaster the district has had. She put us on the website and has done an incredible job. As you can imagine, websites have changed dramatically over the past 22 years. Derek Fisher in media production, Mike Favatella, Barry Reed, and Steve Jessup all in media production. Our newest hire, Amanda Acevedo, who is our new receptionist at the front desk. And Marilyn Pitcher, my right-hand person, my administrative assistant, who keeps us all on track. Let's see if I can work this. We tell the story of District 11 through stories. And the reason that we tell our stories is because a story is way more impactful than any data, charts, graphs, or any kind of statistics you'll learn about out there. You're going to remember an impactful story about our district long after you are going to remember any kind of pie chart information. We tell those stories through our websites, our Facebook, our Instagram, our TikTok. Yes, we have a TikTok. Our blog pages, we have a D11 Stories blog page, and we proudly and publicly share what it means to strive towards excellence as our destination. Often those stories reach local media partners who spread the great news even further. You've seen our Pathways marketing. It's inevitable. We have worked very hard to get our school pathways and our elementary pathway adventures out into our community. And our Pathways marketing is a prime example of how we're able to do that. I want to let you know that throughout this presentation, we are using anecdotal stories to help tell the story, but it is information that we've received back from the community on how they heard about our programs and how they're experiencing our programs out in the community. We tell our stories through radio, streaming, and broadcast radio ads.
Choose your adventure with Colorado Springs School District 11. Our new academic pathways can help your child explore their interests and follow their passions. These academic pathways include STEM, visual and performing arts, dual language immersion, outdoor education, Montessori, gifted magnet programs, and more. Imagine the possibilities with personalized education that fits your child's strengths and interests. Explore today at d11.org/pathways. Hurry, priority choice window is open November 1st through February 15th.
That's one example. You're aware of this work from past board work sessions, but you may view the landing page at d11.org/pathways. The landing page is only part of the marketing plan. It ties everything together, and it's where all of our Pathways advertising directs people to go for more information. We're able to see how many people click through to our website, and we are proud to say that there are 3 leaders out there on our Pathways click-through rates. Our gifted magnet program, with 1,143 clicks to the website, our dual language program with 651 clicks to the website, and our Montessori program with 577 clicks to the website. Here's more social media ads that we use our Pathways in. An example of how we would use those is the story that's laid out on your screen. So Beth is a parent and she's scrolling through her Facebook feed, and the D11 Pathways ad for the Montessori appears in her Facebook feed. So she clicks on it and the advertisement directs her to the d11.org/pathways. That's how we're able to track those click-through rates to see the number of people visiting those pages. She looked through Buena Vista's website and she decided to enroll her child there because it appealed to their interests. Here's an example of the Spanish versions of those. We also have digital ads in Spanish. Social media ads are very popular with our target audiences, primarily moms ages 24 to 45. So with targeted social media ads, we can deliver images and text right into the Facebook and Instagram feeds of families that and have proven results that have trackable data. Through Google search ads, we're also able to reach our audiences, targeted audiences, who may not be associated with the district just yet. Here's how they work. So Tara's a military wife with 3 children, and her husband, Nate, was informed that they will be relocated here to Colorado Springs. Often an example that we hear about, right? Being a military town. Tara opens her browser and she starts searching Google ads, or searching in Google for schools in Colorado Springs. And because our targeted ads, she is served a Google search ad for our Pathways program. It appeals to her family, and so now her son Tyler is currently enrolled at the IB program, which is also part of our Pathway targeted marketing. An example of target display ads, Gina is a mom who's looking at dinner recipes, which how many moms out there do on the internet? I know I do it frequently. And while she's scrolling through, she's shown a D11 Pathways ad on the side of the page. And she's been searching for schools, it just so happens, through her interest that we're able to deliver the STEM education pathway ad, and she can enroll right from that ad. More targeted display ads in Spanish. Our movie theater ads work in a number of different ways. So you take your child to see, as Melissa took her child to see the new Puss in Boots movies, and while waiting for the movie to begin, they were served this D11 ad. When she goes into the movie theater, she'll also see that same ad, and it will now follow her on her smart device. Kind of creepy, I know, but it works. Right? Yeah. Director Jorgensen knows. Streaming TV ads work in somewhat of a similar way. So Maria's a busy mom, and she doesn't have time to watch her favorite TV shows when they're live on the air on broadcast television. So instead, she's downloading some apps to watch her favorite shows on YouTube, on Hulu, on Netflix, on a variety of different apps. And she sees this ad.
Your child's passion for learning. When you enroll in Colorado Springs District 11, you are opening a pathway to an adventure in education. In District 11, students explore various academic pathways, offering options for your child to cultivate their curiosity and learn about things that spark their interests. And we build lessons that will foster a lifetime of learning. Visit d11.org/pathways today and enroll your child in the pathway school that fits their passions. D11 is education personalized.
I'm showing you these because maybe sometimes you might not fit in our target demographic, but maybe you would. So you might not see all of them. So I just wanted to bring some of these examples forward to you. We have a targeted email campaign where we're able to obtain lists of families. We can say specified ages in range from grades 1 through 5 or ages 5 to 10 with these particular interests, and we're able to directly email those folks through those purchase lists. To give you an idea, we have somewhat of a rubric in this presentation that shows you the tactics that we use, the targeted audiences. Facebook and Instagram usually have targeted audiences of those 25 to 54, and we choose those methods because Facebook generates more clicks to our website and Instagram provides brand awareness. I won't read through all of these, but you can see the logic and follow the logic as to why we choose the different tactics and audiences. New this year, as we talked about in the work session, you're familiar with the Big Kid Book Club. This initiative has grown beyond imagination, and I'm thrilled to say that we've had over 600 families sign up for the Big Kid Book Club. That is organic lists of families out there who have ages 2 to 5 children living in their household, that we're sending periodic books to them throughout the school year. We're also sending them information on how they can enroll in D11 schools, preschools, and kindergarten, and how they can get tips and information, live webinars, monthly emails that take place. Right now you're getting a book. This is the first book that we sent out. It came full circle, actually, because this book, I'm very happy to say, was co-written by a current Grant elementary teacher and her mentor, who's a retired Grant elementary teacher. The one young lady started at Grant Elementary in her mentor's classroom and then taught alongside of her mentor during the final years of her mentor's teaching career, and they co-wrote this book together. We thought it was only fitting that we use this as our first book that we mailed out. Again, our principals are able to access their boundaried lists of families who have signed up for the book club to start that relationship early on in the process. The goals of the Big Kid Book Club is to position D11 as the leading experts in early childhood education and also grow our enrollment from preschool ages. I would like to just give a special kudos to Paige, because Paige has put an awful lot of work into this whole program, and she's really the wheels behind the operation. But you can see a quote up here from our very own Dr. Comfort, who said most recently that he was surprised to see my principals building relationships and reaching out already to families not enrolled in the district. Another initiative that we're working on is creating brand ambassadors through targeted teaching of how to market your schools. When we brought Paige on board, I remember hearing Mr. Joyner cleverly coin the phrase, "I'm not a marketer." When in fact, every principal at every single school is a marketer. They are essentially a small business owner, and they're out there to talk about their schools. They may not have those skills yet, but we are going out to every single school, every single principal. We're encouraging them to create a marketing committee. We're encouraging them to use their brand ambassadors already in their school, in their PTAs, their SACs, as well as their students to talk about their school. And we're teaching them how to talk about their schools in brief, succinct messaging that reaches target audiences and that pulls all of their marketing tactics together into a great plan. Paige is also leading that effort to provide that training to our schools. Our virtual tours for websites. This is also another new initiative this year. We've created virtual tours for the schools that you see up there in orange, and you can click on those. They are live links. You can click on those and be taken to the tours. It's a very time-intensive process that our media production team goes out to each school. They take the careful time to collect each shot from each school, from all rooms of the school. From the very beginning, when you walk into the school, you have to ring the doorbell, as we do in all of our schools for safety reasons. You have to do it on the virtual tour too. I'd like to point out that Midland Elementary has their principal talking. They've got student ambassadors talking in their virtual tours. It's a great way for us to be able to get out to each school virtually and represent each school virtually right from the comfort of your own home. And I am thankful that we have a goal of creating virtual tours for every elementary school in our district. We have started first with those who have enrollment challenges. Another way we communicate and reach our community, obviously you all have been informed and been involved with the variety of activities we've been doing for the 150th, our sesquicentennial year. It is a great way for us to take pride in District 11 and publish information about our district that maybe people may not be interested in or have not heard about yet because of our history. So we're able to get that great information out into our community about our longevity and being the oldest school district in our region, right in the heart of the city. I wanted to throw this quote in there because so many times, and again, I'm a very blessed and honored leader of this team. I hear so many kudos and so much feedback about our team. Rex and media production team do an amazing job. They're always out in schools. They're always helping. And some of the slides coming up, I will show you some of the behind the scenes things that they do that you may not realize that they help with in our schools that make our audio and visual and graphic experiences top notch. So I'm just thankful for the work that all of our team does and the kudos that we receive like this on a regular basis. Here's one example of something that you may not have seen. It was slightly public, but not very broadly spread. You've probably seen the zoo cams where animal at a zoo is expecting and we're anxiously awaiting the arrival of the babies. They'll set up a live cam. Well, Coronado's Steve Ottmer and Kip Cox wanted to do the same thing with a class that they were teaching, and so they had us set up a fish cam. You can actually go on that link and see those baby fish. And that was all thanks to the work that Rex and team did to make that live link come true. Audio and visual support is a big part of helping our schools. There would not be a musical, a choir event in our high schools, or a auditorium event that were to take place without the help of our media production team and our dedicated auditorium manager, Steve Jessup. They have amazing skills and they're constantly learning and receiving professional development. Media production does help with troubleshooting, and because of their help, as you can see, as some examples on the screen, Sabin and Coronado were able to go forth with some of their performances because we fixed some of the issues that were taking place at their schools. Again, I can't tell you the amazing work that Steve Jessup does with our auditoriums. We welcome thousands of people into our auditoriums annually, from community members to families to students. We're just thrilled to have all of these people in our auditoriums. D11 currently operates over 1,000 stage lighting fixtures. That is through the coordination of Steve Jessup. He's highly trained and skilled. In fact, we are on par with what is currently used on Broadway in many of our schools' theatrical productions. Pictures tell 1,000 words, right? We have amazing photographers on staff who daily take great pictures and capture the moment of what's happening in our schools. And while the kids are the topic and their smiles say it all, the people behind the cameras deserve credit for taking those amazing photos. Again, our webmaster, who again I would say invented the web, at least for D11, right? She's amazing as well. She's been with us for over 2 decades, and all of our current advertising efforts through the Pathways website, she brought to fruition on the Pathways website by creating that. She's also invested in creating the websites for the Investing in Their Futures, which is the work of the board that you all have seen out there. If you go onto our website at any given moment, Pat Kleichman has had her fingers in all of those different slides, all of those different web pages. She works very hard in training each of our school webmasters and putting best practices out to the rest of us in the district on how web protocol and web standards need to flow. More website updates for you. And I'm running short on time, so I wanted to thank you, but I do want to encourage you to look through the next few slides on your own time. There are more examples. It is not everything that we do by any stretch of the imagination, but I do hear frequently from the board that marketing our schools and marketing our district is a priority from the board. And I want you to know that because of the work of this team that supports the district, your wish is our command, and we are out there working very hard for you. So thank you for your time.
I'd love to just open up for any questions for Deborah.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that report, and thank you for all the wonderful work that you guys are doing. I think somebody else, a former vice president of this country, has already claimed the invention of the internet. So
yeah, they say
Pat
that,
can take credit for that too. So I especially want to thank Paige Khan out there. She's helped me put together, when you're talking about D11 stories, that includes the board stories. So we have a different format for the board newsletter that comes out tomorrow, and she helped me put that together.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Director Nelson.
You guys are killing it. This is amazing.
Thank you.
I am so excited at all of this. Good work.
Thank you.
Is this presentation, I don't see it on board docs, and I would like to be able to reference it later, so I just want to make sure it gets updated.
I believe it's been uploaded to board docs.
Is it under superintendent's report? or
I'll
where
ensure
would it
that
be?
you all receive it,
we'll get it
though.
up there.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. But just excellent work. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
It's amazing.
Thank you.
Director Bankus.
I want to add my congratulations as well. The department is flourishing. Everything that you presented tonight is just what we needed to be able to get our message out for all the good things that happen. Thank you. And thank you to all of you.
Seeing no further comments, just love the work that you're doing. Keep doing what you're doing. I see you on the social media more than I've ever seen District 11 promoted on social media. And also now when parents are looking for recipes and things like those, you pop up. And in the movie theater too, I suppose.
We're reminding them we're everywhere.
Yeah, well, which is what we need to do in this competitive market. We are going to be selling ourselves, marketing ourselves through our stories and through the students who are up here performing a little while back. So thank you for doing some amazing work out there. Thank everybody else that's behind your team, the
Wave
Rex.
to the cameras.
Yeah, Rex out there and all those guys, they stay up late and they're always out there helping put this performance together. Yeah.
Thank you.
Happy holidays to all of the people out there that are coordinating this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Superintendent Gall, do you have anything further?
No, I'm all done, thanks.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
I will just end with a short comment of the tremendous work that's, we're moving from telling in a retroactive way to selling. We're out there, and you might not hear it because it might not be your radio station, and I really appreciate the rubric that Deborah put together to show the breadth and the depth at how we're trying to reach new audience, and just the tremendous amount of information we've gotten from the Big Kids Book Club. Those ideas, there are many more, and so it is going from telling to selling, because telling is then just us not taking advantage of the available market that's out there. So thanks for the board's support and for Deborah and for the entirety of her team.
Thank you. I'm going to go back to just make one quick remark. Going back to March, when it was in front of this board to approve the marketing director position, and there were questions, some from even the community, whether we should be doing it. What a valuable add that position has been in Ms. Khan. So kudos to the work that they are doing. Moving on to consent items. Treasurer Nelson, can you please make the motion to adopt the consent items?
I move that the Board of Education adopt all consent items as designated in the agenda. The consent items are E2, approval of November 9th, 2022 regular meeting minutes. E3, approval of November 30th, 2022 special meeting minutes. E4, approval of the personnel recommendation 2022.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Roll call, please, Melissa.
Director Bankus?
She stepped away.
Director Daniels?
Aye.
Thank you. Director Jorgensen?
Aye.
Director Loma?
Aye.
Director Melpacum?
Aye.
Director Nelson?
Aye.
Director Ott?
Aye.
I think Director Bankus was an aye too. So the consent items have been adopted. Moving on to action items, there are no contract awards, there are no budget transfers. And the third action item is the Urban Renewal Authority Gold Hills Mesa School District Property Tax Increment Revenue Agreement. Director Daniels, can you please make the motion for item F3?
Yes, thank you. I move that the Board of Education approve Resolution 2023-12 Gold Hill Mesa Urban Renewal Authority Tax Increment Financing Agreement.
Second.
Moved and seconded. This item was presented to the board at the November 30th special meeting as non-action items, and we still have some of the people from the Urban Renewal Authority here to talk to us if necessary. Mr. Gall, do you have any new information for our review?
No, I just want to add that we did put an MOU in the package for approval, which was consistent with the slide that was shared in the non-action item. I want to give a big thanks out to Dr. Brandon Comfort for leading that effort on behalf of the district, and we look forward to many fruitful and engaging opportunities at Gold Hill Mesa going forward.
Okay, I did look at the new addition out there on board docs, which is the memorandum of understanding, and that's a value add. Since they are out here, I'm going to give them an opportunity to come up here. Jariah or anybody on your team, do you have anything to add quickly before the board votes on it?
Thank you, sir. Hello, everyone. No, it's been a long night. Just wanted to say how great D11 staff has been to work with. Karen and Brandon both were awesome going through the MOU process. Can't appreciate them enough. And that's all I've got other than that.
And looks like Principal Karen is also behind out there. And I really value some of the partnerships that are coming out through that memorandum of understanding, especially the student learning that's going to be happening, and also the relationship with Midland and West out there. You are going to be promoting those at the community centers out there surrounding that. Thank you. This is, in the past, there has been no such MOUs, so I appreciate what we have put together here in a collaborative effort. With that, roll call, please.
Director Bankus?
Aye.
Director Daniels?
Aye.
Director Jorgensen?
Aye.
Director Loma?
Aye.
Director Malpacum?
Aye.
Director Nelson? Aye. Director Ott?
Aye.
The ayes have it. So the school district TIF agreement between District 11 and the URA has been adopted. I think you waited longer there outside for 2 minutes of conversation. Happy holidays to you guys. Yeah, thank you. Director Loma, can you please make the motion for item F4?
Okay.
And
I move.
thank you, Mr. Olson, too. I see you up there. John, thank you.
I move that the Board of Education approve the instructional materials new or amended courses as submitted.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Again, this item was presented to the board at the November 9th regular meeting as non-action. Superintendent Gall, any new information?
No new information.
Board, are there any additional questions or thoughts that you have? Seeing none, roll call, please, Melissa.
Director Bankus?
Aye.
Director Daniels?
Aye.
Director Jorgensen?
Aye.
Director Loma?
Aye.
Director Malpacum?
Aye.
Director Nelson?
Aye.
Director Ott?
Aye.
The ayes have it. The instructional materials and secondary course approval that was presented to the board has been adopted. Moving on, Director Ott, can you please make the motion for item F5?
Yes, I move that the Board of Education approve the 2023 mill levy rates for certification to the El Paso County Treasurer.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Again, this item was presented at the special meeting on November 30th. Superintendent Gall, any new information?
No new information.
Seeing that there is no new information, I do see Ms. Odom. I think Ms. Odom I saw before, but at least I see Laura Ranik there and Ms. Odom. Thank you for the work that you guys did. Does the board have any additional questions? This was already discussed before. Seeing none, Melissa, roll call, please.
Director Bankus?
Aye.
Director Daniels?
Aye.
Director Jorgensen?
Aye.
Director Loma?
Aye.
Director Malpacum?
Aye.
Director Nelson?
Aye.
Director Ott?
Aye.
The ayes have it. So the mill levy rates certification has been adopted as presented to the board. I think that was, we set a record out there going through the action items as quickly as possible. No questions and moving on. Non-action items. Okay, this is, we have the top of the agenda item, and I'm going to first, this is about the teacher dismissal process that the board modified the agenda And I'm going to first turn it over to Superintendent Gall.
President Malpacum and the board, in accordance with Colorado Teacher Employment Compensation and Dismissal Act, I am recommending to the Board of Education that Sarah Jones, a teacher at Mitchell High School, be dismissed for her employment with the district on the statutory grounds of immorality, neglect of duty, and/or other good and just cause. No action is required by the Board of Education at this time.
Thank you, Superintendent Gall. As the president of the board, I acknowledge on the board's behalf that the board has received Superintendent Gall's recommendation for the dismissal of Ms. Sarah Jones. Moving on to the next non-action item on the agenda, this is Board Policy LC, Research Projects. This item is new information, Superintendent Gall, and I see Dr. X coming up to the podium up there. So,
Dr. X?
Yes, good evening, Board of Education, Superintendent Gall. First policy tonight is Policy LC, Research Projects. This policy is being revised to update department and leadership titles. Educational Data and Support Services is being changed to Education Insights, and the Executive Director for EDSS is being updated to Chief of Strategy and Data Acquisition.
is that the changes that you
those are
have
the
up there?
changes.
Okay. And I know that this was a policy, was this the policy, Director Nelson, that you had copied the board on? Okay, I'm going to turn it over to you. You had recommended some changes, so.
So I previously emailed the board just to try and speed this conversation along, but we can certainly have a discussion over the proposed edits that I submitted. I sent you a red line version and what would kind of be a clean version. I guess it's kind of straightforward from there if you had a chance to look at it ahead of time. If you want me to go into more detailed explanation, let me know.
Okay, the board received Director Nelson's revisions to the policy. Are there any questions on those revisions? I would need a thumbs up to see at the end of it if we can adopt the revisions proposed by Director Nelson. Director Jurgensen.
Yes, Director Nelson, I did review your edits. I do appreciate where you added, part of my thought was, when you first read policy LC, it says research projects. You don't really go in there thinking, okay, what are we terming as research and as projects? So when you added the added vocabulary of studies, experiments, and surveys, surveys is what caught my attention, and it's kind of, you can understand it later in the policy, but to have it at the beginning, so people know that our parents are going to be requested to opt in or opt out, and about that I appreciate that. My question that I didn't know if you got to or not is if we talk about the revealing information concerning political affiliations, mental and psychological problems, all those, that list of 7 things, is if those are listed as part of that prior written consent. Dr. X, do you know if that's the case? If we're saying, hey, we're giving this Healthy Schools survey, and it's going to ask your student questions on X, Y, and Z, and then they have the opportunity to opt in or opt out. Is that kind of how this is supposed to be? Is that how it's supposed to adhere to this policy? Is that the intent of it?
I would have to confer with Dr. Kaliki on that.
Okay.
On how those are administered.
Okay.
That's correct. It aligns with, when those types of questions are being asked, it aligns with the policy language for active consent being required and not just passive consent.
Good. That's not something new? Is that something new in the past few years as far as the prior written consent piece goes?
I believe that would be new for the Healthy Kids survey.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that would be.
I think CDE, my understanding with the CDE is that it uses a passive consent, so we would add an active consent.
Okay, so that's one that comes to mind. I know that's been a hot topic among parents and constituents and all that. So that one came to mind tonight with hey, we are going to be gathering information on these type of subject matters, and I think that'd be good for parents to know. So I appreciate that, that we're going to use this policy moving forward in that manner. So I appreciate your edits and.
Yeah. And I'll just, for the community that didn't see my email, explain that I didn't really add to the policy. I just rewrote some of the content that might be a little bit ambiguous. So I was shooting for clarity here. The previous policy already stipulated that we would need prior written consent. So there's not anything new that I'm really adding. I'm just trying to bring more clarity to what's already here.
Thank you. Director Art.
Thank you. Given the hour, I think, because personally there are a couple of changes I would make, and they're fairly small, but it is after 9, and I don't know that we want to keep people waiting. So I wonder about moving this to a work session briefly.
If that is the will of the board, we can. If the board is okay with the thumbs up to move this to action, we can move it to action. So I will leave it up to the will of the board out there. First, do you want to, you asked for moving it to a work session.
Yes, I mean, I can tell you why, but it's just,
Okay,
we would be here. Okay,
Yep.
well, so project, as I look through it, I agree with many of your changes. I would wonder why you would take out the fact that information about the project shall be provided to students in advance. Maybe you could say in students as appropriate. The prior written consent from a parent guardian is required before a student shall be given a project, and then you took out survey. I don't see, if you're going to name all of those things, I'm not sure why you would take out survey. So those are the key things.
Sure. So your first question, I took out students because it was in regards to when we need that prior written consent. So I didn't want the students to receive any information in advance of the parent giving their consent. So we could add a sentence that says once consent is given by the parent, then the student can receive the information in advance. But I felt like I just didn't want to try and add so much more language. So
again, this is why I think we should be in a work session, because otherwise we're just going to piece this out.
Sure. That's my reason. And then as far as the change down below of adding project versus survey and deleting survey, up at the top, I defined that we are now going to reference surveys, experiments, studies with the terminology of project, because that's how it was previously done. It just hadn't been defined up at the top before. So I was just trying to have a similar language throughout the document, and then how it adds analysis or evaluation, that was already in there. So that's more language that is not referenced at the very top in the name of the policy. The name of the policy is research projects, studies, experiments, and surveys. Now they've added analysis or evaluation. If we want to delete that, we can. I just was trying to bring clarity without doing a whole lot of edits to the document itself. So
with you're just aligning the language. So there are, I looked at the same thing. Sometimes you call it research, some project, sometimes you call it survey. So we just want to align the
committee previously.
Committee, yeah, that's what. Just have one single language out there, and that's what you defined in the first paragraph as a project, and then everywhere else we are going to align with that language as project. I don't have a problem with that. Can I have a thumbs up first on that? If I'm going to go step by step here. Okay, is it okay to align the language as Director Nelson talked about? And I hear your comment, Director Art, that you want to get to a work session. There are so many more items that I have to schedule on a work session. I may not schedule this until March, and I don't want to hold up this policy until that point in time. Now, if the will of the board is that they want to get this back to a work session, and that's when we are going to sort this out, then so be it. But if we got minor revision in language and we don't have to put this in a work session, I would prefer to go that way. So is there a need to put this into a work session? First of all, I need to see if there is 4 thumbs up. Okay, I see 2 thumbs up. So there is no reason to put this into a work session at this point in time. Okay, now with the language about aligning it with projects is there an agreement on that? Okay, I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 thumbs up. Okay. And then the other revision that you made was the...
I mean, I changed where it says, or of the student himself, I changed it to themself. And then just stated that the language was, no student shall be required without prior written consent to submit to a survey, analysis, or evaluation. I just put up right at the front, prior written consent from a parent or guardian is required before a student shall be given a project analysis, or, kind of more of action oriented. This is what's needed right at the front.
Okay. It seems like it's a revision of the language. None of the intent that was there in the previous policy is lost, and it's the same thing out here. I just don't, it seems like you're revising the language out there. I don't think we are adding anything new in it out there.
Right.
So, Director Ott?
It is a difference.
Okay, and can you elaborate on the difference?
Well, so here it is more proactive, and I think this board should allow that the public could see the difference if they had this. Prior written consent from a parent or guardian is required before a student shall be given a project analysis or evaluation, etc., versus what it was, no students shall be required without prior written consent to submit to a survey, analysis, or evaluation that reveals information concerning. It's what you've always wanted, Director Nelson, I think. It's what you've wanted.
It is what wanted?
In that it's the proactive instead of, it is a little more, it has been more passive, I think.
Okay.
But it certainly has always allowed the opting out and the notification. So I don't think that change is necessary.
I'll just speak to the comment about letting the public see it. I'm not trying to do anything underhanded here. This will be put out on board docs. This is the place where we have non-action discussion on policy, and we just really haven't done this before. We've pretty much just approved policies that have come to us. So if there is a different way that we want to go about this process, then we can certainly talk about it. I just want to be clear that I'm not trying to sneak anything by. I just thought this was how we would do it. So
this is exactly how we've done it in the
Okay.
past. When a policy comes in front of the board provides revisionary language, and if we have 4 thumbs up or 5 thumbs up or 6, the majority thumbs up, we provide that thing. We don't haven't circulated back unless
Okay.
it is a big revision back to the work session. This
Okay.
is how it's been handled in the past consistently.
So as far
That-
as the language change of prior written consent being needed versus no student shall be required, I just very much am supportive of parents being involved in this process and letting parents make the choice whether they want their students to participate and whether or not a student is required, or if it's a survey that is not required of them to take, but asks some very personal questions. I think parents should be involved in that decision. So I would like it to remain as that it's prior written consent before a survey is given.
Yeah.
Can I just add that the parents do have that?
Let me turn on your microphone first. Director Daniels.
First question, do we have the work session on the calendar for this conversation?
No, not right
We
now.
haven't reached out to CDE or any of those. Remember I said CASB had people at their conference talking about the survey, and
You're
we should
talking about-
reach out.
That is, we are not talking about when the survey is presented.
I know, I'm talking, do we have, I know we requested that.
I'm answering your question. Okay, when at a future point in time, we are going to be talking about the survey results itself, and that would be the Panorama survey and the Healthy Kids survey. At that point in time, when those results are being presented to the board, we will have the concerned experts from the district, and if it is necessary, from somebody like CDE to come and present this. This is not about the survey itself, this is about a policy.
I know, and the policy could be a part of the work session when we're discussing the survey, is the point. And when I
Right.
asked initially, you said no. So
The
that's why I was
that-
clarifying if we did have something on the calendar from her previous request of what the survey was about, who did it, where it comes from, all of that. So I was just asking if you did indeed schedule anything, maybe the policy could be added to that work session.
Nothing has been scheduled on the calendar
Thank
for
you.
the surveys, but it's going to be on the calendar sometime in January or February, depending on what else is going to come on the board calendar. That's a more priority issue, but it is going to be there. I know the request of the board. I think a previous
I'm just
future
saying-
board request, Director Nelson made a request about the Panorama survey, if I remember right. It is on the calendar at that point in time.
You just said no when I first asked. That's why I was clarifying. You just said no. I asked the question and you said no. The second thing is, parents are asked. Perhaps because your students are young, you haven't had that, but if they miss it because the student had not given it to the parent, or they had not discussed it, or they had not told the parent that this is going to be done, it shows up as if there's some type of sleight of hand. But I've always gotten a, do you want to do it or do you not? I've always gotten that. So just FYI, that may be a part of just making sure that we tell the parents and everyone that it is coming and being more proactive.
So you're correct. Parents are notified. It's currently, if we're speaking specifically about the Healthy Kids Survey, for example, it's set up as a consent is assumed, and I'm trying to say that it should not be consent is assumed. We are going to ask parents to opt in rather than opt out. And I realize the challenges that brings. It is a lot more work to get people to fill out a survey when you have to ask them to sign up for it versus just giving it to the students, but I think that's the right thing to do.
I just don't want it to be in the public that it's not done.
Oh, I'm not saying that, I'm not saying by any means that we do not notify parents. I mean, in some cases, I'm not sure that we do. The Panorama survey, I'm not sure if parents were notified that that went out to their students. I personally was not, so.
Director Bankus. Director Loma.
Well, first of all, I want to thank Director Lauren for doing all the hard work, and it's really good. And it's kind of, to me, it's almost like an oxymoron. Where I'm discussing whether we want to let parents know, and all educators have said, and it's just common understanding, that if you can involve the parent with the child's education, they do better. And that's just understood. And to me, this is another way, another tool that a teacher can use to communicate to the parent, because maybe they've never talked to them. Well, now they will be required almost, I got to talk to the parent, and that will, in fact, be a byproduct of this, because they'll begin to talk to the parent and say, hey, we're doing this with our kids, with your child. Is it okay? The parent will gain a deeper respect for the teacher for even calling them and asking, whichever way they contact, email, text, whatever. But it'll be another tie to the parent, which I would hope would increase parent involvement. So I think it's a smart ad. So thank you.
Okay, Dr. X, when is the next policy committee meeting that you guys have?
January 13th.
January 13th? Okay, and the next board meeting is on January 11th, I think. Is this something that you can take? Sometimes the policy committee even provides feedback through email exchange. Is this something that you can, with the revisions that have been proposed? Honestly, maybe I'm not seeing it. I just don't, the blue blue line that has been highlighted, and if you go back to that previous page, which is highlighted, which is the revision out there, it seems like both require parent consent to me. So one, according to Director Art, is passive, and students can be given consent can be allowed to take surveys without parent consent. I don't see the difference, but can you take it back to the policy committee through email and get a response back to us by the beginning of January?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a board advisory committee, so I can do that through email.
Okay, thank you. And then if the policy committee is good with that, then we can bring it as action on January 11th at that time.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Any other thoughts on this? Director Art, go ahead.
Thank you. I'd like to apologize to Director Nelson. I'm not accusing you of sleight of hand. It's really, I just don't want this to go straight to consent, because then it gets complicated. So
no,
I am thinking, give it more, just a public opportunity for comment in an action item.
Yeah, I was not going to move it to consent anyway. I was going to move, if necessary, action. Director Jurgensen.
Yeah, I think, we're all trying to have the same goal of parental involvement, parental rights and choice in a world where we're all on devices and everything is being collected. I mean, I know that our communication team gets a lot of how we market based on what we see people scroll and the data that we collect free from people's phones and or pay for. And so if we can keep some of this information, some of the innocence of our children with their families, then that's what we're trying to do here and keep parents involved. So I appreciate these edits.
Okay, so what we have here, if I can summarize the board feedback to you, with the revisions that Director Nelson has proposed in the email that you received and the board received, if you can circle back to the policy committee and get feedback from the policy committee and send an email to the board on that and move this to action with the comments of the policy committee attached to it on January 11th. Yes, but that's the feedback that I'm providing you. Okay, with that feedback, are you guys okay to move it to action for the next? Okay, thank you. Moving on, board policy JHR2DIA. I'm going to turn it over to you again, Dr. Hicks.
Yeah, so apologies, you'll have to follow me with the alphabet soup here. Regulation JH-R-2 is being introduced for consideration for repeal as JH-R-2 and to be adopted as policy DIA. This realignment aligns the state and national coding standards and to the board's charge from our October work session. Policy revisions provide guidance on the enrollment, participation, and attendance for District 11's online schools and programs. References to this new policy will be added to policy JH, which is student attendance, and there will be no change to current practice.
Okay, thank you. So it is aligning with CASB, right? So with the new terminology, how we move on. Looks like there are some minor revisions in the language up there. Any thoughts or questions on this policy?
No.
Okay, are you guys okay to move this to consent? So this one moves to consent.
Okay. Policy GBGB is being introduced for adoption by the Board of Education. This policy is required by Colorado Revised Statute 22-33-109.1. This policy was repealed in 2018 with elements of it being added to ADD and ADD-R, which is our Safe Schools policy, and also to the Management Directive MD-A2 Staff Safety Protocol.
Okay, can you please, if board members want to talk, okay. Director Bankus.
In reading this, I just had a question. Excuse me. Just had a question when we're taking a look at the procedures and we get down to number 4, The principal or designee will ensure the local law enforcement agency and district security has been contacted, will conduct an informal hearing, and so forth. I don't see anywhere in here where the school contacts the parent. And in my practice, if there was an incident then that came to my office and police were involved, I always called parents so that their child could be represented and their parent was part of the process of the investigation. So, is that a possibility?
Currently, that would be listed when there is police involvement or a suspension from school. The mandatory parent contact would be in that policy, which is going to be policy JKD, JKE.
Wait, say it again?
JKD, JKE, suspension and expulsion from school.
So that's where the parent involvement, so how is this? So this is just talking about procedures. The one you're talking about is when you have law enforcement intervention.
There would be two sets of procedures in this case. So at the point that this is a G-series policy, so this is falling under our personnel. So this is saying when we have an incident with personnel, this is the process that we would go through. So that on step 4, that the principal would be required to contact police and to take disciplinary action against the child. The principal also then follows the J-series policy for the actual suspension and expulsion in accordance with state law.
Where does the parent come in?
The parent would be called during the suspension during step 4.
But not before the police were called in interviewing the student?
It can vary depending on who has the investigation or who's leading that.
And I guess that's where my concern lies. I think if something as serious as what's being outlined here, instances of assault, disorderly conduct, harassment, knowingly false allegation of child abuse, criminal activity, I think by a student, I think the parent needs to be involved when that investigation is initiated.
And they will be. This is that specific detail of how detailed that process is in the suspension and expulsion policy for students and the investigation policy for students.
But the suspension and the expulsion doesn't come until after the investigation. Later down the road, later in the timeline.
So, any clarification that can be provided by the area superintendents in this regard? Do you guys know how the process works? The way I understand what Director Bankus is asking is if one of these...
Let me give you an example. So a kid walks into a classroom, he's egged on by his buddies, and the kid goes ahead and hits the teacher upside the back of the head. Police are called. I think the parent needs to be called at the same time.
And they would be as part of that, as part of the steps of the behavior process for students. We just haven't detailed. We just have not detailed that
you
here.
Guys. I'm sorry.
We just did not detail it in the staff side policy in G. But if it's the board's wish that we put that contact in this section, we can do that.
I would like to see it. I would like to make sure that we understand that we don't work in isolation. And I propose to the board that we put that piece in so that the child's rights are protected, having a parent present or having the opportunity to have a parent present. I'm not saying the parent is required, but the parent should be contacted anytime, in my opinion. Anytime a parent anytime a child is brought into the administrative office and an investigation is being held, I think it's important for the parent to know what's happening so the parent can advocate for their child, so their parent can be part of the process.
And Mr. Allison might be able to provide further clarity.
Okay.
If the PD's doing an investigation, they cannot talk to the kid if he's a suspect until parents are there because of the age. So the parents would have to be notified before PD could do their investigation.
And whose responsibility is it? So it's the police department to call the parent?
Yes, ma'am.
I think the question is not what she's alluding to. Before the police get there and the child is with the principal, whoever,
sitting in
the office, notified and get there before the police get, or at the same time at the very least.
And that's what I'm trying to say.
Okay, so what happens before the police get there? That child is with somebody, and that's where the.
Okay, Director Loma, let me go through the order up here. Okay. Director Art.
I think my microphone was still on from before, sorry.
Okay. Director Nelson, do you have anything to add?
Yes. I propose that we add language to bullet point 2 that says the teacher or employee will contact the parent, the local law enforcement agency, and district security to report the incident.
Okay. Is that the responsibility of the teacher or the employee? Or is it the responsibility of the principal? I'm not sure here. Okay. Go ahead, Director Bankus.
I think that it puts, excuse me, I think it takes a neutral party to broker the conversation so that there's something that's happened. And I'll just give you back the same example. The student hits the teacher in the back of the head. The teacher reports it. The teacher's going to be upset. There's going to be a lot of students engaged in a situation like that. I think it falls to the principal to make the phone call to the parent. Yeah. I think it takes a neutral person, whether it's the principal, the counselor, well, it wouldn't be the counselor, the dean of students, the assistant principal, but it needs to elevate to another level so that facts can be gathered by a neutral party.
And I think that is probably the practice still, I would assume. But if you want to add a language, it's just that I don't know. I would have to defer to the experts out here how to add the language, who is going to be the person. So is it, again, okay for this to go back to the policy committee with the recommendation that what you brought about, that parents be notified at some point in time?
In number
and
4.
Bring that language.
Yeah, in number 4.
Okay, some other point, some place out there with the feedback that came from Director Bankus and the concern that this board has. So that's where.
Yep.
So take it back to the policy committee and then bring it back. That's what, so we are not moving this to action or consent at this point in time. I just don't know where to add the language of who should be the responsible parties. And that could very well be the truth. That could very well be the case, but let the experts decide this. They are the people at the school level and then come with the recommendation as to where they can add. Can I move on, Director Loma?
I like the dialogue, but we have to let the public know that we serve the parents. And everything we try to do is in cooperation with the parent. And that's basically, if you look at any policy, I think we should really consider that in any policy we come across, should the parent be notified? Because these are their children. And if that's a priority, then I think some of this dialogue will end with your committee, because I understand this is what the board is looking at.
Okay, so we've given the feedback to you on that. Take it back to the policy committee, bring back a recommendation to the board, with understanding that this is what the will of the board is at this point.
Correct.
Thank you. Yep. Moving on to the last policy.
Okay. Policy GBEB is being introduced for consideration for repeal and adoption as GBEBA. This realignment aligns to state and national coding standards in the board's charge from October work session. This realignment will allow for the reintroduction of a new policy, GBEB, related to staff conduct. Regulation GBEB-R is being introduced for repeal. Items in GBEB-R are covered in the new revisions to GBEBA.
Okay. Director Jurgensen.
Just a clerical question I had. When I'm looking at it on board docs, and to understand it, we are taking GBEB and the R version, and we're putting it into one as just GBEBA, or is there going to be also an R version of that?
Just GBEBA.
Okay. that was, my concern was that we didn't see GBEBA-R in a new clean version, but that's because it's absorbed into the GBEBA. Got
Correct.
it. Thank you.
So some of the language that was there in GBEB-R, I don't see it reflected in the new GBEBA policy, so we don't need any other regulations.
No, I spoke with Executive Director Seaman, and he mentioned that the two new additions, especially the one at the bottom of GBEBA, where it says uniformed workers, covers a substantial portion of the regulation. And he also believed that having this as an internal working document, because of its change, is more appropriate for his needs and his department's work.
Okay, but there is not only, when I look at the regulation GBEB-R, there are not just for facilities, I see at the last one, executive professionals and office ESP staff in the regulation. Are we just throwing that away? We don't need that?
No, he believed that the statement, principals and other administrative supervisors are delegated the authority and bear the responsibility for ensuring compliance, gave him what he needed to ensure that throughout his group, his division. The current
Are you talking about Terry Seaman?
Yeah.
Okay, but I'm talking about even a code, dress code for the area superintendents that are out there. Is that not addressed in GBEB-R? All the exec pros that...
It currently is in GBEB-R, but those revisions are also included in the new GBEBA. The statements cover the entire staff for D11.
Okay, I didn't see it. That's all I wanted to provide. The language that is there in page 3 of GBEB-R, I don't see that in GBEBA any longer. Now, if you are saying that's not necessary and that's a different thing. I just don't see that language carry over.
Yeah, we didn't put the specific language for each employee group in each department, in each division, in each subdivision. The committee voted to move this on because the staff dress code was applicable to all staff.
Director Hart.
Thank you. I went and looked at the student dress code because I was curious the differences, what we would expect from our staff to our students. And this is very concise, but things like hats and sunglasses that we don't allow students to wear, can staff wear them? As a hat wearer myself, I'm curious.
I would assume if the supervisor provided that authority on a certain day or within their building.
To me, there's nothing in here to say we can't. So Director Loma and I are safe, I think.
Right. And there is nothing in here to say that... I'm just looking at GBEBA. When I look at the language in the R policy, it says somewhere in that it says that you cannot have, how was it phrased? Okay. Director Jurgensen, I'll circle back.
Yeah, I think I'm just trying to help clarify for President Alpacom on GBEB-R, the old one for exec pros, ESP office staff. That's page 3 and number 3, letter C there. It says which includes trousers or open collar, pulling it, blah blah blah. Shirts will not contain visible, inappropriate, or double meaning words, phrases, images, or vendor logos. So, I think the one that Director Malpacum is concerned about, that I too am, since we've had a run-in with this in the past at the executive level in a rollout video, the double meaning words or phrases. Just since we've had experience with that one in the past, that might be something that we do add to the GBEBA in those bullet points on the second page, where it says contain language or images that are vulgar, discriminatory, or obscene. You might add in there or have double meaning, or political in nature. That would be my opinion, to add that in those bullet points on page 2 of the new GBEBA. Anything political, anything double meaning in phrase or word.
Director Nelson.
Oh, hold on. Do you need me to clarify, please?
Yeah.
Your R is the regulation, and it's guiding.
Where's the A?
Director
It's
Nelson.
going to become A.
You are on.
It's not A yet. It will become A. So I have reservations about dropping -R. I mean, it's totally up to the staff to decide if they need that specificity of when you were working in maintenance, you need to have your shirts tucked in to alleviate any workplace hazards or that kind of thing. I'm just thinking about my personal experience as a food scientist going into a plant on the manufacturing floor. We had policy that said, when you're in the plant, you wear your steel-toed shoes, your earplugs, your hairnet, smock, and in some cases a hard hat. And then when I was in the headquarters office, it was business casual or business professional attire. Like we had to specify. And I just think that it provides us cover as a district that we can say, staff, this is what our expectations are of you. And it's also safety related in certain instances of why you need to follow this, and you need to have closed-toed shoes and not sandals if you're in maintenance, that kind of thing. So I just worry, maybe is there going to be another place that Terry Seaman department will have that information for his staff, that he can say, this is what's expected of our attire in this department. And if there is another place that it will be, then okay. I guess I'm just not sure why we would drop this policy.
Drop the regulation.
Yeah, drop the regulation. I think it provides some good information.
So there are
and
some
guidance.
concerns about dropping the regulation language completely and the way it is being adopted with minimal language in the current policy out there. We just want to make sure that there is a professional code of attire for our staff and not run into some controversies down there. And we are all about trusting our staff to do the right thing, but there is always exceptions to the rule, and that's where we get into a problem out there. So now, Board, do you want, since there are concerns about 3 other policy, do you want me to schedule this like what Director Art asked about at the beginning, a work session, or do you want it going back to the policy committee on this? Okay.
I feel we've talked about it as a board now and
Okay.
put it out there, so
Okay,
back to
so
the policy.
let it go back to the policy committee and then bring it back after the revisions. So the only thing that is coming in front of the board now as a consent item is the JH-R-2 DIA. All the other 3 items are going back to the policy committee with the recommendation provided by the board. Okay, and
Correct.
you don't need to circle back even for the second policy that we talked about, LC. If you want to take it back to the policy committee on January 13th, then bring it back.
Okay.
At that point in time.
Okay.
Thank you. Director Art.
Thank you. Just a thought for changing up language and that language and images sentence. I think we do have to be very careful, and I hope there's a healthy debate at the policy committee about First Amendment and what people can wear on their shirts. And I think about, if somebody's wearing an historical figure, is that considered political? Is it considered having a double meaning? There are so many images that can carry different weight, and some of them are desirable and some of them aren't, and that can be very political in and of itself. So I understand that, but I think we have to be very careful about the First Amendment there, and we certainly don't want any lawsuits over unicorns or something. So
Absolutely. Your feedback is taken into context out here. These are languages that were already there in the regulation before, the double meaning words or whatever it is. So we are not adding anything new other than should we be removing the language that was already there in regulation. That's the feedback that we are sending back out there. With that, moving on, we have, okay. Do you have? No, okay. We have the next item that is on the board agenda, which is considering the 2 charter school applications. I'm going to turn it over to Superintendent Gall. And before that, I'm going to provide this feedback to the board on what we are going to be covering today. Today, we are going to hear presentations from both the schools. First is going to be James Irwin, I think, and then followed by the Colorado Military Academy. We are not going to have an extensive discussion today. We will listen to their presentation and provide an general feedback as to what we would like to see them come back with us. If there is particular information that you desire that you don't hear in the presentation, then provide that feedback. On January 4th, we are going to schedule that work session where we will get into the detail, nitty-gritty question answer. So with that clarity, I'm going to turn it over to Superintendent Gall.
President Malpack on the board, the members of the community that are listening, I'd like to bring Dr. Scott Mendelsberg, Velvet Stepanek, and Tom Weston forward to talk about a charter transfer opportunity. The district already has robust processes for charter applications. These 2 applications are of existing charters that are currently being authorized outside of District 11 by CSI, but are housed within our District 11 borders. And we've had some of these conversations before, so I won't go over the strategy in depth, but I'll turn the microphone over to Scott.
Thank you, Superintendent Gall. Good morning, everybody. It's good to see you. I'm going to call all of you at 7 o'clock tomorrow when we all show up and go, what are you guys doing? So, no. Anyway, thank you for allowing us to be in front of you this evening. Just real quickly, I want to talk about what this process is. We get the applications and we do a pretty extensive review of them. There's a rubric that we use. We share it throughout our departments to make sure the experts are looking at this. And then you guys always have lots of opportunities, hopefully, to review it, look at it through that. For tonight, I wanted to introduce Tom Weston real quick. He'll do just a brief presentation on the difference between a new app and a transfer app. Then I'll ask Velvet Stepanek to come on up and talk about the DAC. She's the chairperson of the DAC, as you guys know, to give her take. And then we'll start with Rob Doherty from James Irwin. So, Tom, if you just step in for just a second and talk about the application.
Evening, everyone. Nice to see you again. It's been a year or two. I want to thank Scott for insisting I be here by 5 o'clock. Thank you, Scott. Means a lot. He did not make me wear a hat. No, I look silly enough just in person. It's fine. This is a kind of a unique situation. When they wrote the charter school law many, many years ago, they gave great detail to new charter school applications. And if you go into my favorite book, the Colorado School Law, you get minute instruction about what an application is supposed to look like, almost how long it's supposed to be, and all of those other kinds of things. It'll define a charter school. It provides their rationale for why we needed charter schools. It goes into the charter contract, the application contract, the review process, appeals, everything. Absolutely silent on transfers, because they couldn't imagine at that time the idea of a transfer. They were just trying to create charter schools. And that's a relatively new thing, that you've had transfers. And what's happened probably since CSI came on into existence, there were a couple of schools who would leave their authorizer to go to CSI for any number of reasons. They might not have been doing well. They felt pressure from the authorizer, and they thought CSI would be a better authorizer, and so they went. And so that got CSI going. And CSI now, Colorado, the Charter School Institute, has dozens of schools all over the state, as you well know, that they do authorize. Then another phenomenon came just in the last couple of years that we're very familiar with in this district, which is a charter school aligned to the BOCES. And they want to transfer. And we had one with another district I work with in Woodland Park where they wanted to transfer from the BOCES. They were first denied at Woodland Park. They went and were authorized by BOCES, and then they came back to Woodland Park. So that was a rather new phenomenon. So the notion of transfers is new. As a result, CSI wrote a transfer application and rubric, which I took and kind of redid it for District 11, and that's what we use now. There's a formal application that they have to fill out. There's a rubric against which I took it and I evaluated the completeness of the application. It's in here, and went from there. So that's where we're at is at this point. I've evaluated basically for completeness if they were missing a section or two, or if they needed some more information. I filled that out with each school, and so that's where we sit tonight. So any questions on the transfer part of the process? Okay.
Good evening, board members. My name is Velvet Stepanek. I am a proud D11 parent and the chair of the District Accountability Committee. The DAC is required by Colorado law to provide the board an independent review of the charter school applications to the district. And as Mr. Weston was talking, there's not a whole lot of stuff there about transfer applications, but the DAC really felt like we needed to have a chance to review these transfer applications as well. The DAC subcommittee looked at the applications. The DAC subcommittee that looked at the applications consisted of parents from elementary level, middle level, and high school. This is the first time in my work on the DAC that we've had a transfer application to look at from a charter school. So I just want to say that the DAC supports school choice, and we're supportive of charter schools that add value to the D11 portfolio of schools. Many times when we're looking at new applications, we question carefully their plans and the plan's likelihood of success and the plan's ability to serve all students. We also want to look at how does this school fit into the D11 portfolio? How is it serving students? And is it a school we would consider for our own students? Because like I said, no, the DAC isn't just made of parents, it's made of community members too, but we like to use that lens. When looking at the transfer applications, it was a little different. The schools we've reviewed have been running successfully for several years. The DAC felt the rubric and the amount of information they gave us wasn't as clearly defined when we have an application. So we not only used the information the schools gave, but we looked at the school improvement plans that are out on the Colorado Department of Education website. We looked at the CARS report, which is the Charter Annual Review of Schools report from the Colorado League of Charter Schools. In addition, we looked at the school websites to try to find information that maybe we couldn't find. So based on what was provided, we produced the report that you see that's attached on board docs. I'm not going to go into all the nitty-gritty details from there, but we did come up with positives, concerns, and some questions for board consideration. So first of all, for the James Irwin Charter School, I want to talk about a few of the positives that we saw from that application. One of the big things we saw is they have a strong history of strong academic performance. And they have a steady enrollment. Their enrollment has stayed pretty steady through the years they have. They also have support from a network of schools. Not all their schools are in several different districts, but they have a network that's there. And I was looking at some of the concerns I have is that I see a low evidence of a SAC, right? I mean, that's something that's approved. Maybe that's not such a big, as a DAC chair, that's a big deal to me that there's a school accountability committee. I didn't see a whole lot on the website about it. And I think they may have provided one thing of minutes, but I think the application actually said they should provide a whole year of minutes from the SAC, and I didn't see that. The other thing too, I didn't see, they said they had reached out to the community, but I didn't see evidence that their community supported the transfer. Now, this is a transfer application. I don't know, a lot of times with new applications, we expect letters of support. We expect things. I didn't see that. One of the other things, they are serving all students. It seemed to me like the number of GT students that they've identified is very low. So I don't know what kind of work they're doing to identify GT students. So we did have some other questions. Both of these applications, they talk about what they could do with additional MLO money from the district. So we asked them, I would like to know, why do they want to be a part of D11 even without MLO money? You know, why do they want to do that transfer? And what does their school, especially for the James Irwin Charter School, what does their school bring to the D11 portfolio? And so that's the input from the DAC. Like I said, the DAC report is there. There are other questions that are there, but nothing major. So I'll go on.
So with that, I'd like to introduce Rob Doherty from James Irwin to do a presentation. Thank you.
So thank you, Rob, for being here too. And as you are making the presentation, you heard the concerns of the DAC out there. Maybe you can address some of those concerns.
Thank you. Dr. Malpathan, D11 Board, Mr. Gall. We're excited to be here, and we're here to present our application for transfer of JICA from CSI to District 11. I am aware of the questions that DAC had, and I'm going to attempt to answer those as we go through this presentation today. But at the end, there may be a couple of them that I may have to hit on, and there's at least one that I will need more clarification from my own team on. So I apologize. My intent would have been to have the school leader here, Mrs. Dumas, the principal, and our board president. This is our biggest night of the year for band and choir concerts, which is a big deal. And both of their kids are doing solo presentations tonight. So I didn't feel like it was nice to pull them away from that. And so they're there doing that.
There are more important priorities.
Yes, yeah. Well, we're family. James Irwin is a family.
It's all about the kids.
And it is about the kids, always. And everything we do is what's best for students. So thank you. And if there's questions I can't answer, by golly, I'll get answers for you pretty quickly. The mission of James Irwin Charter Schools is to help guide students in the development of their character and academic potential through academically rigorous, content-rich educational programs. And this is something that's at the forefront of everything that we do. It has been for the past 23 and a half years. So let me see if I figure out how to run this thing. There we go. All right. All right. Very good. So my name is Rob Doherty, and I am the CEO of James Irwin Charter Schools. I have been with the network since the 2006-2007 school year. I started as a math teacher at the high school level. Moved on to Dean of Students. I kind of fell in love with the idea of getting involved with students and helping them solve problems before they became big problems. I loved it when a student got in trouble because for me that was an opportunity to steer them in the right direction before we sent them out to the big bad world. Shortly after that, Mr. Berg, Jonathan Berg, who was one of the founders of James Irwin Charter Schools, he came to me and he said, "Hey Rob, I want to start a trade school, and I hear that you're a general contractor and you've owned a manufacturing business," which was true. So I said, "Let's do that," and I jumped off of the Dean of Students wagon for a little while, and I sat in a closet and started building a full application for a charter school, for a trade school. It was presented in theory to District 11, and it was denied. It was presented to other districts in town and denied. And finally, in 2016, mind you, we started this project in 2010. We were authorized and we opened in 2016. So I became the founding principal of Power Technical, or something that we call P-Tech. And as part of that, they had requested that I run that for 5 years and move into this position. I didn't really know what that entailed, but I'm starting to get it figured out. So if there are questions that I miss, we'll certainly get around to them. The agenda is up on the screen. I don't really think that we're going to need the entire 45 minutes, but I do sometimes get a little talkative when I get excited about what we're doing. She has a timer, I'm guessing. She's going to let me know when I'm...
She's just going to flip slides for you.
Okay, that's all right. That's all right. So, a brief history. I'm not going to read these slides to you. That would be ridiculous. I want to talk about why we exist and what we were doing. I wasn't part of the original founding families back in 1999 and 2000, but my sister-in-law was part of the second school. My wife was part of the third school. Just a point of humor. I made a joke one day as a contractor. I came home after I didn't get paid for a job, and I told my wife, who was a math teacher in the middle school, I said, "I wish I had an easy job like yours." And so she went ahead and got me one of those easy jobs, and I'm still here. So I did want to comment, too, on all of your policy stuff. Dr. Seuss would have loved it, really, all the letters. So the GBO, GC thing, that's funny to me, but it's great.
Alphabet soup.
The alphabet soup, yes. James Irwin started kind of backwards. We started with a high school as a result of the founding parents that came from Cheyenne Mountain Charter Academy, which was just a K-8, the Vanguard school now. And those parents wanted a high-performing college preparatory high school. And so they started James Irwin Charter High School in 2000. Shortly thereafter, they decided, well, we need a filler for our high school. So we started a middle school in 2003. And then in 2005, we opened up the first elementary school on the same campus, on the Astrazon campus. In 2013, we opened the second, was replication of that elementary school. We're doing exactly the same thing at both of the schools. I know some of the board members have visited James Irwin Charter Elementary School in Astrazon. And so what you were seeing there for performance and the way the classrooms operate are exactly what we're doing at the school that's inside of D11. And if you'll notice the performance, Chicka actually outperformed the original elementary school this last year. So we're very proud of the work that the team has done. And then in 2016, well, actually, if we go back to 2010, but in 2016, when I said we opened up the Power Technical School, it was designed or thought of because we had a lot of kids that were going to James Irwin because it was a good education, it was a safe place, but they really had no intentions of going to college. They wanted to work with their hands. And so this was an opportunity to do something a little bit different for those kids where they're learning skilled trades from grade 6 to 14. And we're actually expanding that school now from the original location to a much larger location on Powers. I say all this to say that we are truly focused on trying to find a pathway for all kids, trying to find a way to make sure that they're getting what they need. Here it is. Our namesake is from Colonel James Benson Irwin, who was on the Apollo 15 missions back in the 70s, and he was heavily focused on the desire to teach character, and he'd gone through a lot of extraordinary things to get to where he was at. He almost actually didn't get his commission from the Naval Academy, which was quite interesting. So it was a good fit. He wasn't around when we opened the school, but we have nearly all of his remaining artifacts, pictures, books, and everything up in our warehouse. And I kind of had meant to bring some of those to you this week, and I will do that in the next on our next meeting. Meeting community needs. Let me see here. So one of the questions from the DAC was, what extracurricular activities are provided at JICA? So that kind of fits in here a little bit, so I'm going to answer that now. We have Land Sharks Running Club. We have Taekwondo, and we have an art club, and we have choir at that elementary school. Those are the extracurricular activities. They do some other events during the year that are not necessarily annual events, but craft shows and things like that at the location. And a lot of times we let the community come in and use the gymnasium to do craft shows and do projects at the school. So it's they did that just a couple of weeks ago. JICA has been providing a choice for D11 students since 2013. The current population at JICA is made up of 52% of our students from District 11 right now, which is actually the highest percentage of in-district students that we have when we can look at Astrazon and our other authorizers. So we're getting a lot of positive feedback from the community, which is exciting. Students have responded well to direct instruction, small group instruction for reading and math, and fluid performance-based reading and math groups. And then, of course, lower student-teacher ratios in the classrooms. What that means is that every elementary school classroom has a lead teacher and an assistant, and during the day, they will break into smaller reading and math groups based on where their ability groups are. And when I say they're fluid, it means that they can move up and they can move down. We're making sure that they're getting what they need, so that they are achieving for sure. Some of our basic beliefs. First and foremost, and I should have brought the plaque that is on everybody's desk. It just says what is best for students. And so it doesn't matter what we're doing at a board meeting, if we're looking for curriculum, if we're working on budgets, everything has to answer the question, is this what's best for students? And if it's not, then we need to do something different. So it's one of our basic, it's our key belief, I would say. We also believe that all students can learn and want to learn. I've heard a lot of schools say that these kids just don't want to learn. Well, we don't believe that's true. We think we're just not giving them the proper motivation. And when you have the opportunity to see what we're doing in our elementary schools with the direct instruction and the positive feedback, you find that, in fact, all students really do want to learn and they can learn. Our students are given constant, specific praise and feedback. We use their name every day in class, especially at the elementary level, and they really want to shine and impress teachers, families, and peers. We also believe that teachers are successful when there is a high level of professional development and coaching. We have a longer school year than most, with students attending 177 days each year and teachers in the building 191 days each year. We provide extensive pre-service training with a lot of time to practice the art of teaching before the first day of school. Training continues year-round with at least 2 hours of professional development each Friday afternoon, and continuous coaching, sometimes side by side in a classroom, which is uncomfortable for teachers at first, but once you're comfortable with it, it's the quickest way to get to a workable solution, and all of that with real-time feedback. Other basic beliefs, we believe that every human being is unique and has worth and deserves respect. Good character is something that must be taught, and every JI school focuses on character education. Notice that our mission statement that I read at the very beginning begins with character at first and education is second. We honestly believe that if we don't teach character first, then we're not going to do as good of a job with teaching students how to read and write. We are a patriotic school. We still say the Pledge of Allegiance each morning and before extracurricular events when time permits. We believe that it's important to intentionally teach Western civilization to all students, along with teaching about all cultures and ethnic groups. But the Western civilization piece, it's everything that led to what made America who we are, right? And so I think that we're losing track of that and losing sight that information still needs to be taught. We believe that the teacher is the expert in the classroom, primarily to teach and not to facilitate. That's different than some schools. As such, we believe in instructivism, and we are not a constructivism type of school. Effective teaching practices and classroom routines are identical in every classroom. So a student can go from one group to another, or from this first grade to another first grade, and everything that we're doing in each of those classes are going to look and sound essentially the same, or exactly the same, maybe just dialects a little bit. We believe that education is a shared responsibility among student, family, school, and community. Another question from the DAC was, besides financial gains, why do you want to be a part of D11? It's a good question. Although the financial gain is real and would certainly benefit the students we serve, the Charter School Institute has done a really good job of closing the gap on MLOA funding for CSI schools, and especially this current year. So the financial piece is not as important maybe as it came across, and so I apologize if that's how it came across. We started initially trying to get JICA into District 11. We prefer to work with the community that we serve. CSI is a virtual district with no well-defined community. Our relationships with District 2 and District 49, our other two authorizers, have been very positive, and throughout the years, the amount of collaboration with the district and other charter schools have resulted in higher gains for students. We work together. Even though we're all competing for the same students, the ultimate goal is to provide the very best education for our students. And in those two districts, we've done a really good job of collaborating, even so much that we attend all of the principal meetings at District 49, and we get to hear about what they're doing to market your students, probably, by the way. So very, very positive. We want to serve the community where we live, and CSI is simply incapable of providing this to us. Our relationship with CSI has always been very positive, but we want to serve the greater community of the Pikes Peak region and its unique demographics. The Pikes Peak region is different than other schools and other CSI schools. We have a lot of military here, and that changes things a little bit for what we're doing. As a D11 authorized school, we believe we will have more opportunities to be involved with the D11 community, share what we're doing, and learn from what you're doing, and in the end, raise the bar on growth and achievement. Education is hard work. We believe that the pursuit of excellence in education justifies the investment in time, effort, and resources. I think about education as we're moving 20 tons of rock every day with a flat shovel and a wheelbarrow, right? Instead of being able to just bring in a front end loader and move all of that at once, because we have to deal with every case individually, right? One wheelbarrow at a time. Some of the D11 board had the opportunity to visit one of our elementary schools last year. I was asked if we work this hard every day by somebody. It may have been someone from the D49 board who asked that question, actually, but it was a board member. And the answer was absolutely yes. We were not doing anything substantially different when they arrived that day, aside from modifying the schedule a little bit to meet the needs of the guests that we had, so that they could see a little more of what was going on. We believe that learning contributes to a meaningful life. Without a good education, humans and civilization would become stagnant and we'd become stagnant in our lives. And so we have a responsibility to our kiddos to do a good job. And we believe in direct instruction and core knowledge. And I know that there's a lot of schools that are out there that do that. We have found success in it at our schools. Basically, it's okay. So I apologize again for Sadia not being here. She offered to skip the concert, but I asked her not to do that. There we go, right here, school leader. This is Mrs. Sadia Dumas, who is the current principal of JICA, James Irwin Charter Elementary School. And it's interesting, she started as a third grade instructional assistant at the main campus many years ago, transitioned to second grade classroom teacher, then she served as a lead teacher, finally moving on to assistant principal when we opened JICA in 2013, and finally she's been the principal from August 16 to present. She's currently working on her doctorate in education and has some really good ideas, and those are things that we like to collaborate with other schools on as we move forward. I think the point of this is that Sadia is not unique in her path to becoming a principal. I said in the beginning that I started as a classroom teacher before I moved up to principal and CEO. Every one of our principals, all of our leadership have spent time in our classrooms at this point, and they grew out of learning how to teach, and then shared that art and that trade. And I attribute that our success with just that. We're not bringing in an outside expert to tell us how to do it better. We already have evidence that it's working really well. Educational program is based on character, core knowledge, and direct instruction. I'll just move on to the next one here. I apologize for the small font size. So we always start with character. So our educational program always begins with character. Character first curriculum with highlighted monthly traits that the kids learn and talk about. And then we have monthly grade level awards. So we're constantly, every Friday we have an assembly with our students, and they're getting someone's getting an award for the work that they've done that's related to character, and they're very proud of the work they do. Students wear uniforms so that there is a focus on academic achievement with fewer distractions. Classes are highly structured, and I mean they're highly structured. I'll use the word militaristically structured, but in a 100% positive way. In a 100% positive way. The classroom is a learning sanctuary, we believe, where no one is allowed to disrupt the learning of others. There is 100% engagement from all students and short transition times, as I may have mentioned before. Our transition times are 20 seconds, not 5 minutes, as we're moving from one activity to another. And it's going, I don't like to snap it. It feels weird to me, so I always did this to get responses, but it was not loud enough for elementary school students. Another question DACT asked was, how are the significant increases in behavior being addressed? That was one of the questions that they had. Talking to other schools, we do know that behaviors have escalated in all schools, likely a result of having kids home with COVID, right? And they're coming back and we just don't know, they don't know what to do. And we've never had so many unusual cases with kindergartners, as we're having, and I'm sure that your principals in the elementary schools are seeing that same thing. So we sent our SPED and dean to professional development for alternatives to suspension and restorative practices, so that they're all on the same page. We're beginning to teach staff how to better teach students to have, so they have a nurturing, beginning to teach them how to have a nurturing and safe learning environment. And one thing that we started doing this year is that all of our deans are meeting at least monthly with our director of safety, who really is in charge of the deans, who's providing professional development on what to do. They're collaborating on what they're seeing in classrooms, so they're working together. And he's bringing the latest, whatever laws or ideas or programs to light, and it gives us the opportunity to try them out. So we're differentiating discipline a little bit right now to see what's working with this particular group of students. So, core knowledge. I would imagine everybody's pretty familiar with the idea of core knowledge. We are a core knowledge school. We believe that that there's certain facts, certain pieces of information that all Americans need to know. And so thus we're a big fan of E.D. Hirsch and the work that he has done throughout the years. And it becomes, with the core knowledge, becomes the substance of most of our educational program, as in the elementary schools and the middle school. The things that aren't in there are supplemented with curriculum that we've either created or taken from somewhere else that is like-minded and works well with what we're doing. Direct instruction. You're probably all familiar with direct instruction at this point. We get either great feedback that we're using it, or we get negative feedback that we're using it. I would point to our success over the past 17 and a half years in elementary schools, and we've always been a performing school, and most of the time a school of distinction. And by and far, is the one thing that interaction, that level of engagement with the student. They're not sitting. They're sitting. They're in their desk, in a learning position. They don't have their heads down. They're not wandering around the classrooms. They're ready to engage, and they're excited to be the one answering the questions. They're always hearing the right answer. Well, I think one of the questions that I had that day, and I don't know who asked the question when we had the board members visit, is we don't let students guess the answer to a math question. So if we said 8 plus 8 is, we wouldn't pause and they would go 14. We don't want the whole class hearing the wrong answer, right? So we're going to begin by saying, 8 plus 8 is 16. 8 plus 8 is what, everybody? And you're going to go 16. So they all know the right answer. So we start with the right answer instead of preaching the wrong answer, right? It just makes sense. And we managed to get through things fairly quickly. Our kids excel at math facts, and they excel at math, without a doubt. With direct instruction, we have well-developed and carefully planned lessons. In the elementary school, yes, they're almost completely scripted. In the middle schools, they're partially scripted, and in the high schools, we call it explicit instruction, and the instructor they're creating those lessons, and so they do vary a little bit. So we're talking differently to the students as they grow up. Small learning increments and clearly defined and prescribed teaching tasks. So we teach little bitty pieces at a time, and by doing that, we get through a lot of material. Students are placed in instruction at their skill level, and they can move. So if they come in and they're testing at a 3rd grade level in math and they're in 4th grade, we're going to start them at 3rd grade level, and we're going to quickly move them to the 4th grade. And we find a lot of those students, once they get in and they're learning the way that they need to learn, those students would excel even above their own grade level. So let's see here. Some of the educational program, the major distinctives of James Irwin Charter Schools, the elementary schools, we are a cursive first school. So in kindergarten, students begin by learning cursive, which is unusual. They're going to be able to read grandma's handwriting someday. You can't read my cursive anymore, but they've tried. There is some evidence out there that would suggest that starting with cursive will help with dyslexia. And so far, we believe, we don't have any empirical evidence from our own school, but there is evidence out there that is working. Double doses of reading and math for students that need it. Performance grouping, I mentioned that before. That's a differentiated instruction. They're going to be at the level that they should be. We have instructional assistants in every class. Low student-teacher ratio, I mentioned that. Homework each night, which is something that is not common anymore, but it's important to review that information. We're not giving them new facts to learn at home. They're reviewing what they learned so that it's going from the short-term to long-term memory, and leads to mastery learning. We do not believe in social promotion. If you did not pass the 3rd grade, then you will repeat the 3rd grade. That's been met with some friction from some authorizers, but if done correctly, if we understand why they were held back and we have a plan to correct that problem, then it works, and it works very well. And then we also have a launch homework help clubs where students can get additional supports after school if needed, and in a lot of cases during the summertime. This is just a quick graph of past performance. This performance chart is just for CMAS. You have all the data for NWEA, and if you have a copy of the CARS report, I think that someone mentioned that earlier. If you don't, you should have it somewhere because it was emailed over. This is the last evaluation that we had from CSI discussing how we did this last year. And then this document here is the charter renewal report that they produced with our data, and subsequently did approve a new 5-year charter for the next cycle. But we were transparent with them that we were going through this process, and and we'll see where we end up. I want to address some of the other questions that you had, the DAC had. First, hard to find evidence of the SAC work. Yes, I agree. I couldn't find it either. And so there's no point in making anything up. I talked to the building leader today, and we are having SAC meetings at least 3 times a year. They're going through the process of the UIPs, approving the UIPs, setting goals, looking at budget. Apparently, we're not keeping the notes long enough, and so that problem has already been corrected. But the SAC does exist, and it is fairly strong and driven by the community. GT identification seems low. What did she say about that? Yeah, I'm going to have to get more information.
Yeah, you can circle back with that information at the work session. So you don't need to answer that right now, but that is a concern, and you can address that with your staff at that time.
And we'll do that.
Sure.
But we are testing students based on NWEA scores. And for those students that are in the 90th percentile range, then they do go through and take GT testing like the COGAT, things like that. And then there is somebody on staff that pulls those students out during the day. They're doing pullouts, and they're working with them on projects, working ahead, and they are excelling. Real quick here, once again, how are achievement gaps being addressed? If you'll read the charter renewal summary and look at our data, what you'll see is that we really don't have achievement gaps at this point across any groups. It's a result of the way that we teach. It's the direct instruction. It's the differentiated instruction by putting them into the group that they need. It's a double dosing. And so we've virtually eliminated the achievement gap in both of our elementary schools at this point, and we have for several years in a row. Address that. There was a question about, are we willing to work with the D11 DAC to support the SAC? I would want more information on that. So, we'll talk about that. And I think that is all that I had on there.
Thank you.
Yeah, so we actually, thank you, good question. Was there community buy-in for the transfer? We sent communication out to all of our current parents, and we received 1 negative. The rest were positive or they didn't care. But the fact that we have 52% of your students in our schools means that they want to be here.
Okay, thank you. So as I said before, in the interest of time, is there any overarching things in this presentation that you didn't hear that you would like Mr. Daughtry to address when he returns back with the staff on January 4th? Director Hart.
Thank you. I'll just run down the list real quick.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
I think you provided a 2019 audit, if that sounds right. And I looked at your board notes. You have a 22 audit, so I just wonder if you could forward that to us. I'm curious if District 11, you'll be getting our mill levy override funds. Will that solely be used at the Charter Academy, or would that be used across your other schools?
It has to be used at the Charter Academy.
Okay, I appreciate that reassurance.
Yeah.
In July, the board approved a CSI contract extension for 5 years. That's in your July 28th minutes. But I couldn't find a mention in the approved minutes that are online of you coming to District 11. So can you provide us any evidence that your board has actually talked about the application for District 11?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll find it.
I would appreciate that. The SAC, I appreciated the DAC's interest in that, since that is about parental involvement. I think you have to legally meet 4 times a year, so you might want to add a meeting if you're just doing the 3. Let's see, I think that was, and community partnerships. So not just the community interest, because I agree that's probably expressed in the fact that you have, students at your school. But the community partnerships, I didn't see that that was outlined in the application.
Okay, let me find more information on that.
Yes.
Okay.
And then just for both schools, normally when we have an application for a charter school, we have a list of waivers that you are applying for. And I did not see that for either school. So I would be curious which District 11 board policies you will be choosing to waive.
Our attorney is working on that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so you got that list. Is that something that you can circle back and provide some answers on at the work session?
Yeah, before that even.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay.
Any other concerns, overall thoughts, questions? Director Daniels.
Do we have information on your demographics for the students that you say are coming from D11 to your schools? What does your special ed looks like there? Are we providing meals for you guys as well?
You are. In fact, D11 is providing meals for all of our schools.
Okay.
Yeah.
Even in D2 at this point.
Are you satisfied with the service that
Actually, I think I told Mr. Gall, you guys have the most outstanding food service program that I've ever seen. The food is good, they're polite, and they're always on time. So
Great.
kudos to them, yes.
Well, thanks for the positive feedback.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Director Daniels.
Yeah, so that information would be great as well. And I noticed that you do have students coming from Harrison, Widefield, all of those areas. So I'm just curious across all of your campuses what that looks like for your demographics. How many students transfer in, transfer out throughout the year as well? I've met a few of them throughout my subbing tenure kind of thing. So just curious about that, as well as what does it look like when a parent isn't satisfied with what you offer? How does that manage?
Okay. So I'm going to be clear that you want to see demographics across the entire network?
Well, yeah.
It's fine.
If you are willing to share that, but since it's only your school that is applying, I'm not, you don't need to provide the demographics for the whole network. But the charter school that you do have here in District 11.
Okay, I can do that.
Okay. The special needs, the broken down by, subpopulation, all those things, that's what Director Daniels is asking.
Okay.
It said low teacher-student ratio. If that's not already in there, would love to know what that looks like. How that, and you said an aide in every, is it kinder class?
K through 5.
K through 5, okay.
With a couple of floating aides usually that can get in and do specials.
Okay. A little bit more information on the student-to-teacher ratio in the work session. Did that cover all of it, Director Daniels? Yes. Director Loma.
Several years ago, my granddaughter was one of your teachers, Ariana Vasquez. I don't know if you remember her name. And I've been to your school several times. I was amazed at not only the direct instruction, because it reminded me of the military, when my company commander would come out and he'd ask a question, and we'd all have to say, "Sir, yes, sir." And I go, what is going on? But what amazed me more was the transition from classroom to classroom. I don't know how you could corral that many little kids with their pencils held in a certain way, and they marched from room to room. I go, where am I? So I had to say that. I really appreciated that. And direct instruction is kind of unique because of scripting and all that. But it is, I got this from Dr. K, and in every category, which is, so I think we can really use some probably professional development. JICA performance is significantly above D11 in ELA. JICA significantly outperforms D11 in math. 55 MGP in elementary, it significantly outperforms D11 and across all subgroups. So you must be doing something right. And I would only hope that we allow them to do what they do without hampering them by imposing restrictions that we may be hampered with because of our position. and allow you to do and continue the good work.
Okay, thank you, Director Loma. In the interest of time, I'm just asking specific questions that you would like to see for James Irvin when they come back. Is there any other things that was missing from the presentation or the reports that you have that the board would like to see when they come back? And then we will have a lengthier discussion on that night, January 4th work session. And if you maybe in the next week or so, if you have any questions, you can forward it to Superintendent Gall, and he can forward it to Rob, and they can get the answers for the chat. Is that okay with you?
That's fine. Thank
Okay.
you. Mhm.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Superintendent Gall, do you have any closing thoughts on this?
No further questions or comments from me.
Okay, then let's move on to the next one.
Great.
And I'm going to remind the board that usually by 11 o'clock we adjourn. So either we have to finish the board meeting by 11 o'clock, or we would have to have a motion to move the board meeting for about 15 minutes or so to finish this conversation with the second charter school. Okay, so knowing that we are running into that time. Director.
Maybe we should do that now so we don't interrupt the next
Okay,
presentation.
go ahead. Let's make a motion. Can you make a motion to move this, move the thing by about 20 minutes?
Well, I'll make it, but I'm going to go for 11:30, and we can finish early and feel good about it, all
Okay.
right? I move that the Board of Education extend the meeting to 11:30 PM.
Moved and seconded. Roll call, please, Melissa.
Director Bankus? Aye. Director Daniels?
Aye.
Director Jorgensen?
Aye.
Director Loma?
Aye, aye, aye.
Director Malpacum?
Aye.
Director Nelson? Aye. Director Ott?
Okay, so we have till 11:30. Knowing that time, let's keep the presentation concise and move on. I'll turn it back to you.
All right, I'm just going to quickly go over a few positives and concerns and questions from the Colorado Military Academy. So some of the positives we found, we're looking at the application we looked not just the application, but the other things I mentioned previously. We really felt that school has a strong program that's unique to Colorado Springs. Colorado Springs has a lot of military families here, so it's a unique program. They have enrollment growth potential. They've grown, but I think they could continue to grow their enrollment. They have strong community partnerships, and it really is a positive that they have the Civil Air Patrol program there too. Some concerns that we had, low academic performance. I think you had a comment before, and especially, I would say, at the elementary level. And in some case, low test participation. So in previous years, this year they didn't get faulted for that, but other years they have been faulted because they didn't have enough participation in tests. Once again, they have a low evidence of a school accountability committee. I saw there was a posting on their website, but I couldn't find any minutes. I think maybe they're trying to get their accountability committee rebooted. Once again, I saw where they reached out to their community, but I didn't see support back from their community in the transfer letters or whatever that is. And I also felt that their number of GT students identified was low. A question, we have the same question we have the other one, why do they want to be part of D11 other than getting the MLO money? So that's just a few of our concerns. We can read the rest of the details in our report. I'll give it to Dr. Mendelsberg now.
Thank you. I'm going to turn it over. I'm going to introduce Brad Miller. He's part of a contingent from Colorado Military Academy, and he will lead off. So thank you.
Okay, while Mr. Miller is joining us, I want to thank Velvet Stepanek too. And please take that feedback to the rest of your committee that reviewed this package and provided the feedback to us.
Good evening, Board. Hi, I'm Brad Miller. I want to start with a note of congratulations. I'm at board meetings 3 and 4 nights a week, and you have the most comfortable audience chairs of any district I've ever been to. And as a recent hip surgery, I just had my hip replaced a couple weeks ago. That was very delightful. Thank you for that. I'm legal counsel for Colorado Military Academy, as well as JICA, as well as some of your surrounding districts. District 49, I've been highly involved in charters and transfers, and I see Tom's left, but I'll just add a note. We in District 49 were the first to actually effect a transfer from the Charter School Institute to our district back in 2013. So we do have a little bit of a track record in the state for this sort of thing. It's unique, and admittedly, the application process is raw. There's just not a lot of direction on either side. And as you may not know, we accelerated that process for the purposes of these two transfer proposals because the conversations didn't start until after the end of summer, and we needed to figure out if we could affect this into a next fiscal year sort of transfer. So you'll see some gaps, and I admit that freely, and that's on both of these. And Ms. Ott, to your question, or one of your questions, you had some great questions. The waiver process is usually affected in the contracting aspect. So once we've had an approval, then that's when us lawyers will go to town working on the district and the state waiver requests, and that's very standard. So again, I'm Brad Miller, work with CMA. I want to just say two things, then I'll turn it over to General Murray, and it's such a delight to be able to talk about generals and colonels and the people that are associated with this school. But this is a quintessential District 11 entity and enterprise, and historically, it wanted to be. I was part of the founding organizational discussions, which frankly started in District 49 with a group of folks from 3 different local service bases, including the Academy, and folks from New Mexico Military Institute, and we talked about how could we emulate that program in Colorado. It's the first ever to do that. We first wanted to be in District 11, and the folks on that original board, Joyce Shuck, I mean, if there's not a name that resonates with this community, Joyce Shuck, right? And Randy Cabero, and the people that were part of this original board were essentially part of this D11 community. That's their heartbeat. But your predecessors were unwilling to have much of a conversation and talked about a waiver of exclusive chartering authority so they could consider the Charter School Institute. So they tried looking at District 49, which was a welcoming host, but physically, frankly, the right place was to be right outside of Peterson, and that was the choice they made. But they've always wanted to be and have continued to be partners with the district and the community in particular. And just one further note on that sort of point, the reason, to your very good questions, that a district ought to want to partner with the charter school, I think is really fundamental here. My kids all went to the Classical Academy. It's a charter school in District 40 or District 20. We all went through there. My wife is the director of character education. We're kind of built into that community. In 2008, that community was the impetus. And if you ask Mark Hatchell, the old superintendent, how did you pass your mill levy in 2008? He will point to Mark Hyatt and the team at the Classical Academy who came together as a community of voters and engaged citizens and made sure that darn thing passed because they were part of it. They were part of the team. And in the same way, that's why these sorts of charters ought to be high on your list of consideration. It's not the outgo of your old MLOs. It's about bringing your community together as a voting community to support your initiatives, whether it's a bond in the future or an MLO. That is why this partnership should be really seriously considered by this board. That said, we're a unique school. I'm going to have the privilege of introducing General Douglas Murray. He's going to talk about what makes us special. Cynthia Lucero will talk about our academics. Mark Hyatt will be here to sort of say better than I just did why we want to be a community partner, and we'll try to keep it short. I'm very attentive. I'm 60. I'm ready to go to sleep here. So General Douglas Murray. And he may need some assistance walking through slides, or
We'll take care of the slides.
Perfect.
If he
Thank
just
you.
says slide.
Just tell slides.
You say slide. Sir.
I should tell you, somebody my age is, I guess, past my bedtime. Lou Holtz used to say that you know you're getting old when it costs more to buy the candles to the cake than it does the cake. And that happened to me this last time around, I should tell you. Well, Mr. President, Mr. Superintendent, members of the board, the one thing I've heard in the presentations that were given, was what is your school going to contribute to the portfolio of D11? And in both of those cases, they talked about money, besides money. I'm not going to talk about that. I want to, first of all, thank you for this opportunity to talk to you about something which is very dear to me, which includes 50 to 60 some years of my career, and that is learning and education. And I want to do that and with my colleagues who will cover many of the specifics that you heard in the earlier presentation in terms of the dynamic and the operations of the school. We have answers, and they will be able to answer those to you. But what I wanted to discuss with you is the importance of chartering CMA with D11. CMA, Colorado Military Academy, is a military school with a unique and different learning model. It's referred to as the American Military Education Learning Model. This evening, I want to explore with you the definition of a military school and this learning model. And most important, the why. Because the why can only be understood if you understand what a military school is and what this unique model is. Why is this chartering beneficial to both each of our great learning institutions? If you ask why, it's because we believe by becoming a charter school in D11, this school district will be able to offer the young people and their parents a choice that is not offered in any district that I know in Colorado Springs. In that sense, it will be unique. That choice is between two different and distinct learning models. First, the traditional model that is the foundation for D11 and other public schools and the charter schools, I believe. And second, tradition. And second is the military learning model as developed and executed at CMA. To quote Kelly Jordan and John Colton in their published history of the military model, this is what they said. American military schools reflected the country's belief in the power of education to better oneself by deliberate efforts to form the intellect and develop the character in disciplined and academically rigorous environments. The goal of an American military education is to produce individuals capable of being transformed into effective citizens of a democratic republic. These schools thus address a need stated by George Washington and the other founders who recognized that for a democratic republic to endure, it must have an informed citizenry and learned leaders. The American military learning model was developed to do just that. I'm reminded of a story of Ben Franklin, who, when coming from the Constitutional Convention, was asked by a lady, "Well, doctor, what have we got, a republic or a monarchy?" "A republic, madam," he said, "but if you've got to learn to keep it." The military school is all about what it takes to, in a sense, keep it. At present, in the U.S., there are nearly 40 non-federal military schools, with CMA being the only one in Colorado. Significantly, they are all accredited by the Association of Military Colleges and Schools of the United States. AMSCIS, which is that organization, is an association that's over 100 years old. So to begin, let's discuss what a military school is. Could I have the next slide? Now, this is basically what I'm going to cover, the defining a military school. Our high school principal and dean, director will talk about school operations and the academic piece, and our commandant will then move on and talk about what the military structure is like. And then we'll cover briefly these others, most of that in a Q&A. Next slide. I had originally twice as many slides, but because I'm getting old, I've reduced that in half. So we'll see these other slides will pop up, but we're just going to go through them. They're really background, and they're really all about why military schools historically has developed. So if I can have the next slide, next slide, next slide, next slide, next slide. So this is what I want to, we can come back to those things. They're all important. They all relate to the nature of this nation and where we're going and how the military school is taking the lead in doing that. But I want to talk about what is a military school? What is this learning model that we have? And basically, it's a question, first of all, what it isn't. This slide lays out at least 4 perspectives on what a military school is not. We can talk about what each of those is, but I think they're quite clear. Next slide, please. This slide brings me to our main focus, and that is, what is it? And it perhaps gives a good perspective. A rigorous professional learning institution founded on what? A mission of leadership development. Next slide, please. Now I'm going to put this up, and I want you to read this very carefully, because this slide brings together the essence of what a military school and this learning model is all about. These are 2 quotes by 2 pioneers of the military education. You see here 2 people who more than a century apart, lived more than a century apart, have come up with what is the essential elements of what a military school, and gives us, and gives you, I believe, a better understanding of the very nature of the school. You see, basically what we are talking about is a system of learning that covers, as any system does, inputs, conversion structure, organization, and outputs. And we could talk about those, and we will when we talk about the operations. But this is the big picture. Next slide, please. I have this thing about writer's insight. One of my favorite quotes by John Kennedy was that leadership and learning are indispensable to one another. Leadership and learning, ladies and gentlemen, are the 2 essential concepts that define what a military school is and how it achieves its goal and mission. Excuse me. Next slide, please. These are the essential elements of the learning model. I might say the objectives, the organizing principles that shape the curriculum, and through the creation of courses and syllabi is realize that mission. What you would see coming into our classrooms is reflected in these essentials. I'm not going to go through each one today, right now. If we had the time, I would. They are important. But there are 2 cornerstones of this that I think we should focus just for a few moments on, and that are really the bellwether of these overall learning elements. The first is liberal education, and the second is developing the whole person. At CMA, and next slide, please, for a moment. Liberal education, you can read this, you know what it is. I'm not going to talk about it. Let's go back to that last slide, please. By the way, on that liberal education piece, one of the big discussions on that is the debate between STEM and liberal arts classes. At NMMI, that does not take, that's a dichotomization, that's a false reality. We take learning and include all of those elements into it. Okay, talking about liberal education, our high school principal or director will discuss the particular elements and aspects of that liberal education in terms of primarily a strong focus on STEM. Yes, that's the nature of the world, but it's only done and by not working against the principles of liberal arts. Okay, next slide, let's see. Next slide, please. All right, look at this model, and I'm going to talk a bit to it by saying that the second essential, remember the first one, I had that list, but the first one was liberal education. It's one of the last bastions of true liberal education in this nation. Think about it. But now the other key principle is this idea of developing the whole person. Perhaps the most defining uniqueness of the curriculum, because it is the heart of leadership formation and is reflected in the organization that is most visible at a military school, the Office of the Commandant and the various military-based training programs and organizations, all of which will be discussed in a few moments, excuse me, by our Commandant, who will be here. But keep in mind that remarks of Colonel Goss that you saw on the previous slide, when it's not about the uniforms, it's not about the saluting, it's not about the marching, it's about, he called internal government. It's about becoming a person to serve others and how that service can meet and achieve the strengths and objectives and goals and the founding principles of this nation. It'd be interesting, and later, if we had the time, I'd give you the historical background for this learning model. It goes back to ancient Greece, to the values of Athens and Sparta. It goes back to Ignatius Loyola in the 16th century, who really developed the concept of developing the whole person. And to this day, Georgetown University, which is my alma mater, points out the value of development, whole development. And this chart portrays that, because what you see here are the essential elements that brings together what we've been discovering together about a military school. Its curriculum and organization. It depicts the relationship among the elements and organization at the Colorado Military Academy. The point to remember is that leadership, which is the leadership development. Young men and women are not necessarily leaders when they graduate, but they have the essence, the knowledge, skills, and experience to become some. So it's important to remember that leadership development is not the results of one dimension, but all three of these working together. Leadership and in terms of academics, leadership in terms of training, and leadership that impacts our health and physical fitness programs. They come together in terms of the cadets. In the diagram, you can see how that centers on the cadets, and put there one should put leadership development and this whole idea of experience. A cadet doesn't become a leader only in what happens in the classroom or on the parade field or in any other activities. They must be put in leadership positions. Now, the opportunities for leadership, unfortunately, are limited in a normal education program. Yes, you might be the head of the football team or athletic team, maybe the president of the student council, but the opportunities for every student to have a significant leadership position, and remember, you don't become a leader by what you had only in the classroom, or only on the parade field, or how to salute. It means to use it. It means an opportunity to lead others. And that is basically what the Commandant's office does. You see, we organize our student body as a military organization. Why? Because those of you, and sir, you were talking about being in the military, there are many more leadership positions in a military organization than there would be in a normal organization at a regular school. At NMMI, every one of our cadets, while attending, will be put into a responsible position of leadership. They will first learn about themselves, and the courses will be orientated in that way. Then they will learn how to follow within a group of peers. And then later, and they, in their latter years of high school, they will lead their classmates. And eventually, leaders of society. This nation has its greatest need for leadership, not just in government, not just in the corporate world, but even within the family. And what we do at a military school is provide that. Now, I want to close my presentation with a brief, short story. It's really the words of two individuals and what I have just described meant to them. It's one thing for us to stand up here. If I could bring in our students and let you talk to them. I can't do that, but I can tell you about two of them. One of them just was elected the governor of Maryland. He is the first Democrat directly elected in this last round to a position as a governor. And his name is Wes Moore. Oh, by the way, there's talk that he might be a very contender for the presidency. But this is what he said and what he wrote in this book, The Work, of the experience he had in a military school. Because he wasn't a very good student in his primary and early secondary. In fact, the superintendent of that school, he was about 12 years old, I think, when it was the case. He said, "You're never going to amount to much." But what happened? He ended up going to a military school. It changed him. That, by the way, was Valley Forge. And this is what he wrote about that school. He said, referring to we, he's talking previously about Colin Powell, because he had a very close association. They grew up together in the same environment. Again, benefiting from this military learning model that we're talking about. But this is what he said. "We were both shaped by our military experience. My short time around the military as a cadet in a military school had changed me. It gave me more discipline and direction. But more than that, it provided me with a kind of brotherhood that I had never imagined would be possible. I suspected the same was true for Powell, who had reached the highest rank the Army had to offer, a four-star general and chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff." I should point out that Wes Moore went into the Army, was in Afghanistan. He later was a Rhodes Scholar, well, I should say before, a Rhodes Scholar and a White House Fellow. And as you see now, he's the governor of Maryland. The other person I want to briefly refer to is one of our graduates, in fact, in the first graduating class of the Colorado Military Academy. He was a salutatorian. And this is what he said just a few months ago. He said, "I didn't know what I was getting into." But he said, "I realized that not only was I going to be able to learn to be a follower, I would learn to be a leader. And that makes all the difference." In the words of Robert Frost, he took the road less traveled. And taking that road less traveled is the road that leads to a military school and its learning. And as Frost said, that made all the difference. Now I'd like to turn the floor over to our high school principal, who will talk about some of the specifics and in that sense address some of the questions that you had in that excellent presentation that preceded mine.
Thank you, General Principal. As you come to the microphone, I just want to be conscious of time and leave the board about 15 minutes for questions. And I know that we have shared some advanced data, and so if you could just cut right to the chase in the fact that CMA is currently performing on par with many of our priority improvement schools. And so if we could just get right after it, I think the board would be appreciative of that.
Okay, absolutely. Thank you for having us. So CMA is a fairly new charter school. Our leadership team was put together in January. We focus on the structured learning environment to include ongoing support between our peers, instructors, and mentors. Our current CARS report shows that we have moved up from priority improvement to improvement. So we're going in the right direction. We focus a lot on our NEWA benchmark scores, where we have shown steady growth for the last couple years. One of the questions was in regards to our SAC committee. Our previous leadership didn't leave a whole lot of information, so that is actually in the works. We have a meeting tomorrow to finalize our bylaws. One thing that I'd like to share that we would bring to District 11 is 42% of our students are outside of District 11. So we serve a broad variety from other districts. We also have a military life counselor on staff, so she is actively participating in working with our students who are military connected. We have about I believe 38 to 40% of military students in our school. One of our goals at CMA is, of course, fixing our scores. So we've recently implemented data analyzing teams to work on those scores, focusing on our bubble students. We have our reading interventionist who works with students in kindergarten through 3rd grade to, again, work on building up those scores. I'm a quick talker, a little nervous, so I'm ready for questions.
Well, let's wrap up the presentation. I think somebody else. Yes.
Thank you. We're ready to go ahead and move to questions. I think that would be the most effective and efficient thing we can do right now.
Okay, so
thank you.
Again, we are not going to expect you to answer these questions. What we are providing is these are some of the questions that we will circle back on January 4th to ask.
We're understanding that this will be a request for more information, and
Yes.
as it circles through you and you direct us based on what they say, then we'll take that as dicta and we'll go with that.
Yes, thank you. The feedback. Director Art.
Thank you. I think this is probably more for our staff. In the documents that we had online for the 2 schools, I don't think the actual application was for this school was on the web, and I would like to have that.
We'll have that posted by Friday for the board to be able to review over the holiday break. Is that fine? Is it not fine? I mean, I could post it first. Okay, it looked like I can't see that far, thanks.
Is that the only question you had, Director Art?
Well, my concern, shared again with DAC, was the School Accountability Committee, and you've addressed that. It sounds like you don't have it. So, and your audit was from 2021, and that's soon enough for me. So I think the application was good. And maybe I'm trying to remember, the school improvement plan was included in this school or not. Sorry, when we get to it once, it's a little confusing. But I would be interested in seeing that if it wasn't sent already.
And Dr. Mendelsberg, if you have the school improvement plan for CMA, if we don't already have that information. Director Nelson.
Either I'm confused or Director Ott's confused. I thought CMA had their audit as 2019 and the other school was the 2021. So I'm looking right now at it.
We believe we're up to speed. I just
Okay.
checked with our finance folks, and we are.
Okay. Well, the document I'm looking at right now says it is, and it says CMA, transfer application. So maybe that's a mistake on our part where it transferred from schools. I don't know. We'll just make sure we have the right, most up-to-date information. That'd be great.
We can resend to Scott. We'll do that.
Okay, thank you. That was all I had. Oh, no, I just was curious really quick, and you don't have to answer now, your capacity to grow your enrollment, like your building capacity or that sort of thing. So.
Our focus would be on our kindergarten through 6th grade students. Obviously, we do have the room to grow in that area, so that would be our focus. That's our marketing focus, and that's what we want to do.
And maybe you can elaborate more on that on January 4th.
Okay.
With more specific data where you are at right now and what your projected growth looks like. for that grades that you talked about. You good?
Sorry, I just have another one. I'm going to echo Director Daniels' question with the last school. I thought it was a really good question to ask about your movement within your school, especially with it being a military academy. I imagine you have a lot of military families that then are coming and going, and just would like to learn a little bit more about that.
So there seems to be a certain time frame when families are PCSing. So for example, come January 3rd, 4th, when students return, we have 9 students who are PCSing into our building. So we lose a few, but we get them right back.
Okay.
So it's kind of just
Would it be
always at
appropriate
that.
for us to just provide a 3-year look back on that data,
Sure.
something like that?
Yeah, please do. And for the general public, and I know Victoria knows this, but what is PCSing?
When you have military families who are transferred to different military bases.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Director Jurgensen.
I was intrigued by slide 4 of 19. The general spoke a little bit about the leadership and learning piece. And the third one on there, I don't know if you want to get to that slide there, a generation ignorant of the American story. And that's something I've been doing more personally in reading our history and understanding all that. And then slide 5, goes into a little bit more of that in detail. I would like more information about that and how that's taught, and if that's a weekly piece of your character trait, if it's, just in a social studies topic, or how that looks. But I think that was very interesting, and I think, when we ask about why do you want to come to D11, I think that's a very interesting piece for those that are military or history buff focused with their families. So anyway.
I pushed General Murray very hard to condense his presentation this evening for all of our sakes, but we're more than happy to facilitate the way he describes and brings color to what this really is all about. We'd be delighted to host you, to have another opportunity to do it, but it's a good 20-minute presentation to be done well.
I could listen to the general for hours.
Okay.
I'm not sure about that. The rest of the board will. I enjoy him too, but I don't know if the rest of the board wants that. Maybe you can have a one-on-one conversation.
I charge by the hour.
Director Daniels.
Thank you, by the way, for the late night, for that reason. So.
My question would be the same as the previous school with demographics and how many students are choicing in, choicing out. I mean, there's so many questions: transportation, food services.
Absolutely.
What does all of that look like? How much are we providing food services to
So
you?
yes, we do use District 11 for nutrition services. Right now, we do not have a transportation system. That would be something that we definitely would like to discuss further. We have all of our parents who choose to bring their students to CMA. Drop them off in the morning, pick them up after school. Some of them utilize our before and after school programs because they work and they want them in our school. So.
Yeah, there's just so many questions about all of it, and obviously not tonight, but when we get back, there's tests, all of that. It's a lot in terms of just knowing. And where are you guys housed?
We are located right in front of Peterson Air Force Base.
Which
gate? Northgate. Northgate. I'm learning.
If your board members would like to give us specific questions such as that, and then you could pass them along so that we'd be prepared
Right.
at the next meeting?
Yeah, what I heard is the demographics and at least the students choicing in and out of your school. Okay.
Yeah,
the
and
number of
So elements that
IEPs
may
and
be already be in our application
Yeah,
that I'm
it
not
could-
positive
yeah.
about. but
Some of this
if you could
information
give us
is
the
already
specifics.
some of this information is already in the application that was shared. So come prepared. That's my guide. Feedback to the board is go through the application packet and come prepared.
So
Superintendent.
just to comment for the board, some of the data was pre-shared on the slices by student performance. They're really not end-sized, so we'll do that on just the demographics of enrollment and population movement in and out. I want to hold all of the potential contract negotiation items for after the 4th if the board thinks that they want to enter into potential contract. The idea of, I love the feedback that our food service is awesome. That's great. But the conversation here, just as with a new charter, is not, do you like our food or do you not like our food? It's, do we believe that there's enrollment achievement and a fit within our portfolio? All those other pieces become negotiable there afterwards, which includes transportation. So I just want to be clear. And if you know where the school is, they actually have a gate that goes in and out of the base. They share a border with the base. So some families just drive their kids, stay on base, and just go to the gate, and they have a guarded gate at arrival and dismissal. And so kids just pass right through the gate, which gets them off base into CMA. So there's, and in that enrollment numbers, if you could share the number of on-base families that you're supporting as well.
Director Bankus.
Yes, did I miss the part about community support?
So
Community partnerships?
No, community support from the parents.
Oh, community
Going-
support to moving to District 11.
So the CMA board's been very explicit about driving towards this decision and request. But in terms of the sort of typical support that I think somebody asked the question about, well, where are the letters of support? Like that doesn't occur when you've already got an existing student body. Now, we certainly could provide, some format of that, but that sort of gathering of letters of intent to enroll and that sort of thing, that's indicia of a new application and doesn't really serve a purpose for us here.
Part of the efforts that we make in District 11 is to make sure that we include our parents in decision-making, and part of that would be letting your parents know that this is what we're doing and the response that you're getting back from that. So whatever you can provide as support, that would be great.
Thank you.
Okay.
And you already talked about addressing student performance, and you were talking about it moving up, and so more details about that when you come back to us?
Yeah, thank you. And I think that was a feedback that came from a community member here too at some point in time, which was where do you stand academically, academic performance-wise, and what are your plans to move academic performance for your students? So as you have gathered, you've been here probably all night, District 11 is focused on ensuring that every child receives excellent education. Now, we want to hold you to the same standard that we hold every D11, our own school to, and that is exactly what we are asking every priority improvement or turnaround school that comes in front of us. How are you going to ensure a high quality education for all our students? How are you going to ensure that the academic outcomes are going to improve? And that's...
If I can make a sort of modest closing statement, this school will be in a building adjacent to Peterson Base for the next 10 years, whether or not it's a District 11 authorized or CSI authorized school. And if I'm District 11, I would love the partnership because it brings with it accountability, it brings with it the ability to infuse, influence and to hold these folks to account in a way that a Denver-based organization might not be able to do. So I think it's valuable in both ways. But let's not be myopic. Saying no here doesn't mean that these kids go somewhere else. They're going to still go to CMA.
Agreed. And I appreciate that your response and that District 11 can also bring some accountability into your system. And that's a feedback to Superintendent Gall. At some point in time, we are going to look to you also and the recommendation that comes from you and your team in this regard.
Yeah, and I've been clear on the strategy from the beginning. The idea of District 11 taking on a portfolio strategy or expanding its current role as an authorizer. This is not do we or do we not like charters. We currently authorize charters. We approved a charter school last year as a board without anybody asking what the MLO impact would be. If there were 758 kids that would have attended LSIA last year as it was approved, the very fears that you hear about MLO dollars now potentially going to transfer applications would have gone to the students at LSIA. It is the same thing that we currently do The question is, are these programs that we believe that advance us as a system to provide the full amp of what we have discussed and be more reflective of the needs of our community? We've had that strategy conversation before. I appreciate folks coming and staying so late. We have a lot of work to do to dig into this, and so I'm appreciative of the board president building this over several weeks for us to be able to get into that.
Okay, so to the board, if you have any specific questions to either of these charter schools, I know that maybe you haven't had a full opportunity to review some of the applications and the files that were sent to you over the next week. Since this is going to be the last meeting, we don't have any meeting for the next 3 weeks. If you have any feedback over the next week or so, get it back to me, get it back to Superintendent Gall, and then it can go to each of the respective charters so they come better prepared for January 4th. We just don't want to have surprise questions on January 4th and haven't given them the opportunity to prepare for it. Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you. And thank you, Dr. Mendelsberg and Ms. Stepanek, for you to still be here. And thank you for all the general and everybody else out there. Request for new agenda items from board discussion tasks. And I already see one.
So, to be brief,
Vice President Jurgensen.
At our previous work session, we discussed entering discussions and negotiations for Mr. Gall's contract, waiting for data until we discussed renewal. I got to thinking about that after that work session, and just, even if we had data that wasn't quite where we wanted in the mid-year, I know that we would hold Mr. Gall accountable, we would make a plan, and it wouldn't be something that would break my understanding of saying, no, we're not keeping you around. So for that, and that's me personally speaking, not on behalf of the board, but for that, that basically piece there, I think that we probably could get something started sooner than late January waiting for that data. So we'd still review that data, obviously, and it could still, work its way in, but basically trying to get something sooner on the books to discuss his renewal would be a good idea, in my opinion. So that's one thing. The second thing that just, with policy tonight, if we're going to be editing more policy in batches like this, or, 4 or 5 at a time, that we're reviewing and making edits to, which is, again, one of the processes of us as board members, we may need to put a placeholder in our calendar for reviewing these or exercising policy provisions for us to get some of these approved in a little bit faster pace, especially if we're going to bog down policy committee with some of these edits. So a couple things to look at there. But
okay, we can try to, going to the second one first, we can try to, I will try to work with Superintendent Gall in figuring out a work session as requested by Director Art to, that maybe every quarter we end up having a work session on policies. Would that be the will of the board? Okay, can I get thumbs up on that, having, what is that? Okay. Okay. If necessary, just depending on what the feedback is. Okay. And the first request that you had was about Superintendent Gall's contract.
yes, moving that to maybe the January 4th one, just to get that ball rolling.
Yeah, January 4th is a work session. I can schedule it on January 11th as an executive session. That's where we would talk about this evaluation and feedback.
Are we going to get scores back? I thought the last work session we had talked about.
You stepped out for that.
I did.
Yeah.
What was the answer?
My thought was, this is me speaking, even if our scores aren't quite where we want them, it's not going to be enough for me to go, everything else isn't good enough, and you're not coming back. That's me personally. So even if scores aren't where we want, we're still going to hold him accountable, and in my opinion, give him a shot. So.
The feedback that I'm hearing from Director Jurgensen is that he has provided us the performance report that the board requested, and the middle of the year test scores, is that going to be a make or break in the mind of any board members, or can we provide an evaluation for him on January 11th in executive session, and based on that executive session we can come back and proceed further based on the conversation in that executive session. Director Nelson.
I
agree with Director Jorgensen in that we can probably move this process along and it does not need to wait. Initially, as a board, we agreed that we wanted Mr. Gall to provide specific reports and plans, and now we're later on adding that we want to see this mid-year data, and that wasn't what we initially stipulated as kind of our guidelines to help us determine if we wanted to extend the contract. So with what I have seen and the work that I have seen and the plan that we said we were going to use to help guide that decision, it was presented last week. I feel comfortable with moving forward this process a little bit sooner. I agree that seeing the mid-year data, even if it's not where we want it, we know that plans and processes are getting put into place, and we will get there. So.
Okay, any other thoughts or comments before I ask for a thumbs up? What my suggestion out here is, at some point in time, I have to schedule an executive session, and that executive session would be a private conversation between the board and the superintendent. And at that point in time, each individual board members can give their feedback to the superintendent on his performance and what are some of the good things that have been happening, and what are some of the areas that you would like to see happen in the future. Is that conversation, yeah, and then pursuing that conversation and the discussion that takes place in executive session, we can move forward in the next step in the process. Okay, whatever that next step in the process. And it also provides a clear indication as to him and the rest of the district to a message. So the staff out here are also looking forward to a clear message from the rest of the board.
I'd agree.
Yes, and if we have to enter, I'm not saying that is the case. Either way, he needs the time and we need the time too, if we are going in any different directions or anything like that. But that may, what I'm saying is, let's speed up the process.
So thumbs up for January 11th.
January 11th, exec session, I will schedule it. Do I have thumbs up for that? 1, 2, okay. Thank you. I have all thumbs up on that. Any other future agenda item requests? If not, brief calendar review. There is nothing as far as the board meeting, but we are going to be up early tomorrow morning to meet with the legislators. Urban Heights, 7:30 in the morning. Okay, as and when you can show up. Okay, okay, and I think it was suggested that a neutral location would be better, and also to cater the food. Urban Heights is going to cater the breakfast food for us. Okay, and then the next work session is going to be January 4th, and at the January 4th work session, we are going to have the 2 charter school applications, more question and answers, and also hopefully we will have a district lobbyist in place by that time, and Director Bankus and Director Art are the ones that are going to be serving on that interview panel tomorrow, actually, to provide that feedback, and then we'll talk about the legislative agenda too. With that, may I have a motion to adjourn? Moved and seconded. Roll call, please.
Dr. Bankus? Director Daniels? Director Jorgensen?
Aye.
Director Loma?
Aye.
Director Melpacum?
Aye.
Director Nelson?
Aye.
Director Ott?
Aye.
The ayes have it, and we are adjourned. And Director Art was right; it was good to go till 11:30. We are adjourned at 11:28.
All right, who first and seconded?
Julie first, Darlene second.
I'm like. It is way past my bedtime. Hi, yeah, not so much, but thanks.